Chapter 198. He's injured. ZDI's heart clenched. The substitute held the spider blade in his hand and rushed into the midst of the lizards, slashing left and right. It seems that the injuries on the Lord's body have a great impact on him. The Lord is constantly dodging. Could it be that he can't use his fighting spirit to protect his body? As long as he's hit by this acid, Lord Shenjin will be in danger. He's injured, but he still risked his life to rush over to save us. This is a holy night. Lord Shenjin. Just as he said, he hasn't given up on us. The substitute rushed into the group of lizards and was besieged. There was no lack of black iron and bronze magical beasts among them. Seeing that the substitute was heavily surrounded and in danger, everyone at the top of the sand dune was scared witless. No, this can't go on. I have to think of a way. How can I help him? Now that we're trapped on the dune, we can only use arrows to complement the potion. That's right, the anti-rot potion I made, according to the substitute's physical fitness, he will definitely be able to use it. Thinking of this, ZDI immediately took out the potion, poured it into the arrow shaft, and then put the arrowhead back. Then, ZDI chose Bai Ya to attack. Bai Ya shot with all his strength, but the arrow was still more than 10 steps away from the substitute. Quick, shout together to remind the Lord Shenjin. ZDI commanded again. Hearing everyone's shouts, the substitute pulled out the arrow and drank the potion. Now, shoot these arrows. ZDI took out 5 or 6 arrows from the small leather bag at her waist. After Bai Ya shot the arrow, the thick green smoke slowly sank along with the arrow's trajectory in the air, forming a temporary smoke wall. Following the temporary smoke wall, the substitute successfully broke through the encirclement, climbed up the dune, and met up with everyone. The moment the substitute reached the top, ZDI's heart surged with an urge to throw herself into his embrace. But the next moment, the exploration team members crowded over and surrounded Shenjin, all of them excited. Lord Shenjin. ZDI calmed down and was secretly surprised. What's wrong with me? She had never had such a bold idea since she was young. The return of the substitute greatly boosted the morale of the exploration team. Then, the scorpion horde that he deliberately attracted was a pleasant surprise to everyone. With the help of the chaos created by the scorpions, the substitute led everyone down the sand dune. The doppelganger swung the spider blade in its hand, killing the lizards that blocked its way. ZDI, who had been charging at the front, bore the greatest pressure. She was mixed in with the team, and when she looked at the stand-in at the front, she could not help but be attracted to him. The breakthrough was successful, but Bai Ya fell into the lizard's encirclement. Just as the substitute was about to turn around to save him, Kang Shu shouted in a low voice, "Sir, don't worry about him. If we don't leave now, these lizards will surround us again." These were also ZDI's heartfelt words. She did not want her substitute to be in danger again. However, for some reason, ZDI did not open her mouth to persuade him. Faced with a choice, the substitute was resolute and decisive. I've said it before, I won't abandon anyone. Bai Ya will be no exception. Seeing the substitute rush back without hesitation, ZDI had a very complicated feeling in her heart. She was worried about the substitute, but at the same time, she was happy. The substitute brought Bai Ya back. Everything was as romantic as a story. The substitute had said that he would not give up on anyone. He had fulfilled his promise. Nothing was more convincing than actual actions. At this moment, ZDI had a realization. He has indeed been transformed by the war traffickers. He has become a werbeast. However, he is still a knight, a real knight. After escaping the encirclement of the lizards, the exploration team was quickly chased by the scorpion horde. Every time, the substitute stepped forward and fought fiercely with the leader of the scorpion horde to support the situation. Relying on your own recovery ability, you can heal yourself. But now, we can't get rid of the scorpion horde. Sir, you can only continuously fight with the leader of the scorpion horde and constantly squeeze out the energy and stamina in your body. Every fierce battle pulls on your wounds. There's no rest at all and no time to recover. ZDI healed the substitute's injuries and felt her heart ache. It was the substitute who was fighting with all his might, using his life to protect everyone and her. ZDI realized that she had become a burden to the substitute. According to the substitute's strength, he could completely abandon everyone and escape alone. This can't go on. His physical condition is getting worse and worse. ZDI gradually despaired. She could not think of any way to change the situation. After watching the substitute fight with the leader of the Scorpion Horde time and time again, and healing him time and time again, ZDI no longer treated the substitute as a tool. Instead, she began to feel guilty. He's a real knight. But I've been using him. ZDI said to herself in her heart, I shouldn't have lied to him. If I die like this, I have to tell him the truth before I die. Although he was the most difficult person in the team, the substitute still continued to encourage the others. As long as we're still alive, there's a lot of hope. As long as we maintain hope at all times and don't give up, then before death really comes, there's still hope and possibility of survival. Only hoping for external help and change is not the behavior of a brave person. What's more reliable is that we save ourselves. ZDI quietly looked at him. He's the center of everyone. Without him, the whole team would have collapsed long ago. He's an excellent leader. The substitute asked Kang Shu for advice. Perhaps killing a spear scorpion would be the key to breaking the situation. But this operation was quite risky. The group of people came to the gold stones to spend the night. The night wind blew gently on their faces. The moonlight shone on the desert. ZDI asked the substitute, Sir, when do you think we should kill a spear scorpion? The substitute was silent for a moment. Let's wait and see. This answer made the girl's heart jump. She secretly guessed, could it be that he wants to do it alone in the middle of the night? When we were encircling the flying squirrel horde, his arms became thicker. He must have turned into a beast again. Maybe, he can already control the ability to turn into a beast. During the day, he can't turn into a beast in public. This will arouse the suspicion of others. It's very suitable to make a move here at night. The gold stones can block a lot of vision. However, on the second day, ZDI's expectations were disappointed. This made her realize a part of the truth. It seems that he can't turn into a beast on his own accord. The first 2 times, he must have been stimulated, that's why he changed. But in reality, even if he was stimulated by death, he might not necessarily turn into a beast. The first time he fought with the monkey-tail brown bear, he never turned into a beast. The exploration team left the gold stones and the spear scorpions continued to chase after them. Everyone trekked in the scorching desert. Not only did they have to bear with the scorpions, they also had to endure the cruel environment. Food and water were getting scarce. The situation became more and more difficult. The injured by YA fainted. In a desperate situation, everyone was restless and fearful. They subconsciously turned their anger, panic and other emotions into words to attack Kang Shu. Kang Shu pointed out coldly. At the critical moment, they could use the unconscious by YA as food. You've read too little. Now, I'll tell you a principle, you can eat your own kind. There's an insect called a praying mantis. When a male praying mantis mates with a female praying mantis, the female praying mantis will eat the male praying mantis that night to replenish her own nutrients. Only then can she give birth to offspring more smoothly. For any life form, the most basic thing is survival and reproduction. If we can't even guarantee our own survival, what law and morality are we talking about? These words made ZDI so afraid that her body trembled slightly. What made her afraid was not that she agreed with Kang Shu's words, but that she understood that when it came to the last moment, this was the only way to survive. Do I have to eat meat too? No. If I do this, what's the difference between me and a beast? But if I don't eat, my chances of survival will be even slimmer. Wait a minute, if I unfortunately die, will my corpse be taken by others? Kang Shu's words made ZDI suddenly realize the horror of the future. At this moment, the girl shuddered and felt extremely helpless. She subconsciously looked at the substitute. The substitute frowned and said with a stern expression, Kang Shu, please take back your words. Bai Ya is definitely not food, but our companion. I will never allow the tragedy of my companions eating each other to happen. For a moment, It seemed that the light and warmth shrouded ZDI again. The girl suddenly became firm and swore in her heart, "Even if I die, I won't eat the flesh of my companions. Thank you, my knight, you've protected me again." She gritted her teeth and persisted. The group walked out of the desert and entered the volcanic landscape. Although the environment was more dangerous, it gave the group an opportunity to deal with the scorpions. In a cave that was likely to be an active volcano, ZDI used drugs to corrode the cave walls and transformed it into a battlefield that was very beneficial to humans. In this battlefield, the exploration team fought fiercely and suffered heavy casualties in the end. Only the substitute, ZDI, by YA, and Kang Shu were left, trapped in the cave. After ZDI's test, the scorpion meat was inedible, and the four of them only had 2 bags of water left. "There's no way, I can't think of any way." ZDI broke down emotionally. The substitute comforted her, "We can't use low-level magic here. It's been too hard on you all this time." "No, it's me. I've implicated you, Lord Jinjin. If it weren't for my suggestion, we wouldn't have sneaked onto this ship. We wouldn't have fallen to this island. When we encountered the lizards and the spear scorpions, you could have abandoned me and survived alone." At this point, ZDI suddenly realized something. Her chances of survival were quite slim, but the substitute was different. He could escape alone, he had the strength to do so. Therefore, she begged, "Sir, please go. Don't worry about me anymore. You can leave this place." Along the way, the girl no longer regarded the substitute as a tool, no longer regarded him as a were-beast. She recognized him and confirmed that the young man in front of her was a real knight. She had done something wrong. She had lied to him. Even though the war dealer was the culprit, and she was forced to do so. Even though she had awakened the substitute at that time because she was chased by the blue dog foxwolf and had no choice but to take a risk. Of course, the girl wanted the substitute to get rid of the scorpions and escape from this island with her. But reality was not a fairy tale. "I don't want to drag you down anymore. Death is my destined ending. Why should I drag you down with me? In this series of things, you are the most innocent. I'm sorry, I lied to you." The guilt in her heart made ZDI open her mouth to speak. She had the urge to tell the truth. The substitute smiled slightly with a hint of doting. He brushed away a strand of hair that covered ZDI's eyes. "You are my fiancé, and I am your knight. It is my responsibility to protect you. I will protect you until the end of my life." At this moment, ZDI felt as if her heart had melted. Jinjin finally made up his mind, "I'll leave. I'll leave at dawn. After I rush out, I will try my best to attract the scorpions. You guys take the opportunity to leave here and go separately." The escape plan was very simple, and the possibility of escaping was extremely slim. But what else could they do? "At dawn, I will tell him the truth. This night should be the last night of my life. Let me enjoy this beautiful time." The girl had a small selfish thought. Lying in the substitute's arms, ZDI fell asleep peacefully. Late at night, ZDI was awakened by Kang Shu's words. She curled up in the substitute's arms, but did not open her eyes directly. Instead, she listened quietly. Kang Shu urged the substitute to eat a full meal to increase the probability of survival and asked him to fulfill his last wish. But the substitute refused. ZDI opened her eyes and promised Kang Shu, "If I escape, I will also help you fulfill this last wish." Then, she took out a few letters. "In fact, I think Bai Ya also told me his last wish." She hoped that the substitute would eat some to increase his physical strength and increase the probability of survival. But it was very difficult for her to persuade him like this. She hoped that the substitute would become a beast, break through the bottom line and save himself. But at the same time, she hoped that he would always adhere to the spirit and character of a knight and not fall. In the end, the substitute still shook his head. "I will not treat people as food." He turned his gaze to ZDI with a trace of apology. This gaze made ZDI calm down instantly, and all her hesitation disappeared. She shook her head and smiled. "Sir, you and I are one. Any decision you make is my decision. P.S. I have revised it many times, mainly because I am uncertain and hesitated for a long time. After thinking deeply, I decided to write this memory completely. From the whole first volume, this is an indispensable part. It is also the key to portraying ZDI on the surface and secretly creating the substitute according to the previous text. Through the speculation of the identity of a beast and a knight, the depth of thinking in this volume is expanded. The previous text is mainly about the substitute speculation. This is ZDI's speculation. From the perspective of the person involved and the spectator, some things can be dug deeper. The update was supposed to be released at 12 o'clock, but the actual update was close to 24 o'clock. Today was a torture for me, but also a training. In the end, I chose to stick to my own ideas and write the work I want to write. I feel physically and mentally exhausted. I need to rest tomorrow. This book has been updated until now and has not stopped. The actual writing is more difficult than GU Immortal. I need to take a break. Chapter 199. The volcano in the distance spewed out a huge amount of red magma. The lava spewed high into the air. Just by looking at it, it was at least 800 meters high. The dark smoke covered half of the sky. The bright red magma rushed to the peak and began to splash in all directions. Fortunately, we are still in the periphery, let's go. Kang Shu urged. ZDI walked slower and slower, turning her head from time to time. Before the girl set off, she thought that she was doomed. She and Kang Shu really escaped from the cave, and the process was smooth beyond imagination. All of this was because the substitute had attracted all the scorpions. How safe I am here, how dangerous is he there? How is he now? ZDI's reason told her that the substitute was very likely to have died. But her feelings held her back. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she wanted to wait. She even had this thought in her mind: even if I have to see his corpse, let me see him for the last time, let me give up. Lord Shenjin's physical condition is very poor. He hasn't eaten, and his strength is lacking. Facing the scorpion's pursuit and siege, the consumption of strength will be very fierce. The longer it takes, the slimmer his chances of survival will be. Sigh. Kang Shu sighed. ZDI was extremely irritated and wanted to scold Kang Shu to shut him up. She continued to wait. Just as the girl was about to lose all hope, a figure appeared in her vision. This figure left a deep impression on ZDI. So much so that when she first appeared, ZDI wondered if she was hallucinating. But soon, she cried out in surprise. Her knight was back, as beautiful as those stories about heroes. He also brought Bai Ya back. ZDI sighed, her tone complicated. This is a holy night. Kang Shu praised from the bottom of his heart. Both sides met up, and ZDI immediately healed the substitute. During this process, she saw that the substitute had suffered new injuries due to the spear scorpion. She was also keenly aware that the substitute's mental state was completely different. Could it be that at the critical juncture of life and death, he was stimulated and turned into a beast again? That should be the case. He can't use his fighting aura. He can only rely on his beast form to defeat the scorpions. Although they had gotten rid of the scorpions, there were only 4 people left in the exploration team: the substitute, ZDI, Kang Shu, and the unconscious Bai Ya. Is this the center of the island? Could the alchemy factory be here? ZDI had such a guess, but she had never thought of exploring this place. The environment here was too dangerous. There were erupting volcanoes, terrifying lava, and the gold-tier lava tortoise that they had just witnessed. Also, she had no reason to persuade the others to go deeper. She couldn't be sure that the alchemy factory was hidden here. Although Kang Shu persuaded the substitute to give up on the unconscious Bai Ya, the substitute would rather bear the burden himself than abandon his companions. The substitute said, "I once said that I would do my best to save everyone, and I would not give up on anyone. This is my promise, and also my responsibility. My lord, your noble character makes the bright stars in the night sky dim." Kang Shu sighed from the bottom of his heart. "You are the model of the holy knights." The substitute smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seeing such an expression, ZDI understood more clearly. My previous guess should be the truth. He defeated the scorpions by turning into a beast. But he must be distressed and confused because of this. The body of a holy knight will never undergo such a mutation. The double's annoyance and suspicion made ZDI feel very sad. I should have told him the truth. Last night, ZDI quietly made the decision to tell the substitute the truth at dawn. But at dawn, she hesitated again. If I tell him the truth, will it disturb him? Will it make his mood chaotic and complicated? He wants to lead the scorpions away, and his situation is more dangerous than ours. In this way, in her hesitation, she lost her opportunity. I should have told him the truth. Even if he is not Jinjin, not a holy knight, he was originally a knight. But his original identity, that's all I know. ZDI made up her mind again. Food was seriously scarce, and the four of them returned to the desert with only a small lizard and a jumping mouse in their hands. The substitute gave all the precious meat to ZDI and Kang Shu. Bai Yai's condition became worse. Not only did he continue to be unconscious, but he also had a high fever. There's movement. The substitute's face darkened. You guys eat first, I'll be on the lookout and expel or kill any beasts that might exist. The substitute disappeared for a while and rushed back. He seems a little different. ZDI was keenly aware of some changes in the substitute. ZDI and Kang Shu left the meat skewers uneaten and pushed them to the substitute. Do you want me to break my oath? Do you want my honor as a knight to be tarnished? Jinjin's expression became very solemn. ZDI and Kang Shu both looked at Jinjin, feeling as if his whole body was emitting a holy light. For a moment, both of them were physically and mentally shaken, and did not make a sound. Burp. At this moment, Jinjin could not help but burp. Kang Shu and ZDI? ZDI's eyes widened. What did I just hear? A burp. His fool. What did he eat? No, that's impossible. He's a knight, and he won't eat behind our backs. Maybe it's not a burp, but just gas from the reflux of his stomach. But if he really ate something, does that mean he's a beast? At dawn, the four of them set off again. When they saw the golden stones again, the substitute left the team early and went deep into the stones. I'll be back soon. If you have to move, use the pink potion to mark the route. Soon, he returned successfully and told them that he had killed the lizards in the stone group. Soon, under his lead, ZDI, Kang Shu and the others arrived at the battlefield. Kang Shu could not help but praise, Lord Jinjin, now I'm beginning to believe Lady ZDI's guess. I'm afraid you're not just a silver warrior. It's very unusual that you can still have such powerful combat strength when your physical strength is so poor. There were at least 30 lizards in this group, but you killed 5 of them with just an ordinary saber and without using any do chi. You even forced the rest of the lizards to flee. ZDI was quietly sizing up the battlefield. Soon, her eyes focused on the impact marks on the golden stones, and the hole that seemed to be made by a spear scorpion's tail. In such a short time, the substitute's cleaning of the battlefield was actually limited. There was no spear scorpion in his story. Could it be that he transformed into a scorpion tail and defeated the lizards? ZDI's heart skipped a beat. She looked around and suddenly focused again. Then, her heart raced and her cheeks burned. She saw the hole in the substitute's pants at his hip. The hole was faintly visible because the substitute had put his shirt out, and his motive for covering it was very obvious. All the clues match up. Wait, last night he burped. If it was lizard meat, according to his character, he would definitely bring it back and share it. But he didn't. He has something he can't say. His food should be the golden stones. He can transform into a scorpion tail, and I'm afraid he can transform even more. After transforming, he can use the golden stones as food. But he can't share the golden stones, because a normal person can't eat this kind of thing. ZDI continued to think and recalled that before the substitute left last night, he deliberately asked Kang Shu about how the spear scorpion digested its food. He made preparations in advance. In other words, before he left, he knew that he could transform into a spear scorpion or become a part of it. But he wasn't sure if he could really feed on the golden stones. That's why he asked Kang Shu. This means that he can take the initiative to transform into a beast. Maybe it's because he has transformed into a beast many times, and practice makes perfect. Or maybe it's because the battle with the spear scorpion this time was so exciting that he broke through and could freely control the ability to transform into a beast. After guessing the substitute's secret, ZDI's heart was filled with tenderness. This fool, he would rather take the risk of eating stones and give us the meat skewers. He definitely doesn't want to transform into a beast because he believes that he is Jinjin, a holy knight. But he has to do this because of the circumstances and to protect me. At this moment, ZDI's heart surged with an impulse to tell the substitute the truth. She wanted to stand beside the substitute, hold his hand, and share all kinds of worries and troubles with him. However, when this impulse reached her mouth, ZDI lost her courage. She could only stare at the substitute with her pair of amethyst-like eyes and say softly, "Sir, please don't take such risks in the future. Many times, we can take the long view." The substitute did not know that the girl in front of him had already seen through his secret. He nodded, "Don't worry, I know what to do. In fact, ever since I got rid of the scorpion swarm, I have a brand new feeling. I seem to have broken through something, but it also seems that I haven't. Now when I fight, my thoughts are clearer than before, and I understand the state of my body better. I know what I can do and what I can't do." He wanted to lay down some things. He deliberately said it very vaguely to leave some impressions on the people around him. In the future, after he used his mind core to deal with the threat, others would not feel that his strength was strange and sudden. The lizard meat saved the four of them. With enough food, the four of them now needed to replenish their water. According to Kang Shu's speculation, there must be a large water source around the lizard swarm, most likely an oasis. Not long after, the four of them found the oasis and entered it. Here, they saw Lan Zhao and Huang Zhao. Huang Zhao was already dead. His face was pale, his body was broken, and the blood and bones were a shocking sight. Kang Shu and ZDI, who came later, saw this scene and suddenly stopped in place. Ooh! ZDI was caught off guard and immediately retched, almost vomiting the acid in her stomach. It's me, I'm the one who killed him. I killed him. I killed Huang Zhao, I killed my brother. I killed him, I killed my last family member in this world." Lan Zhao cried bitterly, and ZDI also felt fear for the beast-like Lan Zhao. At night, by the bonfire, ZDI persuaded the substitute, "We saw Huang Zhao's body. Cyanobacteria himself admitted his guilt. This kind of person is too cruel, how can we let him live? I also found that Lan Zhao's back seemed to have been sprayed with acid. The wound was rotten, but it was obvious that it had been treated and bandaged before. This is obviously the work of the yellow algae. Cyanobacteria alone wouldn't be able to treat the injury to this extent." Huang Zhao helped his brother and carefully bandaged Lan Zhao's wound. But what did Lan Zhao do? This kind of person is really too scary. Kang Shu's view was different, and he argued with ZDI. The substitute's expression was struggling, and it was obviously very difficult. Late at night, ZDI vaguely heard the substitute's prayer. "God, Shengming Emperor, my great lord. Under your gaze, the world is bright, and the shadows flee in panic. Now, your believer, your knight repents to you, because I have fallen into the mire of my heart. Please shine your light on me, and let my corruption, ugliness, filth fade away. I beseech you to forgive me for the sins of my thoughts." The long confession ended. The gentle night wind blew in the young knight's ear. Everything was within Jinjin's expectations, the god did not respond. The young man sighed in disappointment. ZDI also sighed in her heart. Right now was a good time to tell the truth, but she did not have the courage, she really did not have the courage to speak. She was very afraid. In the past, she was afraid that the substitute would be stimulated, and his bestial nature would erupt, which would be disadvantageous to her. But now, after experiencing all kinds of hardships, she had been saved by him so many times that she could not count. Even if his bestial nature erupted and he killed her, at worst, she would just give her life back to him. What she was afraid of was how the substitute would look at her. She was afraid to see his completely disappointed expression. If he was not Jinjin, I would not be his fiancé. Although she knew that the substitute was not her fiancé, she hoped that he would think so. The sun rose, and it was a new day. The substitute, ZDI, and Kang Shu began to work hard for survival again. The substitute hunted and explored, Kang Shu made pottery pots, and ZDI made the insect repellent. She sighed again. The barbarian leather scroll was so useful. On this strange island, it was this leather scroll that had helped her so much. According to the plan, ZDI began to build a small tent made of palm leaves. She half knelt on the ground, and her upper body went into the tent, as if she was adjusting the palm leaves inside. Her lower body was left outside, and her brownish-yellow leather boots were no longer covered by the magic robe. Because of her posture, the magic robe clung to her hips, outlining a moving curve. The substitute could not help but be attracted and stopped to watch for a long time. He was just looking at me. ZDI noticed and felt shy and happy. The substitute left again, and ZDI continued to build the tent. In the process, YA woke up. You're awake. Lady ZDI, thank you, don't thank me. Everything is to Lord Zhenjin's credit. He saved you. We have actually abandoned you. ZDI told YA the details, with a kind of pride and faint flaunting. The group of lizards came to fetch water, and the group of fat flying fish appeared, causing a crisis. Run, back to the camp. You will be a burden to me if you stay here. The substitute's expression changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice. Kang Shu and ZDI immediately turned around and ran with all their strength. The substitute killed some fat flying fish, and then turned into a spear scorpion to lead the rest of the fish away. Where is he standing? Standing on a high slope near the camp, ZDI was full of expectation and worry. Suddenly, her eyes were inexplicably attracted by a silver spear scorpion. She watched the silver spear scorpion plunge into the running group of lizards. The spear scorpion had obviously attracted a large number of fish, and the lizards were all in trouble. Is it him? Is it him? Very strangely, ZDI instantly recognized the true identity of the spear scorpion, although before this, she had never thought that the substitute would turn into a complete spear scorpion. ZDI was absent-minded. In her eyes, the image of the spear scorpion gradually changed, and he became a substitute. He was galloping on a horse, wearing white armor and holding a spear, moving freely on the battlefield. Chapter 200. After watching the spear scorpions and lizards leave the oasis together, ZDI turned around and rushed back to the camp. What she didn't expect was that not long after she returned to the camp, there would be a fat ball flying fish visiting the camp. Unfortunately, ZDI was shot by a fish bone. Am I going to die? ZDI hid in the tent. She was so nervous and scared that she was sweating all over. She knew that no one could help her. The only person who could help her the most was herself. After being shot, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she immediately pulled out the fish bone and hurriedly opened her bag. She quickly poured out bottles of medicine. Soon, she found a light blue medicine that had a strong antidote to poison. I'm saved. At this moment, ZDI was glad that she had prepared enough antidotes. After escaping danger, ZDI hurriedly took out more light blue medicine and risked climbing out of the tent. Catch it. This potion can alleviate the poison of the fishbone. Ziddy threw the light blue potion to the others. Even cyanobacteria got a bottle. However, after ZDI threw it to Lan Zhao, she was stunned. She suddenly realized that this was her best chance to get rid of Lan Zhao. ZDI didn't have a good impression of Lan Zhao, who killed his own brother. She was very cautious and vigilant. However, the substitute didn't listen to her suggestion to get rid of Lan Zhao and kept him alive. If I don't save him, he will probably die from the fish bone. After ZDI got into the tent, she immediately regretted it. She was too nervous and didn't think carefully. She subconsciously threw the medicine to Lan Zhao. The substitute didn't come back, but there were more and more fat ball flying fish coming to the camp. ZDI shrank in the tent and felt more and more afraid. She couldn't see the flying fish, but she could hear them making croaking sounds. These sounds were getting louder and more frequent. If this continues, there will be more and more flying fish. Once I'm hit by too many fish bones, no amount of medicine can cure the poison. Just as the situation became more and more dangerous, ZDI suddenly heard Lan Zhao's roar. Then, She heard Lan Zhao's roar and the sound of him fighting with the fat ball flying fish. ZDI took the risk to open a corner of the tent and saw Lan Zhao running out of his tent like a madman. He came to the center of the campsite and threw stones at the fat ball. ZDI was surprised to find that Lan Zhao seemed to be able to pinpoint the location of the fat ball flying fish. Seeing this, she hurriedly threw her sword to Lan Zhao. On the other side of the tent, Kang Shu also made the same choice. Now that Lan Zhao had a weapon, he immediately stabilized his position and fought fiercely with the fat ball flying fish, attracting all the attention of the school of fish. Lan Zhao's battle bought precious time for ZDI, Kang Shu, and the others, delaying the battle until the substitute came back. At this time, ZDI was hit by a fishbone again. She couldn't help but cry out. This was already the fourth time. The fat ball flying fish self-destructed and the fish bones flew everywhere. The tent woven from palm leaves couldn't block all the fish bones. ZDI calmed down and was about to take out a light blue potion when someone suddenly barged into her tent. ZDI immediately became nervous, and then she found out that it was the substitute. Just as she was about to relax, she heard the substitute's concerned voice, "Let me see." The next moment, the substitute hugged ZDI and savagely tore a hole in her apprentice's cloak, exposing the wound near ZDI's chest to the substitute. ZDI. She was stunned, and her whole body froze like a stone statue. Her movements of taking out the light blue potion also stopped. With this delay, the dark poison on her delicate skin was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The substitute was very nervous, and without hesitation, he pulled out the fish bones, then lowered his head and pressed his lips tightly against the wound to suck it. In an instant, ZDI's pupils shrank. The suction force from the wound was so strong, it was like a magic attack. ZDI even felt that her soul was being sucked out at this moment. The girl's shyness and the natural resistance from being attacked made her subconsciously reach out and push the substitute's chest. The substitute didn't move. She felt that the substitute's chest was so hard, it was like a huge rock. His arms seemed to be made of steel as he held the girl tightly in his arms. The strong masculine aura was like a wave, engulfing ZDI's body and mind. She had never been treated like this before. Her whole body was numb and hard, and her mind was in a daze. She couldn't even think. Her whole body was extremely nervous. Her toes were clenched, and her small leather boots subconsciously rubbed against the ground in the tent. She lay flat, her eyes looking at the tent. The space in the tent was so narrow. ZDI felt that she was getting hotter and hotter, and it was more and more difficult to breathe. It felt like a long century had passed, but also like only a few breaths. The substitute finally stopped sucking and let go of the girl. His efforts were quite fruitful. The poison in ZDI's wound was basically sucked out, and it didn't spread in the girl's body. ZDI suddenly felt that she seemed to be able to breathe again. Her whole body was hot, and her head was buzzing. She stammered, "Yes, sir, I have medicine. I can cure this poison." She took out a small glass bottle from her bag, which contained light blue potion. The dark poison immediately dissipated when it met the light blue potion. The effect was very good. Zhenjin, the young knight, realized his recklessness and looked a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, "That's good. I'll go check on the others." The substitute left. ZDI suddenly felt that the tent was empty. Then, complex emotions surged from the bottom of her heart like a tide. What did he do to me just now? My God. Why didn't I resist? No, I resisted. But I couldn't stop him. How could he do this? No, he didn't know about the light blue potion, so he didn't mean to violate me. He did it to save me. For a moment, ZDI's thoughts were in a mess, and she forgot that the camp was still under attack by the fat ball flying fish. The substitute returned to help, killed the fat ball flying fish, and successfully saved the camp. Lan Zhao was seriously injured, and the poison was very deep. "Sir, save me." Lan Zhao, who was dying, grabbed the substitute's trousers and let out a weak cry. The substitute asked ZDI to lend a helping hand. Although ZDI had persuaded the substitute to get rid of Lan Zhao and regretted her decision to throw the potion, she was now sincerely going to rescue him. Without Lan Zhao's delay, We definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on until the substitute returned. From this point of view, we were saved by him once. ZDI went all out and made the potion. Coupled with Bai Ya's risky drug use, Lan Zhao was finally out of danger. After resting in the oasis for a number of days, the four of them left the oasis and trekked all the way into the forest. Because of the substitute's rash drug use, there was an extra layer of awkwardness between ZDI and him. The communication between the two of them was significantly reduced. Even if there was eye contact, they quickly looked away. However, every time she looked at the substitute, ZDI's heart would beat faster. The substitute explored the road in front, and ZDI's gaze was always involuntarily fixed on his back. Often under this kind of gaze, time flew by quickly. The originally torturous trek seemed insignificant under ZDI's feelings. Although she didn't speak much with the substitute in a day, ZDI felt sweetness in this atmosphere. Maybe, it's good to go all the way like this, as long as I'm with him. ZDI sighed in her heart. However, the good times didn't last long. Deep in the forest, the substitute keenly discovered the battlefield where Zhong Ji and the beasts were fighting fiercely. Following the traces, they soon found the camp. This is. Seeing the familiar camp, ZDI's pupils shrank instantly. It was in this camp that she and the previous guards were attacked by the blue dogs, fox, and wolf again. In the face of danger, she could only open the wooden box, drag out the sleeping substitute, and make an emergency retreat. The camp should have been teleported here, and was being attacked by the bat monkeys. The situation was not good. Under careful observation, Zhen Jin, who was acting as He Huan, escaped from the camp. The moment she saw him, ZDI felt like she was struck by lightning. She didn't think that she would meet her real fiancé so soon in this place. She wasn't ready. He Huan took the opportunity to crawl on his hands and feet, and dashed towards the forest outside the camp. The bronze bat monkey screamed, flapped its wings, and chased after He Huan. He's going to die. He's going to die. Seeing that her fiancé was about to be killed by the bat monkeys, ZDI's heart pounded, and her mouth went dry. She actually felt a mixture of fear and anticipation in her heart. Fate was so unpredictable. Her mother died, her father died, the war dealer died, and she fell in love with a substitute. Now, her fiancé was going to die too. If He Huan dies, then he will be the only Zhen Jin. It will be very difficult to deceive the Empire, but that's something to consider in the future. He's going to die. I didn't kill him, he was killed by a magical beast. ZDI had never thought of a marriage alliance, never thought of marrying Zhen Jin. Now that Zhen Jin was going to die in front of her, she felt relaxed, a kind of release. But the next moment, a gust of wind blew behind her, and the dart whistled sharply, killing the bat monkey in one strike and saving Zhen Jin. ZDI's face was pale as she looked behind her. Just as she expected, the person who saved Zhen Jin, it was the substitute. Chapter 201. The substitute saved Jin Zhan, and then bravely rushed into the camp. He defeated the group of bat monkeys almost single-handedly and saved everyone. With the camp safe, the substitute was warmly welcomed by everyone and treated as a hero. ZDI's heart was heavy apart from the joy of victory. The sudden appearance of Jin Jin multiplied the pressure on her and made her flustered. She had originally planned to treat the substitute as a tool. If she escaped from Confusion Island, she would continue to cooperate with the 100 Needles clan. Because the war dealer was dead, she had no ability to carry out her original plan. But now, after going through so many adventures, ZDI's thoughts on the substitute had changed dramatically. Compared to Zhen Jin, she was more willing to think for the substitute. But the substitute was still a substitute. Relying on her alone, relying on the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, relying on a substitute who did not know the truth, how could she resist the 100 Needles clan? I almost exposed myself. ZDI paced back and forth in the tent with lingering fear in her heart. Everyone in the camp was busy cleaning up the battlefield. Wait a little longer. He must be impatient now and will take the initiative to find me. I have to calm him down first. Sure enough, ZDI's guess was confirmed. The tent was opened and Jin Jin quickly bent over and crawled in. Seeing the purple-eyed girl, Jinjin showed an exaggerated smile and was very enthusiastic. My dear ZDI, you're fine, that's great. I thought you were killed. I was so sad those days. Jinjin stepped forward and opened his arms, wanting to hug ZDI. ZDI's heart was filled with disgust. She immediately took a step back and pretended to look around nervously. Sir, be careful not to be seen. In fact, the two of them were inside the tent, isolated from sight. How could anyone see them? Jinjin's face fell when he was rejected. ZDI quickly pretended to be excited. While explaining, she deliberately flattered, after the shipwreck, I and a group of people were washed to the beach on the other side of the island by the current. Sir, I have been trying to find you these days. We are not fated to die. When I saw you just now, I was so excited that I almost called out your identity. Fortunately, when I saw the look in your eyes, I came back to my senses. After hearing ZDI's words, Jinjin's mood immediately improved. He asked about the strength of the substitute. ZDI shook her head. He's a werbeast, but the memory infusion isn't complete. I found that he can partially shapeshift. As for whether or not there is a stronger combat power, I don't think there is much. She had concealed many things, such as the fact that her substitute could completely transform into a silver spear scorpion. However, ZDI went on to describe some other things in detail. These things were not important, but they successfully won Jinjin's trust. Jinjin couldn't help but reveal a look of disappointment. It seems like he can't beat Zhong Ji. ZDI was about to ask who Zhong Ji was when footsteps came from outside the tent. Someone is coming. ZDI suddenly became nervous and immediately reminded Jinjin. Jinjin could only end his short conversation with ZDI and leave quietly. Bai Y's voice came from outside the tent. Lady ZDI, the wounded have been gathered. Everyone is waiting for you to treat them. ZDI went to check on the wounded and saw the unconscious Fat Tongue among them. The young girl was overjoyed and relieved. This elder of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce had followed ZDI's father for a long time. He was loyal and took good care of ZDI. However, when the shipwreck happened, ZDI tried to find Fat Tongue but couldn't find him. The speed of the ship's water was getting faster and faster. ZDI could only lead a group of people and quickly escape. When ZDI was thinking about what kind of medicine to make, Fat Tongue woke up. He was very excited to see ZDI again. Okay, get up quickly. ZDI had to go forward and pat Fat Tongue's shoulder. Come with me to pay your respects to Lord Jinjin. Jinjin? Lady's fiancé? Fat Tongue moved his hand away with a puzzled expression. ZDI explained, please don't blame me, Fat Tongue. I hid some things from you. This time, I went to White Sand City not only to prepare for the 100 Needles clan. My real intention was to cover up my tracks and escort Lord Jinjin to White Sand City ahead of time. The people the 100 Needles clan arranged for Lord Jinjin met with misfortune halfway. I discussed with Lord Jinjin and felt that it was a malicious obstruction by a competitor. There is a time limit for the City Lord election. If you don't reach the city on time, Lord Jinjin will lose a lot of points. In order to prevent the competitor's conspiracy from succeeding, Master Jinjin used me as a cover and changed his name. He followed me and boarded the Pig's Kiss. So that's how it is. Fat Tongue suddenly understood. ZDI brought Fat Tongue to see the substitute. The substitute was in the campsite and there were many people around him. They surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. ZDI introduced, Lady. This is Fat Tongue, one of the elders of the Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce. This time, we are going to White Sand City, and he will be my assistant. Fat Tongue greets Lady. Fat Tongue quickly bowed to the substitute with a face full of smiles. Seeing this scene, ZDI's heart was in a trance. She couldn't help but imagine, if he really is Jinjin, how good would that be? Unfortunately, he isn't. At this moment, ZDI actually hoped that the war trafficker was still alive. Because of his support, the previous plan to replace Jinjin had a possibility of success. The substitute asked Mu Ban and the others about their experience. The voyage was originally going smoothly, but the ship's disaster suddenly happened. The pig's kiss was directly broken in half, but fortunately, it was very close to the island, so most of us escaped to the shore. We found that the captain was missing, and the chief officer was in charge. Mu Ban told the substitute everything he knew as much as possible. ZDI's heart also calmed down. She found that she wasn't suspected. Although the captain's body was found, the Zhongji had become the scapegoat. At the same time, she also learned about Jinjin's performance during this period. He has always been acting as He Huan, and has never stepped forward. He is clearly a true holy knight, the only heir of the genuine Hundred Needles clan. Such a noble identity should have allowed him to gain support. But he is so cowardly and timid that he has always been pretending. On the contrary, a beastman presided over justice and protected a weak woman. When I saw him before, he was also running away, abandoning his companions who were still fighting in the camp, without the slightest sense of responsibility. Although ZDI had been in contact with Jinjin for a long time and knew his nature, at this moment, she still felt very disappointed. As well as ironic ridicule. The real Jinjin is so cowardly, but the fake Jinjin is a real, impeccable knight. If the two people's identities were switched, how good would that be? Thinking of this, ZDI's mind suddenly had an idea. What if I killed Jinjin? This idea made her thoughts spread quickly. Jinjin is now He Huan, he is dead, and no one knows the truth. The substitute didn't know this secret, he always thought that he was Jinjin. The war trafficker is also dead. I have been on the island for so long, but I haven't seen the sharp diamond. They must have also met with misfortune. I'm afraid that in this world, only I know this secret. If I kill him, this secret will be covered up. We will go to the wilderness continent, which is far away from the Shungming continent. I'm afraid that we won't be able to catch up with the competition for the position of White Sand City Lord. This is actually not bad. As long as they are not in a high position, who would care about the identity of a temple knight? Even if someone checked, it would be more lenient than checking the identity of a city lord. To pretend to be a city lord, I must need the help of a powerful person like the war trafficker. But to pretend to be a knight, maybe I can buy some magic tools and get away with it. Thinking of this, ZDI's heart trembled, she felt fear. The target of fear was not others, but herself. A strong sense of guilt and remorse arose spontaneously. What's wrong with me? Why do I have to murder someone? ZDI had always been law-abiding. She refused the marriage alliance and no longer used the money her father gave her. Even if life was difficult, she did not do anything out of line. After the incident at the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, she endured for a long time. In order to take revenge for her father, she took the risk of taking over the broken Chamber of Commerce. Then, she was involved in the vortex of struggle. The assassination of Spiral Rock and the coercion of Sharp Drill made ZDI have no choice but to choose the marriage alliance with the Hundred Needles family. However, on the Maze Island, the war trafficker came up with an even more vicious scheme, forcing ZDI to cooperate with his scheme. ZDI had no choice but to do so. On the pig's kiss, the war trafficker died, and ZDI's magic contract and marriage contract were invalid. The shipwreck was also not in ZDI's plan. She escaped all the way and struggled to get here, but she was sandwiched between Jinjin and the substitute, suffering. For the first time in her life, she had the idea of murdering her fiancé. Heavens, why would I think like this? No matter how bad Jinjin is, he is still an innocent person. I actually want to kill an innocent person for my own selfish reasons. ZDI, when did I become so vicious? Are you such a vicious woman? ZDI ruthlessly extinguished the thought of committing a crime in her heart. The substitute talked with everyone for a while, but the shipwright did not return. The situation was not right, so the substitute immediately set off to help the shipwright and the others. During the conversation, ZDI understood Zhongji's strength, which made her very worried. Under normal circumstances, the substitute should not be able to stop the half-beast man. But if he turns into a beast, the trouble will be out of control. I have to do my best to help him. Seeing the substitute return the thin sword Silver Lightning to Jinjin, ZDI immediately persuaded the substitute to keep the sword. She also successfully persuaded the substitute to join the substitute's team. After successfully rescuing the shipwright and the others, ZDI and the Sandow mercenary group met again, and also saw how powerful Zhong Ji was. ZDI did not manage to persuade the Sandow mercenary group's people, and tried to recruit Zhong Ji. Zhong Ji was not simple. He saw through Jin's facade and rejected the recruitment. Just a bit more and the substitute would have fought Mang Ji. ZDI was scared out of her wits. In the end, the substitute decided to accept Zhong Ji and the others. This made the girl even more worried. Chapter 202. Zhong Ji and the others returned to the camp with the substitute. Jin was very dissatisfied. He went to ZDI in private and said angrily, he really thinks that he is a holy knight. He even said that he would treat everyone equally. He provoked Zhong Ji and the others just like that. Haha, how stupid. Jin's anger exposed his timidity. ZDI disdained him and persuaded him in a helpless tone, my lord, I didn't explain the situation clearly before. When the memory was instilled in the substitute, there was a very serious problem. We can't refute what the substitute did. This is your authority, sir. There are actually great benefits for him to do this. This is a perfect disguise. Now even Zhong Ji is convinced of his identity. Jin sighs deeply and is finally persuaded to give in. ZDI was also very worried about the substitute's decision. He is too full of the spirit of a knight. If this time he is leading the wolf into the house, it will be terrible. Zhong Ji and the others were settled near the camp. The substitute asked ZDI for medicine and said that he wanted to give it to Zhong Ji and the others. Is this kind of conciliatory strategy really effective? After they recover, they will be even stronger. What if they are unfavorable to us? Should I tamper with the potion? ZDI had such thoughts, but she did not act on her own. According to my understanding of the substitute, he has a firm belief in knights, but he is not a pedantic person. When he accepted Lan Zhao, Huang Zhao, and the others' allegiance, this can be seen. Since he can take the initiative to receive Zhong Ji and the others, it proves that he is confident that he can control the situation. In fact, he has been different since we got rid of the scorpions. Every day and night, he has to keep watch and spend some time alone. Is he familiarizing himself with his beast form? In the oasis, he transformed into a spear scorpion and moved very freely. Is this the result of practice? Or did the warmonger also instill gun scorpion's memory into him, and after training, it became muscle memory, and then finally erased it? In the end, ZDI chose to trust the substitute and gave him the potion. In the name of ZDI's research, the substitute had asked for most of the bat monkey's corpses, but in reality, he had only given her a portion. ZDI was keenly aware of this secret. He secretly kept many bat monkey corpses. What does this have to do with his beastification? She continued to experiment and concocted a smoke drug that could restrain the bat monkeys. With the help of a flame, this potion can create a thick smoke that can suppress the bat monkey's sense of smell. The more you delve into the barbarian race's leather scroll, the more you'll discover its profoundness. Although the use of low-level magic and do-chi was forbidden on Mystique Island, ZDI was still improving. Ever since she had arrived on the island, all kinds of dangerous situations had forced her to put in all her effort to study the content of the barbarian tribe's leather scroll. She seriously lacked the tools to concoct potions, and medicinal herbs were often in a state of shortage. But in order to survive, she had to find ways to overcome these difficulties in reality. Most of the time, she had failed. However, after a lot of practice, whether it was a failure or a success, her understanding of the barbarian race's leather scroll was more than 10 times deeper than before. She was no longer limited to the potion formulas of the barbarian race when they were tired. Instead, she constantly innovated and mastered a lot of pharmacology hidden behind the formulas. What ZDI didn't expect was that she would use the smoke drug the next day. While the substitute, Zhong Ji, and the others were out cutting wood, the blue dog fox wolf led the bat monkeys to attack the camp again. The substitute, Zhong Ji, and the others were temporarily held back by the beasts dispatched by the blue dog fox wolf. The bat monkeys had already rushed into the camp. ZDI, Kang Shu, and the others could only resist and try their best to save themselves. Use these potions. At the critical moment, ZDI took out a large amount of smoke drug. The drug played its role. The bat monkeys were restrained by the smoke and their attacks were stagnant. Winning the critical time, the substitute, Zhong Ji, and the others quickly eliminated the beasts that were blocking them and returned to the camp to kill. The beasts collapsed. The substitute heard strange cries and found the culprit behind the beasts. After he made the suggestion, he set off with Zhong Ji and went deep into the forest to chase the fleeing beasts in an attempt to eliminate the real culprit. ZDI and the others cleaned up the battlefield and waited in the camp. The substitute and Zhong Ji had not returned. After a long time, Jinjin once again sneaked into ZDI's tent, his face full of panic and anger. Oh no, Zhong Ji has returned, but the substitute is still missing. Zhong Ji is injured, but he brought back the corpse of a magical beast, like a giant python. ZDI's heart suddenly thumped. She was worried, but she had to calm Jinjin down. I have confidence in the substitute. He is not weak and won't be easily killed by a magical beast. But he might have been killed by Zhong Ji. Jinjin frowned and became more and more frantic. If he doesn't die this time and returns smoothly, we can't let him act on his own like this anymore. Who does he think he is? He went deep into the forest alone. This kind of risk is too stupid. We have to make good use of him and let him protect our safety. We have to make full use of his value. ZDI tried to hide the disdain in her heart. She could hear that Jinjin's anger came from fear. However, if Jinjin really wanted to come up with a solution, he couldn't do it. ZDI said, to be honest, I just hope that the substitute can return safely. I'm already thankful. Jinjin sighed again. Sigh, I think so too. ZDI, if the substitute was really killed by Zhong Ji, what should we do? Jinjin's face paled and he sighed. That would be terrible. Now we have to confirm the situation. We have to find Zhong Ji and question him. ZDI saw that Jinjin was indecisive and could only speak her thoughts. Go find Zhong Ji now? Jinjin hesitated. ZDI tried to persuade him. If the substitute dies, Zhong Ji will definitely do something to us. He is injured now and is likely to be stalling for time. When he recovers, he will have a higher chance of success. We have to go and spy on him. If the substitute is not dead and is only in a dangerous situation, we have to immediately organize people to rescue him. Without the substitute, we can't resist Zhong Ji. Jinjin gritted his teeth and reluctantly nodded. Then we will gather everyone and question him together. No. ZDI shook her head. If there are too many people, it will make us look weak. Once a conflict breaks out, it will be difficult to control the situation. And even if we gather everyone, we are no match for Zhong Ji and the others. This time, quality is more important than quantity. In the end, ZDI chose Lan Zhao, He Huan, and a few others to take the initiative to find Zhong Ji and question him. Zhong Ji said frankly, I didn't meet Lord Jinjin along the way. Not long after I chased him, I was blocked by a python-like magical beast. I fought with it for a long time before I got rid of it. Then you don't want to go after the real culprit. You abandoned your comrade, Zhong Ji. ZDI's attitude was firm and her expression was angry. Her heart was filled with worry for the substitute. Zhong Ji was pushed back by these words and snorted unhappily. But he also knew that he was in the wrong and in the end, he gave the corpse of the magical beast to ZDI and the others. The sun set in the west and it was evening. Evening had passed and night had fallen. The waiting time was so long that ZDI fell into torment. If he dies in the forest, what should I do? No, he won't die, he definitely won't. Calm down, ZDI. Since he has the confidence to chase after the group of beasts, his strength must be able to deal with the possible dangers. However, Zhong Ji's injuries and the corpse of the crocodile-head hammertail centipede that he brought back told the girl about the terror and danger of this island. My God, I beg you to bless him and let him return safely. Great Holy Lord, although he is not a true holy knight, he definitely has the indisputable spirit of a knight. I beg you to look after him. The girl prayed to God. She secretly swore, if he comes back this time, I will tell him the truth. She also began to question fate. She could not help but think of that divination. Is this my fate? Is there no night in my fate? Am I destined to be miserable for the rest of my life? Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, good news finally came: the substitute had returned. Seeing the substitute again, ZDI's eyes were almost filled with tears. The substitute brought back the corpse of the blue dog fox wolf, which made her tremble in fear and feel proud. He eliminated another evil wolf. No wonder he came back so late. Because of the seriousness of the situation, the substitute gathered everyone to discuss after returning to the camp. ZDI defended the substitute. No, Lord Shinjin did the right thing. It was such a long journey. How could my lord carry a heavy corpse of a wolf and travel such a long distance in the forest in the middle of the night? My lord, you have dealt with the threat of the camp by yourself. You have already done very well. The most important thing is that you can return safely, the girl added in her heart. The substitute looked at the girl's beautiful amethyst-like eyes and smiled slightly. He reached out and held ZDI's hand that was placed on the table. ZDI's cold hand was held, and she immediately felt a wave of warmth. Her anxious heart seemed to have calmed down in an instant. Oh no, Jinjin is right next to me. Immediately, ZDI realized that something was wrong and subconsciously withdrew her hand. But in the end, she did not withdraw her hand and let Shinjin hold it. This warm and reliable feeling made her reluctant to part with it. Chapter 203. Based on the important information brought back by the substitute, everyone discussed for a while how to deal with the blue dog fox wolf. Everyone dispersed, and Jinjin quietly slipped into ZDI's tent again. He was full of anger. During the meeting, the substitute had openly held his fiancée's hand. This made Jinjin very angry. When he saw ZDI again, he immediately asked, "Tell me the truth. My beautiful and lovely fiancé, the substitute didn't touch you, did he?" ZDI couldn't help but think of the scene in the oasis when he took drugs for her. But on the surface, the girl shook her head and denied it. She also reminded Jinjin that the most important thing right now was the blue dog fox wolf. Of course I have to care about that, but I also have to care about my fiancé. Especially when another man personally held my fiancé's hand in front of me. I haven't even held your hand. With that, Jinjin reached out to grab ZDI's hand. Before ZDI had time to think, her body reacted first. She quickly retracted her hand, and Jinjin grabbed empty air. Jinjin was about to fly into a rage when the substitute's voice came from outside the tent. ZDI, are you asleep? ZDI suddenly became very nervous. If the substitute found out that another man was hiding in her tent, what would he think? ZDI really didn't want the substitute to misunderstand her, even though she and Jinjin were actually engaged. ZDI quickly opened her mouth and silently motioned to Jinjin. Jinjin quickly hid in a dark corner of the tent. The substitute entered the tent and found ZDI nervous and anxious. He mistakenly thought that she was frightened by the blue dog fox wolf. The substitute sighed and pulled ZDI into his arms. ZDI's heart suddenly trembled. Oh no, Jinjin is still hiding here. He will definitely see me. But in the end, the girl didn't resist. The warmth and reliability in her substitute's embrace was even stronger than when she had held her hand. ZDI felt blissful in the arms of her body double. Are you scared? The double comforted him softly. With my lord here, I'm not afraid, ZDI said softly. At this moment, the girl threw her fiancé, Jinjin, who was still in the tent, to the back of her mind. She was willing to indulge in the embrace of happiness. Yes, I will always be by your side. The first blue dog fox wolf died at my feet, and so did the second one. The third, the fourth, even if there are more, as long as I'm here, I won't let them hurt you. I promise you. Jinjin comforted. ZDI raised her head in Jinjin's arms. Lord Jinjin, I believe in you. But at this moment, ZDI felt a strange hardness. Her heartbeat quickened, and the intense shyness made her body tense up subconsciously. Oh, right. I came to find you this time mainly because of some blood. The double smiled at ZDI. I need you to do it secretly. Don't tell anyone before there's a result. ZDI's whole body was hot, and her heart was beating like a little rabbit. She heard vaguely, "My lord, what do you want to do?" A terrifying conjecture surfaced in her mind. Could it be that he wants to, oh my God. He's a man who went deep into the forest, experienced the test of life and death, and killed the blue dog fox wolf with difficulty. He needs to calm down, and he does need some to vent. But, no, it's too soon. I don't have enough time to accept it. Wait, Jinjin, he's still hiding here. If I really do this, he will definitely not be able to hold back and jump out. At that time, he will be so angry that he will speak without thinking, and the secret will be exposed. I must stop this from happening. My lord, you're having a nosebleed. ZDI's eyes lit up, and she seized the opportunity to change the topic, breaking the dangerous atmosphere in the tent. The double also felt the blood flowing, and he was extremely embarrassed. Listen to me, ZDI, it's not what you think. After a conversation, the double finally explained the real purpose of his visit. ZDI exhaled a turbid breath, and a sense of loss inevitably surged from the bottom of her heart. After the double left, Jinjin immediately jumped out and pointed at ZDI, his whole body trembling. You just said that he didn't do anything to you. Tell me the truth, don't hide it from me. ZDI was already mentally prepared. She had already considered Jinjin's behavior when she was held in the double's arms. I'm telling the truth. ZDI's face was full of nervousness, and there was also a sense of being wronged. My lord, how can you not believe me? How do you want me to believe you? You just threw yourself at another man in front of my eyes. Jinjin roared. After being reminded by Jinjin, ZDI once again recalled the scene of her being hugged by the double. It seemed that the warmth of the double's embrace still lingered on her body. The girl's heart couldn't help but race again. But on the surface, she lowered her voice and deliberately intimidated Jinjin. Lower your voice. Do you want him to hear you? He has a silver cultivation, and his hearing is more sensitive than ours. Frightened by her, Jinjin immediately lowered his voice, and immediately felt even more humiliated. Seeing Hei Huan in front of her wanting to shout and vent his anger, but not daring to, ZDI felt disdain in her heart, but at the same time, she felt a sense of satisfaction from revenge. She continued to intimidate Jinjin. If he finds out that he's a fake, what do you think he'll do? My lord, do you think he'll accept the truth? Or will he kill you and replace you after discovering your identity? Jinjin was completely frightened. ZDI's tone then softened, and she tried her best to successfully appease him. After perfunctorily brushing Jinjin off, ZDI sighed deeply, feeling exhausted. How can I prevent this from happening again? If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid Jinjin will explode. Reason told ZDI to restrain her actions. But her feelings made ZDI unable to refuse the double's every initiative. ZDI was distressed by this. With dealing with the blue dog fox wolf and the magical beast army as the background, Zhong Ji openly challenged the double's leadership position. A competition for information began between Zhong Ji and the double. Zhong Ji led all the way, but the double suddenly took out a complete map. The information marked on the map completely surpassed that of Zhong Ji and the others. Jinjin felt uneasy about this, but ZDI comforted him again. In the defensive battle of the camp, the magical beast army attacked fiercely under the command of the two blue dog fox wolf. In the end, the camp was burned down, but the magical beast army also suffered heavy casualties and took the initiative to retreat. The raging fire lit up the night, and the thick smoke obscured ZDI's sense of smell. She could not smell the double. Although she and the others had safely left the battlefield, she felt lonely and worried about the double's condition. The double appeared, covered in blood. ZDI's nervous heart had just been relieved, but it was raised again. Looking at the double, ZDI knew that he was seriously injured. But under such circumstances, the double still proposed to go after the magical beast army. It's too dangerous. Although ZDI knew that the double's proposal was right, her feelings made her stop the double for the first time. But the double was very firm and called for everyone. In the end, Lan Zhao, Zhong Ji, and Sandao responded. Before leaving, the double took ZDI into his arms again. Once again, ZDI threw the matter of the golden needle to the back of her mind. She strongly hoped that time would stop at this moment. The military situation was urgent, and the double resolutely left. ZDI was extremely worried, but Zhenjin quietly found her again at this time. I don't want to see you throw yourself at him again. You know what I mean. Zhenjin warned ZDI very sternly. ZDI was angry. Sir, please don't use such words. I have never thrown myself at him. I know, but you've never refused. Sir, if I hide, won't it be too suspicious? ZDI retorted. How do you want me to deal with it so that we can continue with our plan? Please teach me. After ZDI's persuasion and comfort, Zhenjin finally calmed down. I forgot myself. You're right. He's just a tool. A very useful tool. But unfortunately, he probably won't be able to come back this time. ZDI was taken aback. Then, she revealed a sad and worried expression. She was so worried that she couldn't hide her true feelings. Zhenjin's gaze was focused on her face. What are you thinking? My fiancé, are you worried about him? Worried about a double, a chess piece? ZDI was furious. At this moment, she wanted to refute loudly. He's not a chess piece. He's a knight, a real knight. He's much more outstanding than you. He's brave and far-sighted. He's not afraid to sacrifice himself. He's now risking his life for us. ZDI struggled to stop herself from venting her anger. She forced herself to glare at him, trying to make the true feelings on her face disappear. Sir, what's wrong with you? Am I wrong to be worried about him? If he dies, all our previous investments will go down the drain. It will also have a great impact on our future. After all, he's a silver knight, and you're only a black iron knight. A strong sense of shame and anger suddenly rushed to Zhenjin's head. He couldn't help but stare at ZDI. I'll become a silver knight sooner or later. In fact, ZDI was already regretting her words the moment she said them. She realized that she still couldn't control her anger, so she used a more tactful way to mock Zhenjin. She quickly tried to salvage the situation. Sir, your talent is obvious. Being a gold knight is definitely not your end. I'm sorry, I'm just nervous. If the double dies, how can we guarantee our safety? How can we escape from here? Sure enough, as she expected, once Zhenjin's attention was drawn to his own safety, he immediately lost the mood to argue with ZDI. Time always felt incomparably long while waiting anxiously. The triumphant return of the double and the others made ZDI overjoyed. She couldn't help but run out of the tent. She ran all the way, panting as she came to the double. He's still alive. That's great, he's back. The young girl thanked the heavens. Her thoughts and worries almost turned into tears at this moment. Sir. She almost took the initiative to run to the double and take the initiative to hug him. But in an instant, she thought of Zhenjin. Zhenjin must be watching. She could only clench her teeth and endure with difficulty. She let the emotions in her heart surge like a tide, constantly crashing against the dam in her heart. Chapter 204. ZDI quietly lifted the flap of the tent and went in. The tent was tight and dark. The double was lying down and had already fallen into a deep sleep. ZDI softly called out "Sir" a few times, but the double did not respond at all and slept like a log. ZDI sighed in her heart. He fought fiercely last night and ventured deep into the forest to hunt down the remaining magical beast army, completely draining his strength and energy. He really couldn't hold on, so he fell into a deep sleep as soon as he came back. But it's too reckless to not treat the wound. ZDI carefully came to the double's side and half knelt on the ground. Her fingers trembled slightly as she slowly reached for the double's clothes. By the time ZDI began to take off the double's clothes, her movements had become stable. She kept encouraging herself in her heart. ZDI, muster up your courage, you can do it. He can risk his life to hunt you down, can't you do this? Anyway, you've already done it once before, in the cave where we encountered the brown monkey bear. It's not the first time, but we have to do it as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the greater the possibility of being discovered. In particular, we can't be discovered by Zhenjin, or the consequences will be unimaginable. After a while, ZDI's face was full of sweat and she was panting. The double fell into the deepest sleep, and the whole body was dead. ZDI found it very difficult to move it. At the same time, she felt a kind of happiness and excitement from the bottom of her heart, as well as a trace of excitement that ZDI might not be able to detect. It was the excitement of secretly doing things behind Junjin's back. Her. ZDI was very surprised after thoroughly examining the double's body. There was no injury on the double's body. Although the surface was bloody and looked very frightening, in fact, his physical condition was very good. ZDI blinked repeatedly and was stunned on the spot. She suddenly thought of last night, when the double refused her treatment on the grounds that time was pressing. She immediately called everyone and led Zhong Ji and the others to hunt him down. Could it be that he's not injured? Indeed, according to what the others said, he didn't sustain any obvious injuries during the fight. After that, the camp was set ablaze, but no one saw the scene of his battle. If that's the case, after he shapeshifted, his battle prowess was so powerful that he was unscathed. But this obviously doesn't conform to common sense, so he made such a disguise. "Mph, you tricked me." ZDI gritted her teeth and felt completely relieved. Looking at the body double who was still sleeping soundly, ZDI suddenly had the urge to bite his cheek. "So, you are brave and resourceful. You've always been confident. That's why you went after the Blue Wolf and the Magical Beast Army. You called for others to go with you. Actually, it was more to get rid of the suspicion on yourself, right? After all, if you do it alone, people will be very suspicious. You made me so worried, you bad guy." ZDI's fingers brushed across the body double's exposed chest. She bit her lip and finally couldn't resist the itch in her heart. She suddenly bent down and leaned close to the body double's face. But in the end, she didn't bite him. Instead, she kissed him lightly. After doing this, she felt as if her whole body was burning. "What's wrong with me?" She subconsciously covered her cheek and felt hot steam coming out of her ears and nose. Her heart beat wildly. Excitement and happiness hit her, causing her head to fall into a wonderful and slightly dizzy feeling. It wasn't until she left the body double's tent and was blown by the evening wind that she gradually woke up. Did I fasten the buttons on his clothes? ZDI realized that she had no memory of this at all. During that period of time, her emotions were too turbulent. She wanted to confirm it, but at this time, someone approached. "I should have fastened it for him." ZDI hesitated for a moment. She felt guilty like a thief and hurriedly left with her head lowered. At night, the bonfire burned. Everyone ate dinner while discussing the body double with great enthusiasm. The most talked about was no longer the temple knights, but the divine knights. Kang Shu speculated, "Actually, it's not strange. The Lord Zhen Jin himself is an excellent cultivator. His talent is outstanding. He has a noble bloodline and is a temple knight. He has dedicated all his faith to the Shungming Emperor. These already make him 1 in a million. But what's more valuable is that he has always adhered to the way of the knights. He helps the weak, punishes the evil, promotes the good, and takes care of the weak. Even if he has to sacrifice himself, he doesn't violate the principles of the temple knights. He is brave and fearless, fair and just. He is willing to accept anyone and everyone as his companions. From this, you can see his broad mind, as well as his compassionate and benevolent nature. Isn't it natural for such a person to be favored by God?" Then, Kang Shu mentioned the general trend of the Empire's invasion of the wilderness continent. From the political situation, he analyzed that the divine knights were bound to appear. ZDI listened at the side and felt strange. The double was clearly a beastman, but in the end, he was bragged to be a divine knight. This was ridiculous. But Kang Shu's words, as long as one didn't know the truth, would basically think, "Hey, it's very reasonable." ZDI was both happy and worried. What made her happy was that her substitute had gained more recognition and popularity from everyone. She was worried that once the truth was exposed, the psychological gap between them would be even greater than before. At that time, it would be hard to predict how they would react. The double woke up and came out of the tent. ZDI shrunk her head guiltily, but the double's natural behavior made her gradually relax. She thought to herself, it seems that I did fasten his clothes, but I forgot. He shouldn't have noticed that I came to his tent. The double came to the crowd and was warmly praised by everyone. But the double chose to go to the side of Zhong Ji, San Dao, and Lan Zhao and personally led the crowd to cheer their names. The crowd was excited and cheered along with the double. The atmosphere was as warm as a bonfire. ZDI stared at the double who was waving his arms and cheering in the crowd, her heart swaying. He is a real knight, and also an absolutely excellent leader. The next day, everyone dissected the blue dog fox wolf's corpse. If this wolf's corpse is not very valuable, I want to use it as a sacrifice to my lord, the great Shengming Emperor. After the double dissected the wolf, he proposed to take the wolf's corpse. The atmosphere in the tent immediately became solemn. Of course, Kang Shu was the first to respond. Zhong Ji also agreed, Paladin, this was originally your spoils of war. ZDI's heart suddenly moved. She remembered that the double had asked her for bear blood, secretly embezzled the bat monkey's corpse, and then asked Zhong Ji and the others for bear meat. Now it's a wolf's corpse. Wait, could it be that only when the double eats a part of a magical beast can he have the corresponding ability to transform into a beast? Is this a kind of growth or a kind of stimulation? To stimulate the ability that he originally had. He is the war trafficker's proudest work, and these man-made magical beasts were also made by the war trafficker. Maybe the war trafficker concentrated all the beast transformations on him. After being stimulated, his ability will be stimulated. Back then, he had a fierce battle with the monkey-tail brown bear, and in the end, he did not transform into a beast. However, when facing the blade spiders, he could not transform into the sharp claws of the monkey-tail brown bear. Maybe. I once instilled the bear's blood into him in the cave. He analyzed all of this. No wonder after leaving the cave, he repeatedly asked me about the situation at that time. Thoughts flooded her mind. ZDI did not hesitate to support the double's decision. We were able to survive and win, thanks to the protection of the Shengming Emperor. We should indeed sacrifice to him. Under the lead of the double, the exploration team left the forest and rushed to the beach where the main force was. Along the way, they passed through the territories of countless groups of beasts. These blade spiders, monkey-tail brown bears, and so on had all mysteriously disappeared. Most of the people in the team were guessing that there should be a magical beast army led by the blue dog fox wolf around. It was constantly tailing them and taking in the wild groups of beasts. Only ZDI gradually guessed the truth. It's you, right, double? If it's the magical beast army, its scale is gradually increasing. It's impossible that we didn't notice any traces of it when we increased the number of scouts. Every night, you have to patrol at night and go out alone. It was you who secretly solved these obstacles and allowed us to collect the spider webs without any damage. It was you who eliminated all the monkey-tail brown bears and turned into a bear claw to secretly mine. You have taken on too much, and the secret sacrifice is beyond the imagination of others. All of us have benefited because of you, but most of us don't know it. ZDI felt bitter and wronged for the double, but she also felt admiration and pride for it. Under the lead of the double, although the exploration team was under pressure and trekking was difficult, there were few casualties, and the overall journey was very smooth. They collected a lot of supplies along the way and gradually moved from the forest to the rainforest. Shisuo surrendered to the double and gave up making things difficult for Zhong Ji. Maneji also submitted for the time being. The entire exploration team was harmonious as if they were one. The hidden worries in ZDI's heart never decreased, but accumulated with time. I'm Zhen Jin, he's an imposter. ZDI, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly heard He Huan's shout from outside the tent. No. ZDI quickly got up and ran out. She saw the double surrounded by people and tied to a cross. A large amount of dry wood had been piled up around it. Stop! ZDI shouted. But the next moment, He Huan smiled cruelly and threw the torch in his hand. The torch fell and immediately ignited the dry wood. A raging fire burned. The double shouted, telling ZDI to run. ZDI subconsciously ran into the fire, and the flames around her were extinguished. The crowd was stunned. Then, frost spread out from ZDI's shadow, and a broken body slowly rose. Father. ZDI was shocked. My daughter. I'm sorry, father is here to protect you. ZDI's dead father rushed to the crowd. Everyone was shocked and angry. Hei Huan pointed at ZDI and screamed, "Undead. You're a necromancer, quick, kill her, burn her." ZDI's father was quickly cut down by the crowd and cut into 8 pieces. The flames also burned vigorously again, burning ZDI, her robe and hair. In despair, ZDI finally ran to the double's side. She hugged him, and the double kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, I'm not your knight, I'm sorry." Then the double changed. He turned into a bear, with a bear head, bear claws, and bat wings. Hei Huan laughed. "Did you see that? Now believe me, he's not the divine knight, he's just a monster." "No, he's not." ZDI was angry and frightened, and she refuted at the top of her voice. But everyone was roaring, "Burn him to death, burn him to death. He was the one who attracted the beasts. Burn this group of bastards." We were all fooled by them. In the flames, the double shed tears. He was very disappointed. "So I'm really a monster, not Shinjin." ZDI, why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? No. No. ZDI woke up with a start and sat up abruptly. The light in the tent was dim, and the camp was quiet. "I'm having the same nightmare again." ZDI gasped for a long time, and her heartbeat gradually calmed down. "I shouldn't run away anymore. I should tell the double the truth. Besides, I have to do something for him." ZDI found a tube of medicine from her bag. The medicine was viscous and black, and if one looked carefully during the shaking process, one could see a touch of evil red in the black oil. What she got from the war traffickers was not only the double. This tube of medicine was also one of them. Seeing this tube of medicine, ZDI hesitated again. She had hesitated many times because of this. But this time, she finally made up her mind. "Compared to you, the others are not important, right?" Chapter 205. ZDI knew about the substitute's secret and was also worried about it. The difference between a beast transformation and a divine knight was too big. Once the secret was exposed, it would definitely cause an uproar, and everyone's reaction would be unpredictable. And there's also Zhenjin. He also knows about this secret. It had to be said that the addition of Zhenjin made ZDI feel a lot of pressure. Keeping the secret and bearing the burden of this worry made both the substitute and ZDI feel even more tormented. Finally, ZDI made up her mind and used the beast transformation medicine given to her by the war dealer. ZDI diluted the medicine and secretly put it into the food and water reserves. At first, when everyone ate the food and water, they didn't feel anything strange. But as they ate more and more, the toxins in their bodies accumulated. Members of the team started to fall sick. At first, no one paid much attention. But as time passed, more and more people fell sick, and the symptoms were very similar. Even the shipwright fell sick. Cough, cough, cough. The shipwright lay on the grass bed. His face was flushed, his breath was weak, his skin was swollen, and everything he saw was a blur. "I'm sorry, everyone, I've caused you trouble," the shipwright said weakly. "Rest well, don't think too much. As long as I'm here, I won't give up on anyone." The substitute tried to comfort the shipwright. Then, he slowly left the tent with ZDI and the others. "How is it?" Hei Huan, Zhenjin, immediately asked. "We can't afford to lose the shipwright." "What kind of illness did he have?" ZDI shook her head and sighed. "How many times have I told you, I'm just a pharmacist specializing in perfumes, not a doctor. I can't find the cause of the illness. This shouldn't be poison, nor is it magic corrosion, it's just an illness. If it was a normal case, I would have some confidence. But this illness is probably related to the environment here. I can't do anything about it," Zhong Ji said in a low voice. "The shipwright isn't the only one with this illness, there are a few others. I suspect it's an infectious disease." Everyone's expression changed slightly. Infectious disease. The substitute's expression was solemn as he sighed inwardly. Although the symptoms of these sick people vary in severity, they are all very similar. "Should we give up on these people?" San Dao asked his substitute. "Give up?" Hei Huan, Zhenjin, shook his head. "Without a shipwright, how are we going to build a ship?" I'm too lacking in tools. ZDI complained to her substitute, I can't use magic, and my potion-making methods and skills are very limited. Now, I can only concoct some simple herbs to alleviate their pain. No one doubted ZDI. These signs of illness were actually the result of the animal transformation medicine entering the body and transforming the human body. Because the body constitution of shipwrights was relatively weak, even though ZDI had diluted the potion and had taken it multiple times, their bodies were still unable to withstand it. However, although ZDI looked helpless on the surface, she wasn't worried at all. Everything was under her control. Over the past few days, she had already concocted an antidote for this beastification medicine. She would dissolve this antidote in other potions and give it to some people who couldn't take it anymore. In this way, she could save their lives. The infectious disease became more and more serious, and more people fell sick. Zhong Ji, He Huan, Zhen Jin, Kang Shu and the others began to advocate abandoning these patients, but the substitute insisted on staying and protecting these companions. He even continued to visit the patients every day, doing his best to encourage them. Only ZDI supported the substitute, but on the surface, she still used a tactful tone to persuade the substitute, try not to visit these patients, it would be terrible if they were infected. The substitute didn't listen to this advice. The disease subsided. In fact, it was the animal transformation medicine that took effect, and ZDI stopped this conspiracy in time. Some of them had strong physiques, which offset the effect of the medicine. Some of them were too weak, and ZDI secretly used the antidote to save their lives. As long as I spread this medicine, it will trigger many of them to suddenly become beastified. But after becoming beastified, these people will lose their minds and go crazy. After a period of time, they will suddenly die on the spot. I hope I won't use this medicine. ZDI didn't want to target these people. She only did this to cover for the substitute. Once the secret of the substitute's beastification was exposed, she could use the medicine to make some other people become beastified, thus making the substitute innocent. Then, she would take the opportunity to blame all the crimes on the island's environment. After leaving the humid and stuffy jungle, the group trekked all the way and finally arrived at the beach. Moving on the beach, the group's speed was much faster because there were no trees and vines blocking the way. But the good times didn't last long. The weather gradually became abnormal, and the heavy rain continued. In order to avoid the wood of the ship being soaked, the group had to return to the rainforest and use the trees and vegetation to shelter from the rain. After setting up camp, ZDI took advantage of the night and secretly went to the substitute's tent. Sir, this is the medicine I made. It is made with a poisonous mushroom as the main ingredient. The medicine is slightly poisonous, but it can boost the spirit, especially to dispel the cold and increase the taste. In fact, this was the antidote. Although the substitute's physique was very strong, after eating the food and water, there was also a lot of beastification medicine in his body. The substitute didn't suspect anything, and his eyes lit up. Can you make more? Can you promote it to everyone? ZDI shook her head. Only people with strong physiques can ignore this poison. At least the life level of black iron. Thank you, ZDI. Zhen Jin said gently. ZDI replied with a sweet smile. The whole plan was carried out very smoothly. Except for the girl, no one knew this secret. But there were accidents. Zhen Jin found ZDI and questioned her. That night, someone saw you secretly go to the substitute's tent. What were you doing? ZDI hurriedly explained. Zhen Jin looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. My fiancé, there's something wrong with you. Zhen Jin shook his head. You only need to know that I am Zhen Jin. That one is just an imposter. When he's no longer useful, he'll welcome death. This damn island is not the whole world. Remember, you're ZDI, the president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, and my fiancé. ZDI's eyes widened. I know. Lord Zhen Jin, what are you suspecting me of? You're on your own. Zhen Jin's face was cold as he quietly retreated. Did you notice? But I still have to spare your life. ZDI's eyes flashed with a dark light. Zhen Jin also ate the food and water, but ZDI secretly gave him the antidote. The team continued forward, and they finally arrived at the first camp, but there was no one there. After reading the letter left behind, they came to the small valley and finally met up with the rest of the team. The substitute led the team and forcefully took over the leadership. After that, they successfully dealt with the threat of the underground sandworms and completely consolidated their authority. YA and the others dismantled half of the Pig's Kiss, and the shipwright designed a new ship. They cleared out the beasts and began to build the ship. How much do we lack in supplies? The substitute broke the silence and asked. The shipwright replied, it's mainly nails. We need a lot of iron, and that's the biggest problem. Don't we have enough ores? The substitute was puzzled. He was afraid of this at the time, so he turned into a monkey-tail brown bear and kept mining. Now, most of the ores in their hands were dug by the substitute alone. ZDI replied, we have to thank those monkey-tail brown bears. We have enough ores. But to extract the iron from the ores, we're currently using the method of dissolving the ores. We don't have enough for that. She looked at the substitute with a smile in her eyes, but the substitute did not notice it. The shipwright said that it would take at least half a year to build the ship. Jinjin was also not satisfied with the time. The substitute was also disappointed. Half a year had passed, and the position of Baisha City's lord was probably already decided. ZDI sighed helplessly in her heart. In the beginning, she wanted to get rid of the captain of the Pig's Kiss in order to buy time. But she did not expect that there would be a shipwreck and they would end up on the island of confusion, so the time was even longer. And at that time, when ZDI landed, her mind was full of finding the alchemy factory and inheriting the legacy of the war traffickers. Everyone worked together and the progress of the ship was rapid. Jinjin finally had the opportunity to peek at the substitute's beast transformation. He fled back to the small valley in a panic and asked ZDI for help. Now, only you can help me. ZDI's heart thumped. Has this day finally come? Fortunately, I've already arranged it properly. If it doesn't work, we can only sacrifice some people. But on the surface, she stared at Jinjin in disbelief. Sir, how can you do this? You're taking too much of a risk, there's no need. What we need to do now is to escape from here with all our strength. Jinjin was very frightened and wanted to clear his suspicion and dispel the substitute's intention to get rid of him. He used the letter that recorded the truth to threaten ZDI. ZDI looked threatened on the surface and calmed Jinjin, but in her heart, she had already chosen to help him. Because she knew very well, if the secret is exposed, the disadvantages will far outweigh the advantages. Her beast transformation potion is only a remedy. Jinjin was full of fear. He questioned ZDI, don't tell me you've fallen in love with him? ZDI was hit and quickly denied, Sir, what are you thinking in your mind? I've fallen in love with him. A substitute. A werbeast. This time, Jinjin was not easily frightened. The fear stimulated his mind to be clearer than usual. Yes, it's ridiculous. Falling in love with a substitute, falling in love with a werbeast. This is really too unwise. It's definitely not something a president of the Chamber of Commerce should do. But love, this kind of thing, it's really hard to say. When love gets to the head, even the most rational person in the world will become a hopeless fool. It's very dangerous. ZDI, your current behavior makes me feel that you're in great danger now. I hope you can see the reality clearly. Even if you fall in love with him, there will only be a tragedy between the two of you. Think about it, when he finds out the truth, when he finds out that he's not a holy knight at all, but a lowly substitute, when he finds out that the person he loves the most, who he always thought was his fiancée, is actually the person who deceived him the most. What will he do? What will he think of you? These words were like a sharp arrow, shooting into the deepest part of ZDI's heart. She couldn't help but stop breathing. At this moment, she suddenly realized that what she was most afraid of was not the exposure of the substitute's secret. Instead, she was worried about how the substitute would view her once the truth was exposed. She knew that in the substitute's heart, she was a perfect fiancée, considerate, sincere, and supportive. If the truth was exposed, how disappointed would the substitute be? How would she face him? The substitute was a real knight, but what about her? In the conspiracy of the war traffickers, she was an accomplice. Jinjin was her disguise. she killed the captain, she indirectly caused the shipwreck, and she was the one who drugged the beast transformation drug. What will he think of the real me? This question made the girl extremely weak, and the courage in her heart was blown away. You're a knight, but I'm actually not your princess. P.S. There will be more tomorrow. Chapter 206. In order to cover for Zhenjin, ZDI used an urgent military situation as an excuse to gather the higher-ups for a discussion. The double returned. Under ZDI's cover, the double was deceived and still thought that he had not been exposed. However, that night, the double was awakened by his nightmares several times in a row. He realized that everything seemed to have not changed. But in fact, he could no longer go back. The double was depressed, but he still had to pretend to be calm. It was this calmness on the surface that made ZDI empathize even more. She could feel the heavy pressure and pain in the substitute's heart. Fat Tongue took the initiative to find the double and tell him that ZDI's birthday was coming. When the double began to prepare the birthday party for ZDI, ZDI immediately noticed. Although ZDI was happy, she was also worried. The pressure in her heart was no less than the double's, so she was not in the mood to celebrate. ZDI strongly opposed the birthday party with a firm attitude. Perhaps, I should not continue to hide it. I should have told him everything. No matter what he thinks of me, he should know the truth. This idea frequently appeared in ZDI's mind, but every time, she did not have enough courage to really carry it out. She could not say it. Perhaps, I need the right time. On the night of ZDI's birthday, the double unexpectedly came to ZDI's residence alone. He brought a bowl of fire poison bee honey. Thank you. ZDI was very moved. Although there is no rainbow cake now, I have tasted it. The honey is also very sweet. The double said. ZDI's expression changed. Sir, you ate the honey? It is poisonous. Ah, I don't feel poisoned. Maybe Sir tasted it less. It contains the essence of fire poison. If the dosage is increased, even a gold level will be injured. ZDI quickly said, and then a self-blaming expression appeared on her face. It is my fault. I did not tell you the latest research results. I remember that there are no beehives around the valley. Sir, it is too dangerous for you to go on an expedition alone, even with the oil smoke potion. I'm willing to take the risk for you, the substitute blurted out. Looking at the knight in front of her, ZDI's heart raced. The wonderful feeling of being loved filled her heart. She looked deeply into Zhenjin's eyes and said softly, "Thank you." The substitute shook his head and looked at the bowl of honey, feeling a little discouraged. ZDI rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Thank you for the cake." Cake? Yes, such a big cake made with non-toxic honey. Didn't you see it? ZDI let go of the substitute's hand and drew a cake shape in the air with her hands in front of her chest. The double couldn't help but laugh. Following ZDI's words, she said, "Oh, of course I saw it. The cake is very big and has several layers. It looks a bit like a rainbow cake." "No, it only has one layer." ZDI shook her head. "It doesn't look like a rainbow cake at all. It's sweeter than rainbow cake." The two of them began to dip their fingers into the cake and fed it to each other. So sweet. So delicious. The substitute's breathing became heavy and ZDI's face flushed red. The two of them approached each other until there was only a fist's distance between them. The atmosphere in the cave became charming and gentle. ZDI shouted in her heart, Now, say it. Tell him everything. Tell him everything. You shouldn't hide it from him." Love brought courage and impulse. But just as she was about to speak, the substitute said, "ZDI, there's something." ZDI was stunned and immediately understood what the substitute wanted to say. Heavens! He wants to tell me the secret of his beast transformation. In an instant, the happiness of being trusted by the person she loved swept through her heart like a tide. She knew very well how much risk the substitute had taken to tell her this secret, and how much trust the substitute had placed in her. At this moment, she realized that this was the moment she had been waiting for. After the substitute finished speaking, she would follow his words and tell him the truth. This is the moment. Let's be honest with each other. All of ZDI's worries were thrown to the back of her mind. However, The substitute was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the cave. He's gone crazy. The blockhead has gone crazy. Someone come quickly. He wants to kill someone. The substitute and ZDI's expressions changed and they immediately ran out of the cave. The substitute quickly took control of the situation and didn't cause any more losses. ZDI was worried about the future. I'm not a doctor. In fact, according to the shipwright, he had always tried to treat the big guy in the past, but all the doctors were helpless. The shipwright even spent a lot of money to hire a priest to use divine arts on the big guy. We have to consider this as a hidden danger. If the big guy suddenly goes crazy halfway through the ship's construction, the losses would be unimaginable. When the substitute heard this, he fell silent. When they were about to reach their residence, the two were about to part ways. Right, sir, before, what did you want to say to me? ZDI asked expectantly. But the substitute said, nothing. Looking at his back as he left, ZDI suddenly realized that she had made a huge mistake. He saw himself in the blockhead. When I just suggested to guard against the blockhead, in his ears, wasn't it to guard against him who could transform into a beast? God, ZDI, you're so stupid. How could you make such a mistake? Incomparable annoyance filled her heart. ZDI hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to catch up with the substitute. She wanted to run over, boldly hug him, bravely tell him and comfort him, don't misunderstand, I'm not talking about you. However, her footsteps became slower and heavier. The courage and impulse she had before had already dissipated. All kinds of worries once again crossed her mind. The distance between the two was clearly so close, but ZDI felt that there were countless mountains and a huge gap between her and the substitute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She could only keep apologizing in her heart. Now is not a good time. Wait a little longer. There will definitely be a better chance. ZDI flinched. She continued to wait for an opportunity. But what she waited for was an earthquake. The earthquakes were happening more and more frequently. People had to move the prototype of the new ship outside the valley and continue to make it. The humidity brought by the rain was a huge obstacle to making the ship. ZDI's medicine played a huge role. The heavy work kept the girl busy every day. The situation was getting worse. Not only were there earthquakes, but there were also erupting volcanoes and the invading magical beast army. People were building ships while fighting against countless magical beasts in the valley. Jinjin once again quietly found ZDI. The situation is not good. Perhaps I should reveal my identity so that they can protect me more. His face was full of fear and worry. ZDI comforted him, Sir, this is too risky. Now everyone recognizes the substitute. Once they know that the substitute is not real and you are the real one, they will definitely be confused and find it difficult to accept. The decline in morale is very likely to lead to the collapse of the front line. And the substitute, he is very threatening. Once he knows that he has been deceived, how will he treat you and me? Will he kill us to vent his anger? The fear on Jinjin's face was even more obvious. ZDI changed the topic. Actually, our current situation is not bad. The new ship is almost finished. We have occupied the valley to defend and we have crossbows. In the past few days, I've often heard others praising you in private, my lord. Under your control, even silver-ranked magical beasts were heavily injured. That is true. After all, I have the blood of the 100 Needles clan. Jinjin's face gradually relaxed. My thoughts were too impulsive. Your analysis is very reasonable. I will continue to endure. We are the closest pair, aren't we? Of course, sir. ZDI smiled. But in fact, ZDI had been looking for an opportunity to tell the substitute the truth. But she was not the only one who was busy. During the day, the substitute was either guarding the shipbuilding site to prevent the big guy from going crazy or providing emergency support to the front line. At night, the substitute would continue to patrol and transform into a beast alone to fight against a group of magical beasts. YA was sick. However, there were too many injured people. Almost all the treatment depended on ZDI alone. She was under a lot of pressure. ZDI did not prescribe the right medicine, So the medicine she concocted could alleviate Bai's symptoms but could not cure it completely. Not long after, Bai was on the verge of death. His face was pale and he was lying unconscious. ZDI rushed to treat him and found the faded words on the letter. She was shocked. Bai used that bottle of ink. She instantly understood Bai's symptoms. He was an indirect victim of ZDI's murder of the captain. Bai's letter was like a needle that suddenly pierced ZDI's heart. She felt guilty towards Bai, but at the same time, she feared fate. Fortunately, the substitute, Kang Shu and the others did not know this secret. "Sir, please wait a moment." ZDI called out to the substitute before he left. Only the two of them were left in the corridor. "Sir, give these letters to me for safekeeping. After all, you are often at the forefront of the charge," ZDI said. "Please take good care of them." The substitute nodded and handed the letter to ZDI without the slightest doubt. Holding Bai's letter, ZDI knew that as long as she did it, there would be clues. Rather than being discovered by him in the future, it's better to confess now. Thinking of this, ZDI said, "Sir, the substitute interrupted, don't comfort me. Indeed, I'm in a very low mood now. My companion has fallen. But I don't have the ability to save him. There are too many times when my ability is limited." The substitute fell into self-doubt. Bai's condition had a certain degree of impact on him. Seeing the substitute like this, ZDI, as the murderer, felt even more guilty. "Sir," she called softly, took a step forward, and took the initiative to throw herself into the substitute's arms. "Lord Zhenjin, you are absolutely qualified. No, an excellent leader. You are a knight, my knight. Please don't doubt yourself." The soft and delicate body and the affirmative encouragement eased the substitute's depressed expression slightly. The youth raised his hand and held ZDI's shoulder. Feeling the warmth of the substitute's embrace, ZDI felt that the two's heartbeats were gradually synchronizing. At this moment, the various worries in her heart were like a river thawing in spring. The ice on the river surface was gradually washed away, revealing the flowing river full of vitality. ZDI gritted her teeth. At this moment, she finally had enough courage again. But just as she was about to open her mouth and tell the truth, the substitute's expression changed slightly. The ultrasound detected an emergency at the front line. "I have to go." The substitute gently pushed ZDI away. Being interrupted again, ZDI's courage suddenly dissipated by more than half. She was discouraged and dejected. While hating her own weakness, she could only loosen her arms. The purple crystal eyes stared deeply at the substitute, watching him turn and leave, his figure disappearing around the corner. This was her best chance, and also her last chance. But at that time, she thought there was still a good chance. After all, she was too young. Subconsciously, she always thought that there would be a lot of time in the future, and that life would get better and better. The boat was built, and during the celebratory banquet, the substitute silently left the crowd and sat beside the big guy. An unprecedented earthquake occurred, and the small valley collapsed. The magical beast army attacked, and a fierce battle ensued. ZDI had no choice but to use the medicine catalyst, causing many of her companions to transform into beasts. Only then was she able to preserve the lives of the others. After the battle, everyone gathered and dissected the bodies of their beasts. ZDI deliberately guided them. "Don't you think that these beasts are very similar to those modified magical beasts? I don't have any evidence, I'm just guessing. The Lord of the Island has laid a super large magic array on this island, or some other form of arrangement. And these arrangements force us to be teleported randomly, form an environment where magic is forbidden, and even control the weather. Other than that, perhaps it can also subtly change all kinds of life on the island. I'm afraid this is the reason why our companions became beasts." She succeeded, and no one doubted her. But there was no joy in her heart. Especially when she saw the substitute on the deck lowering his head to pray, and saw his heavy and unconcealable expression of worry. Guilt and heartache attacked her at the same time. Others can become beasts, but you can also become beasts. You must be worried that one time you become a beast, you will become violent, lose your mind, and hurt others. All this time, your heart has been filled with doubts. I can answer your doubts. But, after the beast transformation incident, it was as if there was another mountain-like barrier between ZDI and the substitute. I'm sorry, I caused you to be like this, it's all my fault. ZDI wanted to protect the substitute, but she was so timid and guilty that she couldn't take a step. She knew that she had disguised herself well. At least for now, the substitute hadn't found any flaws. But she just didn't dare to go. She loved him, but every time she loved him, it was more like she was hurt again and again. The ship was destroyed, the earthquake happened again, and everything was in a hopeless situation. It seemed that the only choice was to wait for rescue. Looking at the cracked ground in front of her and the wide river that suddenly formed, ZDI gritted her teeth and said the other option she knew. Maybe, I have a way here. She was very hesitant because she didn't have the slightest confidence in this. We can go to the most central area, there may be hope of survival there. Do you still remember the content of our analysis? As long as we take over the central area, there will be hope of escape. Everyone was moved, but they were still hesitant. At this critical moment, the substitute cooperated with her again. Just now, the Shengming Emperor sent me a revelation. The substitute pointed at the river and made a decision. The team set off again. First, they traveled by boat, and then they had to go ashore. There were many obstacles, and they were about to stop here. To ZDI's surprise, support arrived. It was Scab Sand. They were still alive. ZDI told He Huan that he couldn't easily reveal his identity. But He Huan agreed on the surface, but out of fear for his life, he secretly told Scab Sand everything he knew. With Scab Sand's help, ZDI and the others entered the alchemy factory, broke through the production workshop, the lava battlefield, and entered the central tower. The tower spirit's request for help made her extremely surprised. Almost without hesitation, she stepped forward bravely and fought against Scab Sand. But in the end, she still fell short. Chapter 207. Just as he was about to be defeated, Scar used a flash of inspiration in his mind to discover ZDI's flaw. This allowed Jinjin to finally see through ZDI's true intentions. I never thought that there would be a deadly viper lurking by my side. You damned woman, you actually want to take my life. Jinjin was both shocked and angry. He pulled out his silver lightning and was about to assassinate ZDI. At the crucial moment, Scar cried out in alarm and spared ZDI's life. My divine power is already insufficient. Relying on myself, there is no way to invade the authority. However, my spirit has always been entangled with ZDI's spiritual power. Her spirit has been recognized by the tower spirit. I am trying my best to adjust my own spirit and pretend to be her. Only in this way can I regain control of the teleportation authority. Of course, if Miss ZDI can obediently cooperate with me, that would be the best. ZDI stubbornly resisted. Scar's face was ferocious as he roared in a low voice, torture her ruthlessly. Jinjin kicked ZDI to the ground. The thin silver lightning in his hand stabbed down repeatedly and then pierced ZDI's hands and feet. The immense pain caused ZDI's body to twitch. Blood flowed and soon accumulated into a bright red pool of blood. Jinjin was proficient in martial arts and was even more skilled in torturing people. He had a good understanding of the human body structure. ZDI suffered great pain but did not die immediately. ZDI was disturbed by the pain and was no longer Scar's opponent in terms of spiritual power. She was defeated again and again. Jinjin continued to torture the girl in front of him. He wished he could pull out her tendons and skin her alive. You actually dared to fool me and deceive me. Who do you think you are? A merchant's daughter. It is your great fortune to be able to marry me. You actually fell in love with a substitute and abandoned me. He, ha ha ha. As expected, scum will always be scum. The bottom can't be seen in public. Jinjin continued to roar. ZDI had no strength to open her eyes. But she was still alive. Beg for mercy, beg for mercy. As long as you beg me, I will poke one less hole in you. Ha ha ha. However, ZDI did not have the slightest intention of surrendering. Even if she was weak to the point of being unable to resist, even if she could only allow herself to be slaughtered, even if she was completely unrecognizable at this moment, reduced to a bloody figure, and in an extremely miserable state, she didn't make a sound from the beginning until the end, and she didn't have the slightest intention of compromising or begging for mercy. This made Jinjin even angrier, and also made Scab feel uneasy. What happened? Even though the priest was quickly encroaching on her authority, he could still feel that ZDI still had some spirit left. She was hiding in the corner, resisting stubbornly. Jinjin's methods of torturing people were so cold and sinister that even Scab felt a chill in his heart. With her injuries, she should have fainted long ago. No, to be exact, she's unconscious. But why? Why is it that even though she's unconscious, there's still a part of her spirit that hasn't collapsed? What is she holding on to? What is she holding on to? Does she think there's still hope? The uneasiness in the priest's heart continued to expand. He quickly examined the entire situation. On the 4th floor of the central tower, he had already taken control of the situation. Jinjin and the 4 apologetic knights were gathered by his side, and ZDI, who had almost killed him not long ago, had been completely defeated. In the 3rd level, there would occasionally be a bolt of lightning striking down in a disorderly manner. Only the space near the Bloodcore was safe. Zhong Ji, Kang Shu, and the others were reminded by ZDI. They surrounded the Bloodcore, not daring to move around. They were afraid that they would be struck to death by lightning like their substitutes. On the 2nd floor, the 1st floor, and outside the tower, there were a large number of man-made magical beasts. These magical beasts were killing each other. The scene was bloody and chaotic. Even further away, in the lava battlefield, the sealed Fire Dragon King was also very, very far away from breaking free. Scab still couldn't find the source of the uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that success is near, and I'm worried about my gains and losses? Darkness. There was only a deep darkness. After a beast's roar, the youth's consciousness gathered here. Where is this place? Where am I? The youth's consciousness became clearer, and he began to ask questions. The boundless darkness shrouded him. It was silent, and there was no response. The youth's hope was dwindling. He looked at himself, but he couldn't see himself. The confusion in his heart grew. Then, who am I? Who am I? Along with this doubt, suddenly, a scene came to the youth. Beside the forest, a purple-eyed girl had an anxious look on her face. You are Jinjin, you are Baron Jinjin. My God, my lord, have you forgotten your own identity? Jinjin, I am Jinjin. Why can't I remember anything? The girl replied, My lord, we encountered a shipwreck a few days ago. The storm swept the deck, the ship broke, and the survivors were stranded on this island. Beside the bonfire at night. ZDI carefully considered her words before replying, Lord Jinjin, I actually don't know much about you. But according to the rumors, my lord usually doesn't get close to women, and is a lone wolf. Even if you encounter a major event, you won't easily reveal your emotions. You spend most of your time in the temple, with a serious expression and a taciturn silence. But your food, clothing, housing, and every movement are elegant and calm, full of the style of a noble. Although you have few friends, you are willing to help others, especially the weak, and help the poor. So, my lord, you have always had a good reputation among the lower class. Also, my lord, you suddenly made a move this time and successfully joined the competition for the position of White Sand City's lord. It seems that the other temple knights were very surprised. In the stuffy cave, the temple knights charged to their death. After a fierce battle, the brown monkey-tail bear died, and the youth fell to the ground. Heh. He looked at the huge bear corpse, letting out a weak laugh until his breath dissipated. In the spider forest, yellow algae called for help. The youth and the girl discussed, You are right. But you have forgotten the most important point. ZDI quickly restrained her smile and looked down. Please instruct me, my lord. I am a temple knight, a knight among knights. Helping the weak, saving the dying and healing the injured is my creed. Even in times of danger, I will not abandon my companions. The youth's powerful words echoed in the quiet forest. For a moment, ZDI looked at the youth and was stunned, then she smiled. My lord, I understand. Kang Shu brought Lan Zhao and yellow algae to seek refuge. Zhen Jin looked at the people around him, his body as straight as a spear, his calm voice clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The glory of the temple shrouds every inch of land. The empire's military flag protects every citizen of the empire. Follow me, I will lead you out of here alive. Yes, my lord. Everyone replied in unison, half kneeling on the ground. Lan Zhao praised from the bottom of his heart. Master, your strength is really strong. Lord Zhen Jin, your talent is amazing. Your bravery and achievements will be widely praised. Kang Shu also said. My lord, with you here, there is nothing to be afraid of. You are a knight, a temple knight. This time, it is you who saved us. Bai Ya shouted excitedly, breaking the silence. Master, us brothers will follow you to death, no matter when or where, no matter if the sky falls or the earth sinks. Lan Zhao also expressed his loyalty. As expected of the 100 Needles bloodline, in terms of accuracy, the 100 Needles bloodline can be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Shengming continent. Lord Zhen Jin, you are the hope of the 100 Needles clan, you will definitely bring glory back to the clan. The exploration team ran out of food and was in imminent danger. Only by successfully encircling the flying squirrels could they have a chance of survival. Before the battle, the youth shouted loudly, today, if we defeat them, they will be our food. If we fail, we will be their food. I, Zhen Jin, as a temple knight and the only successor of the 100 Needles clan, will be with you. I will lead you through difficulties and obstacles to reap victory. Follow me and let us obtain glory. In the desert, the youth charged at the front, leading the team to break through the encirclement of the lizards. I said that I will not abandon anyone. Zhen Jin was resolute and decisive. Bai Ya will not be an exception. My lord. Bai Ya, who was in a desperate situation, saw Zhen Jin come to save him and was extremely excited. His eyes were full of gratitude, admiration, and love. Taking Bai Ya, Zhen Jin killed his way back and successfully reunited with the others. Follow me and leave this place. Zhen Jin's tone was calm as he charged at the front again. Yes, my lord. Everyone answered in unison, their morale soaring. After getting rid of the scorpions, the youth returned to the desert. There were only 4 people left in the team. I once said that I will do my best to save everyone and will not abandon anyone. This is my promise and also my responsibility. The youth said to ZDI and Kang Shu. My lord, your noble character makes the bright stars in the night sky dim. Kang Shu sighed from the bottom of his heart. You are the model of the temple knights. In the oasis, Bai Ya woke up. His eyes were red and hot tears fell. He choked and said, Lord Zhen Jin, I know that you carried me all the way. You are a noble temple knight, but you risked your life for a lowly person like me. You also gave me precious water to drink. Lady ZDI and scholar Kang Shu have told me all this. Helping the weak and saving the good is the creed of the temple knights. The youth smiled. Lord Zhen Jin, you are amazing. You are so young, but you have mastered the power of the mind. Compared to the Storm Sword Saint, my lord, you have an even better bloodline. Among the temple knights, my lord, you must be the most special. To be able to meet my lord and follow my lord, it is my honor. Bai Ya sighed from the bottom of his heart. Kang Shu laughed and said in a very positive tone, Lord Zhen Jin is extremely talented and will definitely have a brighter future than the Storm Sword Saint. But what I admire the most is your moral character, Lord Zhen Jin. With your words, the 100 Needles family will definitely rise again. The first time he met Zhong Ji, the two sides confronted each other. The youth immediately grasped the hilt of his sword and frowned deeply. His face sank and his eyes became as cold as ice. He shouted in a low voice, Zhong Ji, watch your word. You dare to look down on God. I bear the gaze of the Shengming Emperor, this is the blessing of God. Magic is the gift of God, it is not a show or a proof of identity. Apologize to me now, right now. Otherwise, you will incur the wrath of a temple knight. Let's go back to the camp together. The youth took the initiative to invite Zhong Ji and the others. We are on the same boat, We are all victims of the shipwreck. We come from many places, we have different identities, but here, we are all victims who have fallen to this island and want to escape with our lives. Our goal is the same. We should be united. Any doubt, indifference, disgust, opposition, and so on will make it difficult for us to cooperate and thus reduce the possibility of us escaping. I am the Temple Knight Zhenjin. Here, I promise you that I will treat everyone fairly and justly, no matter where they come from, no matter what race they are, no matter what bloodline they have. I will also severely punish the criminals, punish the real culprits, and not let them go unpunished. I will do my best, take the lead, and lead everyone to seek the hope of salvation. After the defense of the camp, the youth, Zhong Ji, San Dao, and Lan Zhao chased after the defeated magical beast army. The half-beast was shocked by the youth's appearance. After a while, he opened his mouth and said with a strange, helpless, and angry tone, "Hey, Zhenjin, boy, you aren't a knight of God, are you?" "Knight of God?" The youth raised his beautiful eyebrows. "I'm a knight of God. Am I? I'm not too sure." In the small valley, the youth and the others finally met up with the main group. Lan Zhao stood on the secondary stone stairs and loudly announced, "You must listen carefully. The one standing in front of you now is my master, Lord Zhenjin. He is the only heir of the 100 Needles family, a noble knight of God, and will be the future lord of White Sand City." The youth preached, "Whether it is a mountain, an ocean, a swamp, or an island, my lord's holy light shines on everything. The Empire's military flag will always flutter in the wind, standing tall. Nothing can stop me from moving forward. I will obtain glory, and if you follow me, glory will also belong to you. From now on, I will be in charge of this place. Who has objections?" During the construction of the new ship, the small valley was continuously attacked by the magical beast army. The youth raised his voice slightly, "Everyone has a place on this ship, no one will be left behind. In other words, we are all on the same boat. I know there are differences between us. In terms of status, bloodline, appearance, and personality, there are all kinds of differences. But these differences should not be the reason for our suspicion, opposition, and internal friction. We should unite tightly, only in this way can we maximize the possibility of escape. We are all on the same side." Unsurprisingly, his impromptu speech won cheers from the crowd. Bai Ya's coma hit the youth hard. In the passage, Zdi took the initiative to throw herself into Zhenjin's arms. "Sir." She wrapped her arms around Zhenjin's waist and hugged the young knight tightly. "Lord Zhenjin, you are absolutely qualified, no, an excellent leader, you are a knight, my knight, please do not doubt yourself." The valley collapsed, the new ship was unable to sail, and the earth cracked due to the earthquake, forming a new river in the blink of an eye. "Just now, the Shengming Emperor gave me a revelation." Zhenjin pointed at the river. Everyone was stunned again. Could it be that this river was created by the Shengming Emperor? No wonder not a single person died. God's will is unfathomable. Divine Knight. Kang Shu bowed deeply to Zhenjin and sighed, "Perhaps this is your path to becoming a hero." "My lord Zhenjin." Almost everyone present felt their scalps go numb. They felt like they were witnessing history. This was going to be a hero's epic. In the darkness, the youth's consciousness was about to take shape. "So, I am Zhenjin. I am a noble, a knight, and a hero." Suddenly, the youth's consciousness became chaotic again. After killing the brown monkey bear, he recuperated in the cave. The lingering fear after his death made him pray to the Shengming Emperor, repent, and beg for mercy. There was no response. The exploration team was short on food, and hunting the pterosaur swarm was too risky. The youth was helpless, so he prayed to the Shengming Emperor. There was no response. When hunting the pterosaur swarm, the youth silently prayed in front of the formation. There was no response. Trapped in the desert, the youth helplessly prayed to the Shengming Emperor. There was no response. After saving Lan Zhao in the oasis, the youth fell into self-doubt and prayed to the gods for help. There was no response. During the defense of the camp, the youth intentionally prayed loudly to deceive his companions. Because the gods still did not respond. The youth prayed that the secret of his beast transformation was almost exposed. The youth prayed that he had been bewitched by the Bloodcore and was addicted to power. The valley collapsed. His companions transformed. Trapped in a desperate situation, the youth prayed. There was no response. There was no response. There was no response. In the spider forest. What's going on? His hands mutated and killed the leader of the blade spiders. When hunting the pterosaur swarm, his arms expanded. He killed the leader of the black iron flying squirrels with a dagger. Why is there a blood-red magic crystal in my heart? In the volcanic landscape. He killed the leader of the spear scorpions and defeated the rest of the scorpions. I've grown a shell. I've also grown a tail. Right, I can actually control the magic crystal on my own, outside the small valley. After slaughtering an entire magical beast army, the youth completely transformed into a monster. He was satisfied. Ha ha ha, even if there are more magical beast army, what can they do to me? In the rainy training ground. Qing Kuei stepped on the youth's head and wantonly humiliated him. Then, he led a group of youths away. Strange, I'm very calm, as if I'm just a bystander. This humiliating memory resurfaced in his mind, but it did not bring him anger or hatred. After killing the brown monkey-tailed bear, the youth narrowly escaped death. ZDI said happily, "Sir, your body is recovering very well. To be more precise, it's extremely shocking. This kind of physical quality is definitely not something a silver rank can have." A camp was being attacked by a group of bat monkeys. My lord. I seem to be the one who built this camp. ZDI's words surprised everyone. You've been here before? The youth was stunned. ZDI shook her head. I led the others deep into the rainforest and found Sir. Sir was unconscious and could not be awakened. So, I decided to build a camp nearby. I planned to recuperate here and heal Sir as soon as possible. After saying this, ZDI looked at the camp again and nodded. That's right. I have a deep impression of this wooden house and this camp. For Sir's safety and for the convenience of future treatment, I wanted to stay here for a period of time. So, it took a lot of time to build the wooden house. It's very sturdy. Bai Ya was stunned. Then how did this camp end up here? Ah, I know, it's teleportation. In order to save the camp and repel the beasts, the youth met the wooden board. Reporting to Master Jin Zhan, this is the continuous crossbow I designed. What does the number 8 mean? Jin pointed at the arrow box. Is this your number 8 design? Mu Ban shook his head. No. I found the wood used to make the crossbow from this camp. It's a high-quality material. It originally had the number 8 on it. Underground alchemy factory. In the plaza, there were boxes of various sizes. The biggest box was even bigger than the lava tortoise. The smallest box was 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter tall. The boxes looked like they were made of iron, but they were actually made of ironwood. The surface of the boxes made of ironwood was painted with red letters and numbers. For example, EM096, SG734, ID5D VR862, and so on. In the central tower, the youth felt a call. What is the reason for such a secretive call? Why does this central tower look so familiar to me? Have I been here before? That's not possible. How could I have been here before? When he entered the 3rd floor, he found a second blood-red magic crystal. The war dealer also has a core. Is he the one who created this core? He must have felt that it was more valuable than the golden jade coffin and the fairy tale of the mermaid. But why is there such a strong attraction? The core in Jin's body emitted a strange red light. It flashed as if it was loudly reminding Jin, eat it, quickly swallow it. Scab sighed. Divine artifacts can't be used like this. They are too important. The tower spirit is too heavily injured. It's definitely not my match. I'm about to succeed. After the portal is formed, we'll send these 2 divine artifacts out first. This suggestion was rejected by the youth. No, send the people first, then the divine artifact. Scab was anxious and hurriedly shouted at the next floor, Jin, quickly go up and use all your strength. I know your concerns, but it doesn't matter. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll purify everything for you. The youth hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and charged forward. He rushed to the stairs of the 4th floor. Stop. Jinjin, what do you want to do? If you don't stop, you'll have to bear the consequences. The youth turned a deaf ear and sped up. Ka. A few bolts of lightning struck the youth and killed him on the spot. In the dark space, the youth's consciousness suddenly stabilized. He recalled everything. So, I'm not Shinjin. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. P.S. After this chapter was written, I suddenly had a new idea. I felt that it would be better to write it this way. But it was too troublesome. I'm sorry for being late, but this chapter is indeed of better quality. It should be updated with 10,000 words today. I want to say thank you to my friends who have always supported me. Chapter 208. Alchemy Factory, Central Tower, 3rd floor. A group of people cautiously stayed close to the mysterious blood-red magic core suspended in mid-air. It was only because of this place that they were able to stay safe. Apart from that, there were frequent lightning strikes. There was no pattern to where the lightning appeared or where it struck. This was the result of Scar, ZDI, and the Tower Genie competing for the right to control the weather. The crowd was uneasy. Some people shouted the names of ZDI or Scar, but there was no response. Damn it. Zhong Ji was in the crowd, frowning. Even if he was not good at strategy, he felt that something was wrong. The battle between Scar and ZDI seems to have subsided. Who won? Why is there no more movement? No matter who won, will they really rescue us? Zhong Ji was worried about this. Many people had the same worry, but they had no choice. They were trapped here. If they rushed out, they were likely to be struck by lightning. They did not dare to get too close to the Bloodcore. When the substitute was unconscious, some people boldly tried to take the Bloodcore. As a result, they were hit by the blood-red light and turned into a pile of carbon powder. What should we do? Zhong Ji glanced around. The big guy was unconscious. Kang Shu hung his head. San Dao was confused. Lan Zhao knelt beside the body of the substitute. His eyes were completely unfocused. He had wanted to follow the substitute wholeheartedly. He wanted to use the substitute's glory and virtue to redeem himself for killing his own brother. However, the identity of the substitute was revealed. He knew that the person he had been following was just a fake. This fact struck him deeply, causing him to feel even more dispirited. The rest of the people remained silent. Their faces were very solemn. Many people sat on the ground in fear. They held their heads in their hands and seemed to have given up struggling. They were waiting for the result of the 4th floor. At this moment, Zhong Ji suddenly heard someone scream. The voice was full of panic. Zhong Ji's pupils shrank. He almost thought that he was hallucinating. He saw the substitute slowly sit up. Isn't he dead? He's alive. He's alive again. Lord Shinjin. Lan Zhao's mouth was wide open. He was the closest to the body double and was completely stunned. However, someone immediately denied Lan Zhao's title. No, he's not Shinjin. He's just a substitute. Are you a human or an undead? Everyone was horrified. Those who were sitting on the ground stood up one after another. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the young man. The young man sighed and half knelt on the ground. With his hands on his knees, he slowly stood up. He looked around and his gaze met everyone's. From the eyes of these people, he saw vigilance, fear, doubt, worry, and many complicated and indescribable emotions. The young man sighed again. This moment has finally arrived. In the past, people had adored him, respected him, loved him, and followed him willingly, but now they regarded him with more anxiety and suspicion. This was completely understandable. Because he was not Shinjin, he had deceived everyone. Even his resurrection was a lie that everyone had seen with their own eyes. Just like how ZDI regretted, when Shinjin revealed his identity, the invisible loss was enormous. He's actually alive. He was clearly killed by lightning. Could it be that he faked his death? Could he be the hope of supporting ZDI? Scar's expression changed slightly. Of course, The situation on the third floor could not be hidden from him. Following the resurrection of the substitute, the uneasiness in Scar's heart grew. He hurriedly informed Jinjin of this matter. Jinjin was also shocked. He can even resist lightning. What should we do if he rushes forward? Stabilize him. I'm about to succeed. As long as the portal is formed, we can leave with the divine weapon, the fairy tale of the mermaid. After we leave, there won't be any magic left to support a new portal. These people are dead. Scar sneered. Isn't there a mysterious crystal core on the third floor? A guardian knight asked. Scar shook his head. It's a pity, but there's no other way. We can only give it up. The lightning has been striking randomly, and the consumption of magic power is too great. We can't take the mysterious crystal away. Thus, under Scar's control, Jinjin's voice was quickly transmitted. Substitute. It's better that you're alive. You're my man. Maybe you don't know your true identity, but in fact, I'm Jinjin. As long as you continue to be loyal to me, I swear on my honor as a noble that I will forgive you and give you a chance to live. The substitute raised his eyes to look at the fourth floor, his expression slightly dignified. So, ZDI has failed, and you're standing on Scar's side? Jinjin's head was greatly shaken, and his mouth was wide open. For a moment, he could not understand how the substitute could find out the situation on the fourth floor in an instant. He was about to deny it, but the substitute spoke at this time. If ZDI had the upper hand, she would have spoken herself and not arranged for you to speak. After muttering to himself for a moment, the substitute continued. She can't even speak now. I'm afraid she's already dead. Jinjin glanced at the young girl lying in a pool of blood at his feet. He was about to deny the substitute's guess, but at this time, Scar interrupted. She's not far from death. However, she still has a chance to live, as long as you cooperate. Cooperate? The substitute smiled and raised his eyebrows. How do you want me to cooperate with you? Let me kill these people so that you can take all the credit. Everyone was shocked, and there was a slight commotion. Many people took a step back, and the fear and vigilance in their eyes increased. Of course, Scar was not fooled. He laughed. You don't have to provoke me. I'm a priest, and I'll do my best to take them all away from here. I need you to cooperate. I just want you to calm down and see the situation clearly. ZDI has already fainted. I'm the only one left with the authority to form the portal. You've already lost. There's no need to have any other thoughts. You're guilty, but you don't deserve to die. Most of the blame lies not with you, but with ZDI. In essence, you're just a chess piece that has been deceived. You don't believe that you don't hate ZDI. She deceived you and made you work for her willingly. Although this woman is young, she knows the hearts of people. She's cunning and extremely dangerous. She's the president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. The Wisteria Chamber of Commerce has been annexed by many nobles of the Empire. She's dissatisfied with the Empire, and the anger of revenge has made her lose her mind. Playing with fire will only result in self-destruction. If you still stand on her side and become our enemy, you'll be standing on the opposite side of the Knights Templar and the Empire's Emperor. This is very unwise. You were able to guess the situation on the fourth floor with just one sentence from Jinjin. This is enough to prove that you're a smart young man. Do you still remember the situation when you confessed to me? Young man, I know that you have a kind heart and yearn for the light deep in your heart. You're guilty. This is undeniable. But the path of redemption is right under your feet. As long as you're willing to walk it, choose to walk it. In the name of a priest, I promise to redeem you. But the real redemption lies in you. You should be very clear about this. The young man chuckled. So, you're afraid? I came back from the dead, so you can't find out the truth about me. So you want to stabilize me? You seem to have lost control of the weather. If you could strike lightning, you wouldn't hesitate at all, just like how you struck me to death. Scab said sternly. Young man, you overestimate yourself. Don't be fooled by your own cleverness. Previously, I struck you because you wanted to rush to the fourth floor. It was obvious that you were plotting something against us. But before he finished, he was interrupted by the young man. So, you found that you couldn't strike me to death, so you want to stabilize me temporarily? You don't have enough divine power, right? Your condition should be very bad, right? Now that the magical beasts are no longer a threat, you didn't use divine power to deal with me. Instead, you want to stabilize me. You want to stall for time, secretly open a portal, and escape with the artifact, right? You don't seem to be worried that I'll chase after you. Could it be that the magic power in the magic power pool is not enough to open a second portal? After all, the lightning has been striking for such a long time. The magic power that was originally not much must have been consumed. Hearing the young man's guess, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Scab's face was ashen. Young man, I'm thinking for you. If you want to rush up, the lightning along the way may let you taste the taste of death again. Even if it doesn't, you coming to the 4th floor is just throwing yourself into a trap and receiving our warm welcome. But if you choose to believe me and choose the path of redemption, you may get a longer life and a brighter future. Ha ha. The young man sneered. You want me to believe you? How can I believe you? Just a while ago, you struck me to death. And even longer ago, you would rather choose to give away the artifact first than our companions. I will kill my way over, but it won't be just me. After saying that, the young man looked at the crowd around him. Everyone looked at him cautiously, without the slightest reaction. Chapter 209. The substitute stared at the crowd. I don't need to say more about the current situation. Actually, everyone is clear about it. Holding on to unrealistic fantasies, hoping that Scar Sand and Jinjin will come and save you, this possibility is too small. Everyone was still on guard, but their eyes flickered, showing slight hesitation. The youth's words were exactly what they were thinking. Scar Sand had only been with them for a short time, and his behavior was getting worse and worse. Scar Sand's desire for possession of artifacts was too strong, and he was very unreliable. But at this time, Scar Sand's laughter came from the 4th floor. Ha ha ha, substitute, you want to rush up to your death, that's fine. But do you still want to bewitch them to come with you to die? He's just guessing about the situation, so you can't be sure. You want to urge them to share the risk for you? Don't be fooled, everyone. The lightning is out of order, and it will take your lives. Even if you rush up, do you want to kill me and Jinjin? Kill a priest and a temple knight? You're making an enemy of the Empire. Even if you win and survive, you'll be wanted by the Sacred Empire. You can only live a life of wandering and fear. And once you're caught, what awaits you is a punishment more cruel than hanging. Of course, Scar Sand wouldn't sit idly by and watch the youth incite the others. His words made them even more hesitant. The substitute looked at Zhong Ji. He needed support, and Zhong Ji was obviously the most prestigious person among them. But at this time, the half-beast man frowned and didn't say anything. Jinjin laughed and mocked. Substitute, do you still think it's me? You're not a temple knight, and you're not a noble. Lowly blood flows in your body, so why should they follow you? You're just a substitute, a tool. You actually want to lead a group of people to deal with us? Did the lightning just now make you stupid? Jinjin imitated Scar Sand, and after ridiculing the youth, he continued to shout to the others, he wants to use you. He can live, but you can't be deceived anymore. I'm a noble honorary mage, and you can all be saved. Trust me, I'm a holy knight, and he's just a substitute who's been deceiving you. The crowd began to stir. The substitute sighed inwardly. ZDI had once said on the 4th floor that her understanding of the situation was correct. When Jinjin's identity was exposed, the losses were huge. People would not trust Jinjin. At the same time, they would be even more wary of the substitute. Now, they were all looking at the substitute with twinkling eyes, suspecting that he had ulterior motives. In the past, you have been deceiving us. Who are you? What exactly do you want? Zhong Ji finally opened his mouth. His brows were deeply furrowed, and his voice was low. The crowd quieted down, waiting for the young man's answer. They had once obeyed the young man, and even fanatically, but now their faces were filled with indifference and suspicion. The young man took a deep breath. He still looked like Jinjin, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a handsome face. However, he was in a sorry state. His body was injured, blood-stained, and struck by lightning. There were many dark spots on his clothes and skin. Scab, Jinjin, and the others are right. The young man spoke for the first time. The crowd almost thought that they had misheard. However, the young man repeated, "They're not wrong at all." He spoke slowly in a low, slightly hoarse, but honest manner. "I'm not Shinjin. I'm not a genius. I don't have noble blood in me. I'm not a holy knight. I once had a beautiful woman by my side. I thought she was my fiancée. But she's not me. She's a schemer. I'm also not your leader. Because I'm not qualified to lead you." The crowd became even quieter. If the young man denied or evaded these facts, he would receive even more suspicion and caution. But now, the crowd began to listen to him seriously. The young man then revealed a bitter smile. "Who am I? I used to ask myself this question repeatedly. But until now, I can't answer myself at all. My original memories have been erased. My current memories have been instilled by others, and they are still incomplete. Everyone knows their own names. I'm not as good as you because I don't even know my own name." The young man's sorrowful tone made everyone stare at him. "Even my own appearance is someone else's. I should have been modified and modified by the war traffickers. In fact, as you can see, I'm a beastman. At most, I'm a relatively special beastman." At this point, the substitute paused and took a deep breath, as if summoning his courage. "I'm a spear scorpion." As he spoke, he activated the magic core in his heart. Red light gushed out and transformed into a hard dark golden scorpion shell. At night in the desert, the spear scorpion youth ate the golden sesame stone, his heart jumping with joy. Delicious, delicious. This change made the crowd cry out in alarm. Most of them took a big step back. "I'm an acid green lizard." In the forest, the green lizard youth practiced his tail swing. In the end, he was injured. The next day, his buttocks and tailbone hurt. When the youth suddenly transformed into a tail, the crowd cried out in alarm again. Many people couldn't help but take a step back. "I'm also a bat monkey." The youth grew bat wings and bat ears. That night, the moonlight was like water. For the first time, the bat monkey youth heard countless beautiful sounds and felt the deep and moving beauty of nature. The crowd was continuously frightened. Their cries of alarm became softer. More people stood in place. Very few people subconsciously retreated. "I'm a monkey-tailed brown bear." The youth spread out his hands. The crowd saw the red light surge and disappear. Then, the youth's hands turned into the sharp claws of a monkey-tailed brown bear. Many late nights, the brown bear youth worked diligently in the cave, huffing and puffing. The crowd didn't retreat. Their fear and nervousness decreased a lot, and they began to look surprised. Kang Shu looked at the pair of bear claws. He seemed to have thought of a problem and fell into deep thought. "I'm a blade spider." The youth transformed into a sharp blade. In the forest, the spider youth fell into distress. It seems that spiders need to practice hard to weave webs. Heavens! This is the truth. Someone whispered. He recognized that this was the sword that the youth used more and more frequently when fighting with the magical beasts. "I'm also a flying squirrel. I can discharge electricity." The youth's blade began to curl up with electricity. In order to be able to discharge electricity, he had practiced hard for a long time. He didn't hesitate to capture a flying squirrel alive and endure the electric shocks to find the trick to discharge electricity. "That's right. I'm a beast and a monster." The youth's expression was incomparably heavy. At this moment, he felt as if he was naked in a world of ice and snow. Just as he thought, the crowd looked at him with eyes full of fear, rejection, and a desire to stay away. But it was also different from what he thought. Other than fear, rejection, and avoidance, there were many other emotions. This made many people's expressions become complicated. There was no sound from the fourth floor. This was the first time Scar Sand saw such a change in the youth. He was very surprised. The monster youth continued. "Although I'm a beast and a monster, I want to become a knight. So, I've always used the standards of a knight to demand myself. I want to become a person favored by the gods. So, I've always prayed, but the Shengming Emperor has never responded to me. I want to become an aristocrat, the sole heir of a large family. So, I've always urged myself to work hard to revitalize the family. I want to become a leader. So, I work hard to charge at the front, wholeheartedly upholding justice. How I wish I was. I almost thought I was. But I'm not. The memories that appear in my mind are someone else's. My name is someone else's. My fiancé is someone else's. Ever since I woke up on the island, I've been living in a lie. The youth smiled bitterly. Do you know, when I first became a beast, how shocked I was? I suspected that it was a bloodline awakening. I also suspected that I had mistakenly consumed some transformation medicine. When I gradually discovered that my energy beast had changed, I suffered a lot. Fear, doubt, hesitation. I asked myself, why did I become like this? I didn't want ZDI to worry. I also didn't dare to tell the truth. How I wish it was just a nightmare, but it happened to me in real life. I wanted to forget it, but I couldn't. Because the harsh environment always forced me to use this ability. Gradually, I realized that they were a part of my body, a part of me. I hated and avoided them, but I hated and despised myself. I sympathized with the big guy, because I saw myself in him. When my companions go crazy, I'm most afraid. I'm especially afraid that one day in the future, I'll lose my mind and kill the people around me. The youth looked at Zhong Ji and said honestly, just now, someone said that I lied to you. Yes, I lied to you. If possible, I want to lie to you for the rest of my life. If possible, I'm willing to lie to myself. Because I don't want to be a monster, I don't want to be a beast, a substitute, a tool. I don't want to be ostracized, I don't want to be hated, I don't want to be discriminated against. Everyone's expression changed. The youth lowered his head and looked at his hands. He smiled bitterly. Actually, there were many flaws along the way, but why didn't I realize it until now? Because I wanted to lie to myself more. I wanted to lie to myself that I was a noble knight, with exquisite armor, riding a tall white horse. I wanted to lie to myself that I was a noble. I had my own castle, a manor for summer. I also had a beautiful and wealthy fiancé. I wanted to lie to myself that I was favored and appreciated by the gods. I wanted to prove that I had a firm belief. I failed. As you can see, I'm not. I'm nothing. I can only tell myself now, hey, you idiot, don't lie to yourself. Throw away your laughable, pitiful, and unrealistic fantasies. You're not. Recognize reality. You're not even a normal person. You're a transformed beast, a monster. At this point, the youth's eyes were clearly red. This was his true feelings. Everyone was silent. Everyone looked at the youth in silence. The wariness on their faces disappeared, and their vigilant expressions gradually disappeared. Ha, you know yourself well, substitute. Zhen Jin's mocking voice came from the fourth floor. Everyone frowned, and many people showed a look of disgust. But then, the youth's voice suddenly rose, and he changed the topic. Although I'm nothing, can't I even think about it? I'm not, can't I do it? I'm not, can't I try? People's hearts trembled. Ch, wishful thinking. Scar was extremely displeased, and he reprimanded, when a person is born, their identity and status are determined. You have to recognize reality and know your place. Only then can you obtain the happiness that belongs to you. Driven by greed and desire, coveting things that don't belong to you, you will inevitably end up miserable and bleak. This is your greatest sin. You are the root cause of social unrest by having this kind of thinking. How can you have the face to say such things? Confess now, and you may be redeemed and forgiven. Everyone's frown deepened. The substitute ignored Scar and continued. If there's a chance, I want to be a knight, I want to be a noble, I want to be a god's chosen person. I want all of these. Don't tell me you don't want them. Everyone was shocked. If you don't want them, why did you go to the wilderness? Why did you travel long distances, cross the ocean, take great risks, and go to a place full of war? I'm a monster, and I'm ostracized. But what about you? Haven't you been ostracized? Haven't you been spurned and loathed? Haven't you been crushed by the rich and powerful? Haven't you been deceived by life? Haven't you been tortured by your dreams? The youth suddenly asked a series of questions at an extremely fast speed, and everyone was silent. The youth took a deep breath, and his tone became slow. His gaze was deep as he said, "We are actually the same kind of people. We were born ordinary." The youth looked at Bai Ya. Bai Ya's face was flushed, and he looked emotional. "We were ostracized and loathed." The youth looked at the big man. The big man's eyelids trembled a few times. "We were betrayed by our family." The youth looked at Kang Shu. The old scholar narrowed his eyes. "We were never treated fairly." The youth looked at the half-beast man. The half-beast man's breathing had already become heavy. "We also committed crimes, and we can't forgive ourselves." The youth looked at Lan Zhao. Since the youth woke up and stood up, Lan Zhao had been half kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he was looking up at him. "We were spurned, exiled, wanted, and mocked by the masses. So what? Shouldn't we think about it? Shouldn't we do it? Reality has made us suffer so much, and life is so bad that it's unbearable. We can only become better if we think about it and do it. In fact, we've been trying. We were reduced to this island together, and we fought side by side. We hunted for food and water, and we were poisoned. We struggled in the desert, and we were chased by herds of beasts. We repelled the attack of the magical beast army in the camp. We traveled long distances, collecting materials along the way. We built a new ship in a small valley. We set sail, and we broke through difficult obstacles in the alchemy factory." The youth paced in front of the crowd, repeating the energy he had during this time. "What are we doing for?" The youth opened his arms and asked again. "We want to live. But this is not enough. Far from enough. We want to live better." "I've always thought so. I don't believe that you don't want to." Shut up, shut up. "You devil, you're bewitching people. You're so rebellious. Your sins are too great. If you continue to do this, you won't be redeemed." Scab roared. The youth's words made him extremely angry. The youth smiled slightly. "Devil? Yes, I am." He patted his chest and boldly admitted it. Then, he pointed at the crowd in front of him and said firmly, "But I'm not the only one. Every one of us is a devil, a beast. We want to live well, we want to have abundant food and water, we want the status and glory of a superior person, we want divine weapons, we want monstrous achievements. So, you are also, my lord priest." In an instant, Scab's pupils suddenly shrank. The youth shouted loudly, "On this island, we're lost, we're trapped, we're chased like dead dogs. We're so tired that we collapse, only for the hope that the new boat brings. Countless rainy nights, we pray together that tomorrow will be sunny." He then stomped his feet and pointed at the ground. "This is the lost island of war. There are not only man-made magical beasts here, but also devils and monsters. We seem to have lost our direction in our lives, but in fact, we always know in our hearts how to move forward. Everyone, listen to the voice in your heart." The youth excitedly patted his chest. "What do you want? To obediently wait for death here? Do you want to surrender? To trust such a priest? To wag your tail like a dog and beg him to give you a chance to live? Then, he will swallow all the achievements, just like a master eating all the meat and throwing the bones to the dog. Do you want to chew bones? The big guy doesn't eat bones, the big guy eats meat." The big guy opened his eyes in a daze. He was woken up. He saw the youth and the others, but he didn't react for a moment. "I have no right to lead you. But I want everyone to listen carefully to the voice in your hearts. What do you really want? To bow your heads and stop, or to rise up and resist?" The crowd was dead silent. But this kind of dead silence was different from before. As long as one listened carefully, one could hear the thumping of the people's hearts, as well as their heavy breathing. "Father, you're still alive," the big guy shouted. He stood up in ecstasy, but because he moved too quickly, his head was dizzy. He didn't stand firmly and half knelt on the ground. The substitute smiled at him, then looked at the crowd again. He didn't speak again. He was waiting. And then, he waited. "Master, no matter who you are, you will always be my master," Lan Zhao shouted and stood up. My life has been saved by you, too many times. I'm willing to follow you, my lord, Ya said loudly. You are more suitable for the identity of a knight and a noble than Jinjin. I've always thought so. Kang Shu said slowly and wiped his glasses. You are a hero, our hero. Mu Ban took out his crossbow. The people around him immediately moved a few steps away, subconsciously distancing themselves from him. Zhong Ji took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "This is the most moving speech I've ever heard before a battle. Let us once again fight side by side." The big guy stood up. Zhong Ji walked forward, and San Dao followed closely behind. Lan Zhao, Kang Shu, Ya, everyone gathered together. They gathered again at the youth's side. But this time, the youth was no longer Jinjin, no longer a holy knight, no longer a noble, no longer a god's chosen, but a monster. Chapter 210. Looking at the people gathered around him, the monstrous youth smiled. However, his current form was terrifying. He had no human form, and this smile was more like a sinister grin. He growled and pointed at the ceiling above his head. The Empire's flag is there, and the glory of the nobles is there. Perhaps there is also the blessing of the gods. But there is a way for us to survive. There is a treasure we want. Charge with me. F***ck his mother. Roar. The monstrous youth raised his head and roared. He took the lead to rush out of the safe zone and into the raging lightning. Charge. The half-beastman followed closely behind. Father. The big guy took huge steps and ran, causing the ground to tremble. Kill. More and more people shouted as they rushed forward. Damn it. They were really bewitched by the substitute and all rushed over. Scab's face was ashen. This was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. Jinjin could not see the scene on the third floor, but he could hear the people's shouts. Now that he had Scab's confirmation, his expression suddenly became fearful and he hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? You are rebelling. You want to be enemies with the Holy Knights and the Shengming Emperor's priests. Do you want to be wanted? Do you want to be executed? Lightning will strike you to death." As if to prove his words, in the next moment, someone in the monstrous youth's group was struck by lightning and died immediately. However, the people who had already expected this did not stop their charging footsteps. There was not even a trace of delay. In fact, their charging speed had even increased by a few notches. They roared and shouted. At this moment, they were like a group of wild beasts. There were more of them than humans. Why is it like this again? Scab flew into a rage out of humiliation. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the past. He seemed to have seen the young guard who tried to elope with the city lord's daughter. He seemed to have seen the mob that rebelled against the city lord. You bunch of lowly people. Weeds, insects. Why can't you recognize reality? Without me, you would have been swallowed by the herd of beasts. I even brought you here and entered the alchemy factory. How can you repay kindness with enmity? The strong rule the weak, and the upper class rule the lower class. This is a matter of course. You want to resist. What can you resist? All of you will die in the end, all of you will die. As if responding to his words, the chaotic lightning continued to wreak havoc. Crack. Fat Tongue's eyelids twitched. He only reacted after the lightning had finished. Just a few steps away from him, one of his well-built companions had turned into charcoal. He had lost his life. Without fighting spirit or magic, he could not withstand the lightning strike. Even the substitute was like this, let alone the others. Run! Run! Fat Tongue kept cheering himself on. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "President ZDI, I'll avenge you." Even so, because of his obesity, he slowly fell behind. But the last one wasn't him. The old and frail Kang Shu tried his best to run, but he still fell behind. He helplessly looked at the distance between him and the main group. He panted and sighed bitterly in his heart. It's really difficult for an old man like me. The monster youth's companions fell one by one under the lightning. At this moment, it was not a battle of strength, but pure luck. As a result, the battle seemed even more brutal. But no one retreated. This was because their charge this time was not for glory, but for survival. It was not to follow behind some big shot, but for themselves. The lightning was like a baptism, a spiritual baptism. As they got closer and closer to the 4th level, their faces revealed sinister, excited, fanatical, and tyrannical emotions. Beasts were hard to grasp. Hearing the footsteps of the crowd getting closer, Jinjin was completely terrified. Father, this is really bad. The lightning didn't seem to kill most of them. The most important thing is that the substitute is still alive. I told you, he's very strong, very terrifying. I saw with my own eyes that he slaughtered an entire leopard pack, an entire pack. That was a massacre, and also a torture. To him, it was extremely easy. It was definitely just a small show of strength. Run, quickly build the teleportation gate, let's go together. Shut up. Trash. Scab's face was also sinister. He was furious, but at the same time, frightened. But he had no choice. He still had no way to open the teleportation gate. If he could, he would have done it long ago. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. These damned sinners. I shouldn't have had any expectations for them. I shouldn't have saved them at that time. I shouldn't have given them the buffs and healing. Guardian Knights, go down and block the stairs to the 4th level. Don't let them rush up. I need time, just a little bit of time. The 4 Guardian Knights hesitated, which was rare. Jinjin had just said that the monster youth was very strong, but they were all flesh and blood. Moreover, the 4th level was the central hub of the central hub. It was not affected by the weather, but the 3rd level was randomly struck by lightning. The stairs to the 4th level was also covered by lightning. If we don't stop him, we're all finished. We're all finished. Jinjin saw the hesitant Guardian Knights and hurriedly shouted. Go, I won't let you die, Scab roared. At the same time, he used his authority to remove a key restriction. The 4 Guardian Knights were overjoyed. Without the slightest hesitation, they blocked the stairs together. The monster youth had been charging at the front. He was also the first to step on the stairs and collided with the 4 Guardian Knights. Bang! With a muffled sound, the monster youth was actually repelled and fell heavily on the tiles of the 3rd level. Battle Chi. The monster youth was heavily injured. His eyes were red and he quickly stood up. That's right, at this moment, the 4 Guardian Knights were shining with the radiance of Battle Chi. They all had the strength of a Black Iron rank. 4 Black Iron rank knights who could use Battle Chi formed an extremely strong line of defense. For a long time, low-level magic and Battle Chi were forbidden on the Mystic Island. High-level magic tools could only have a weak effect. But now, Scab seemed to have removed the restrictions on the 4th level, allowing the 4 Guardian Knights to use Battle Chi. Battle Chi. It was something that the monster youth had been searching for. Because Battle Chi could help him change qualitatively, it could help him to kill artificial magical beasts. But now, the enemy had mastered Battle Chi, and he was a monster restrained by Battle Chi. Black Iron Battle Chi, Black Iron equipment. The monster youth stroked the scorpion armor that had been cut. His scorpion armor was at the silver level, but without the support of Battle Chi, it was still cut open. But in the next moment, the core of his heart surged with magical energy and quickly restored the scorpion armor. Seeing this scene, the 4 Guardian Knights' pupils shrank, and their hearts trembled. Monster! The monster youth laughed and rushed up the stairs again. The 4 Guardian Knights joined forces. They could condense their Battle Chi into one and fight the enemy together. The monster youth was once again pushed back by the combined Battle Chi of the 4 knights, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. This was Battle Chi. It was a magical power that was on par with magic and divine arts. Dad, let me do it. The big guy ran over in big strides. Seeing the monster youth fall on the ground, he was furious. Be careful. Protect your vital parts. The monster youth's face changed, and he quickly reminded. But the big guy still held his head high and stepped on the stairs. He punched with both fists and opened his chest. You're courting death. The 4 Guardian Knights were furious. 2 of them used their killing moves. Their swords were strengthened by Battle Chi, and they pierced the big guy's heart. The other 2 raised their shields to protect themselves from the big guy's attack. If the big guy's heart was pierced by the Battle Chi, he would definitely die. At the critical moment, the monster youth arrived. He grabbed the big guy's clothes from behind and pulled him back. The big man was pulled back, and the swords of the apologetics knights pierced his chest, but did not hurt his heart. The big guy rolled on the ground, and the monster youth was immediately revealed. At the same time, Zhong Ji, who arrived later, jumped up and stepped on the big guy's head. He jumped into the air and quickly approached the 4th floor. This was another cooperation between the young man and Zhong Ji. When the big guy climbed up the stairs, the young man saw Zhong Ji, who was the 3rd one to arrive. Just by looking at each other, they decided on this strategy. Both of them had profound fighting skills, and they had fought side by side many times. This was the telepathy between excellent warriors. For a time, the monster youth was charging below with his head held high, and Zhong Ji was trying to jump over everyone's head to the 4th floor. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, the 4 Guardian Knights also showed a quick response. 3 of them dealt with the monster youth, and the other one intercepted the half-orc in the air. The young man was repelled again. The effect of fighting aura on one's combat strength was too great. Zhong Ji was also in a dangerous situation. Although he was wearing steel armor and a helmet, one of his arms did not have such protection. The Guardian Knight responsible for intercepting Zhong Ji was very clear about his weakness. The sword in his hand cut toward the relatively unprotected arm of Zhong Ji. "Let me cut off your arm to teach you a lesson," the Guardian Knight sneered. The next moment, blood splashed. Zhong Ji's arm was really cut off, and he fell on the stairs. However, the Guardian Knight's face was pale because Zhong Ji, who had suffered a serious injury and lost an arm, had officially stepped into the 4th floor. "You did it on purpose." After regaining his senses, the Guardian Knight's face was full of regret and shock. In the confrontation just now, Zhong Ji obviously came prepared. He seized the weakness of the Guardian Knight's movement and smoothly jumped to the 4th floor. If there was no chance, he would create one himself. The wound of the broken arm was painful, and blood flowed out. Zhong Ji was originally half kneeling on the ground, but now he slowly stood up. After losing an arm, his body was still as motionless as a mountain. "How dare you fool me?" The Guardian Knight who was deceived was furious. "Kill him, he's just a black iron," Scab shouted. He was at the crucial moment of forming the portal. The 2 Guardian Knights quickly left the team and rushed toward Zhong Ji. Zhong Ji's mouth was slightly raised, and his face was incomparably calm, as if the one who lost an arm was not him at all. His eyes were cold, and with a touch of arrogance, he calmly said, "Who told you that?" "I'm just a black iron." Boom. The next moment, the silver battle chi radiance gushed out. Everyone on the 4th floor widened their eyes. Silver. Boom. The 2 Guardian Knights rushed toward Zhong Ji, and then flew back at an even faster speed. Not just silver. There's a trace of gold in his battle chi. Ridiculous. This half-orc is actually a silver peak warrior. Chapter 211. Zhong Ji's display of his true strength shocked almost everyone present. Even though the monster youth had already guessed it, he was still surprised. Damn it. What should we do now? The 4 Guardian Knights were panicking. The strength of the half-beast man had greatly shaken their morale. However, they all had profound combat skills and had been nurtured to be loyal to the sacred church. The 4 Guardian Knights were closely united as they guarded the staircase. One of them was watching the staircase to prevent people from rushing up from the 3rd floor. The other 3 turned around and faced Zhong Ji with a serious expression. "Father, quickly open the portal." At this moment, Jin shouted. His heart was beating fast. "Don't let my substitute rush up again. He's also a silver rank." Jin's voice was trembling. Previously, he was complacent that his substitute had such strength, but now, it had become something he was extremely worried about. He didn't lay his hands on the dying ZDI. He began to realize that he had to find some protection for himself. If ZDI was alive, she might be able to threaten the substitute. After all, ZDI had already fallen in love with the substitute. He didn't believe that the substitute had no feelings for her. Damn it, I was too heavy-handed with her just now. At this moment, Jin felt extremely remorseful. At the same time, he felt resentful because of the humiliation. I actually have to wag my tail and beg a substitute. I have to give my fiancé to him in order to live. I have to get through this crisis first. When I return, I'll ask for help from my family and the Knights Templar. I must take revenge for this. Zhenjin's heart was filled with hatred as he looked at Scab, who was not far away. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Trash. The two of them secretly scolded each other in their hearts. Zhenjin was angry because Scab hadn't opened the portal yet. Scab was angry because Zhenjin was cowering at the side. He could obviously use his black iron dochi, but he was still watching from the sidelines. The situation had changed too quickly, and it was extremely disadvantageous for Scab. Zhong Ji was too callous. He was so callous that he would rather sacrifice one of his arms to rush up to the 4th floor as soon as possible. The moment he revealed his peak silver cultivation, he became the leader of the situation. Zhong Ji's choice was very correct and wise. If he had been a few breaths later, Scab would have completely formed the portal and escaped with the fairy tale of the mermaid. But now, Scab did not dare to open the portal. There was no point in activating it. Zhong Ji would stop anyone who had the wishful thinking of escaping through the portal. Why didn't the lightning strike him to death? However, the reason why he was able to come here was because of the deceptive words of the substitute. Damn it, what should I do? Scab had no divine power to speak of. The lie detection technique he used on ZDI was his last divine art. Looking at his miserable appearance, one could tell that he had really been squeezed dry. Zhenjin, hurry up and stop Zhong Ji. I'm going to open the portal. Scab shouted. Then, he instructed the other 4 apologetics knights, stand there and guard. Don't worry about me. Zhong Ji won't dare to attack me. If I die, no one will be able to open the portal. Zhong Ji frowned slightly. He also saw ZDI's situation. What Skarsand said was not wrong at all. He was probably the only one who could open the portal. He was the key to everyone's escape. Zhong Ji. At this moment, the monstrous youth's roar was transmitted. He once again launched an attack. Zhong Ji did not hesitate. He immediately cooperated with the youth and rushed towards the 4 apologetics knights. The apologetics knights were trapped in a predicament. Come on, you monster. The apologetics knight in charge of intercepting the youth shouted, encouraging himself. The 3 apologetics knights facing Zhong Ji pursed their lips and stood side by side. They felt a great pressure. Don't worry, he's only one person. There are 4 of you. He's also seriously injured. Stop him, we have hope. Before Scab could finish his words, he saw Zhong Ji use his fighting skills. The moment they collided, the outcome was decided. The apologetics knights were defeated. 2 of them were even blasted down the stairs. Once they fell down the stairs, they could no longer use their fighting skills. The monstrous youth rushed past them. The spider's blade cleanly slit one of the apologetics knight's neck. The other apologetics knight's forehead was directly pierced by the sharp scorpion tail. Because of Zhong Ji's support, the youth smoothly rushed to the 4th floor. But soon after, his expression changed drastically. Intense pain suddenly assaulted him. The pain was so intense that even someone as tough as him almost lost his mind. He cried out in pain and involuntarily knelt on the ground. His whole body trembled. What's wrong? Zhong Ji was shocked and worried. He immediately abandoned the remaining 2 apologetics knights and rushed to support. In a flash, the youth understood the problem. He tried to reduce the mutation, and the pain quickly reduced. After he only kept the scorpion shell and the blade, the pain was finally reduced to a point where he could temporarily endure it. The magic core can change my bloodline. But the bloodline I changed is not perfect. It comes from the modified beasts. And these modified beasts are actually half-finished products. They can only exist in a forbidden environment. My mutation can be seen as a more prominent humanoid beast. So when I reached the 4th floor, there was no forbidden environment. My body almost collapsed. The youth took a deep breath and quickly stood up. I can still continue to fight, he said to Zhong Ji. Zhong Ji nodded. Seeing the youth's transformation, He also guessed the reason. The next moment, the youth's body surged with a silver luster. Silver fighting skills. I can finally feel the fighting skills. The youth sighed incomparably at this moment. At the beginning of his awakening, he desperately wanted to be able to use fighting skills. But he did not expect that in the end, he would be able to feel the fighting skills here. It seemed that the reason why he could not feel it before was completely due to the forbidden environment. Seeing the silver radiance on the youth's body, Jinjin directly threw the thin sword silver lightning to the ground. He raised his head and sighed, I surrender. You all know my identity. I ask for the treatment of a holy temple knight and a noble. My family will pay a sufficient ransom for me. Trash. Scar once again scolded Jinjin. The group of beasts suddenly roared together. They gave up on fighting among themselves and rushed to the 3rd floor, continuing to kill their way to the 4th floor. Hey, you will all die. Scar did not choose to open the portal. Instead, he completely took control of the artificial beasts. The monstrous youth and Zhong Ji frowned. Father, do you know what you are doing? Jinjin was stunned and immediately roared. I am Scar. Even if I die, I will not lower my head to you lowly people. Scar responded to Jinjin with an even louder roar. You trash, you don't deserve to be a noble. The 100 Needles clan will be destroyed because of you. Then, the bald priest, who was so old that there was no sign of life in him, stared at the monstrous young man and the half-orc with extremely venomous eyes. He mocked, come on, kill me, which one of you can open the portal? Ha ha ha. If you don't kill me, you will be drowned by the beasts and die with me. Not good, this person is crazy. The youth and Zhong Ji's hearts sank at the same time. Facing an enemy who was not afraid of death and wanted to perish together with them, the youth and Zhong Ji felt that this was a thorny problem. What should we do? We can't threaten him. Also, the reserve of the mana pool is getting smaller and smaller. I have to quickly think of a solution. Scab laughed heartily. You can give up on that idea. To tell you the truth, the reserve of the mana pool is completely dried up. Ha ha ha. Before, perhaps there was a small possibility of opening the portal and letting a few people escape. Now, there is no hope at all. This is the result of daring to offend us. Dregs, sink to the bottom of the sea with this island. But you have to die too. Jinjin was very puzzled. Scar looked at him with extreme disdain. Everyone will die, the only difference is how they die. Although I will die in battle. I will die in battle at the last moment, and I have never given up on the pursuit of victory. I have lived up to my identity. I am the defender of the glory of the Empire. I have adhered to my beliefs. And you, coward, you have brought shame to your clan, to the Knights Templar. What a pity, if this monster had hesitated a little, it would have been a different situation. But now, perishing together is the greatest victory I can fight for. Scar closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth forming a trace of a smile. He had already begun to quietly wait for the arrival of death. Plop! Jinjin fell to the ground, his face pale and cold sweat dripping down. It's over, it's over. I'm going to die here. He was despondent and disheartened. Zhong Ji smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to come here and still end up like this. Forget it, we have already done our best, haven't we? He spoke very freely, but his tightly clenched fists revealed the unwillingness in his heart. The youth did not speak, he ran towards ZDI. ZDI, who was on the verge of death, was severely injured. The youth knelt on the ground, his hands touching her body, and immediately a red light surged out. If the magic energy can mutate me, can it also mutate others? As long as ZDI mutates the meat of the life-enhancing white rhinoceros, she will be safe. Then, the youth's attempt failed. Perhaps there was such a possibility, but he had never practiced it, and did not know what the key was. The red light was unable to leave his body, let alone spread to ZDI's body. Damn it! At this moment, the youth was also at his wit's end. Is this the end result? Several months later, on the calm surface of the sea, a strong light suddenly flashed. A huge teleportation array covering a radius of tens of meters appeared out of thin air, and then disappeared. 3 human powerhouses floated in the air, looking down at the sea. They were all wearing bright red robes, iron gloves, iron boots, and iron masks. On the front and back of their blood-red robes, there was a platinum 9-pointed star. They were from the Bloodbath Sanctions Institution. Is this the place? The leader's life force had reached the legendary rank. I'm sure. The other powerhouse had a long black braid, and exuded the life force of a gold rank. The man's voice was hoarse. His scent is here, he must have been here before. The leader nodded, then let me take a good look. The next moment, he activated a divine spell to turn back time. This divine spell could replay the voices and images of the past, directly transmitting them to the depths of the leader's heart. The leader's body suddenly trembled. This tremble was noticed by the other two, and they were shocked. They had never seen their leader lose his composure like this before. The next moment, the legendary powerhouse spoke in a low voice. The divine spell's effect is very bad. Some kind of powerful force is preventing me from continuing to investigate. I can only barely hear some sounds. I heard the terrifying roars of the beast horde. I heard the reprimand of a priest of the sacred emperor. I heard the surrender of a noble. I heard the desperate roar of the fire dragon king before it died. The other two powerhouses were shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. What? Sir, what do you mean? That's right, the missing third squad of our institute was all lost here. There used to be an island here, Confusion Island. This used to be the base of the war traffickers. The two powerhouses who received the information exclaimed again, Grandmaster Alchemist war traffickers? A battle broke out here, the Confusion Island sank, and everyone died. The leader wasn't sure about this, as the divine spell's effect had already reached the end. He calmed himself down and continued to listen. Soon, he heard some people talking intermittently and vaguely. It's time for us to leave. If we're talking about Captain, I only acknowledge you know, to be precise, we all acknowledge you, sir, but I'm just a beast. No, no one would think that. You're the one who led us, you're our recognized leader. You're a true knight. The conversation was like the wind in a dream, quickly dissipating. The leader sighed, knowing that he wouldn't be able to find anything else after this. The divine spell also stopped. There are still people who survived. They most likely obtained a large amount of spoils of war, the war traffickers' inheritance. The leader said. Who are they? The other two hurriedly asked. The leader shook his head and regretfully replied, I can't be sure. I can only be sure that a leader has emerged among them, and this leader is very prestigious. If even you can't be sure, sir, I'm afraid no one else in the Empire would be able to find out more information. The other two were very disappointed. The leader scoffed. The fog of darkness shrouded for a while, but it will eventually be illuminated by the light. These people can't be hidden anymore, they'll show themselves one day. Put them on the wanted list first. But the situation right now was that the leader didn't even know their names. Then let's use a codename. The leader pondered for a bit, then continued, codename Beast Knight, end of Volume 1, P.S. Tomorrow will be the summary at the end of the volume, there won't be any updates to the main text. Tomorrow, we'll have to fix some typos and some text errors. Chapter 212. What's wrong with me? ZDI looked at her body in shock. Her hands and feet were a translucent grayish-black color. And on the ground, her body was no longer breathing. Because she had lost all her blood, her skin was incomparably pale. So, I've become a ghost. ZDI suddenly understood. At this time, Kang Shu asked, Miss ZDI, have you also practiced necromancy before? ZDI was slightly stunned. Only then did she recall her days in the Magic Academy. Once, there was a suitor who gave her forbidden knowledge, a soul-devouring spell. At that time, she was driven crazy by her bleak prospects and despairing aptitude. Hoping to get lucky, she practiced the soul-devouring spell. In the end, before she could use it, she saw that suitor being killed on the spot because he practiced necromancy. Although ZDI was also tested, perhaps because she had only practiced necromancy for a short time and her cultivation was very shallow, she wasn't discovered. Because of this, ZDI was greatly frightened and learned a huge lesson. She never touched necromancy magic again. I didn't expect that in the end, it was this necromancy that saved me indirectly, ZDI muttered and nodded to Kang Shu. Kang Shu understood. As expected. He wasn't surprised that ZDI could come into contact with necromancy knowledge. Necromancy was one of the major schools of magic. It was founded by Yushun. When Yushun first started, he only taught it to a few apprentices. Necromancy had always been hidden in a hidden environment, slowly developing. Finally, one day, the necromancy school was exposed. The world was shocked, and the gods were terrified. The necromancy school targeted life and was naturally loathsome. The necromancy school touched on the secrets of the soul, which was a forbidden area for the gods. It immediately attracted the attention of the gods. As a legend, Yushun had no choice but to hide and wander. He became the enemy of almost everyone, including the gods. And as one of the methods of resistance, Yushun began to spread the knowledge of the necromancy school everywhere. The undead faction had its own unique advantages, allowing many people who were limited by their aptitudes and talents to see new hope. For a time, necromancers emerged one after another. This greatly diverted the attention of the major forces, and at the same time, allowed the true elites of the necromancers to hide better. Many thanks, Kang Shu. If it was just me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to condense my soul and transform into a spectre. ZDI expressed her gratitude. Also, many thanks to you for killing Scab. I once made a contract with the Tower Spirit, and I have to kill the priest to complete the contract. After the contract was completed, ZDI's spirit was no longer burdened. She finally got rid of the last shackles and turned her soul into a spirit. ZDI. The substitute walked towards the spectre girl. He had a complicated expression on his face as he slowly reached out his hand. However, he touched nothing but air. My lord. ZDI stared blankly as her fingertips brushed past the youth's palm. Her heart was filled with emptiness and disappointment. However, the two of them continued to look at each other affectionately. Ahem. Kang Shu coughed twice and couldn't help but remind them, both of you, don't forget that we are still in a dangerous situation. We should find a way to escape from this island. After being reminded by Kang Shu, the young boy and girl suddenly reacted and quickly averted their entangled eyes. ZDI's face was serious. This is the central tower of the underground war dealer's alchemy factory. It is the most important place. I will continue to erode the tower spirit and seize the authority here. Let's see if we can find a way to escape from here. It is very likely that we can find elemental crystal stones in the war dealer's warehouse and use them to replenish the mana pool. With enough magic power, we will be able to teleport away. Zhong Ji walked over. He had lost an arm, and the wound had been hastily bandaged. Actually, we still have a choice, and that is the Flame Dragon King. If it doesn't work, we can negotiate with it. We will give up a part of the credit and let it help. This can only be considered as the final solution, right? We have seriously offended it before. It is the legendary Dragon King. Will it care about ants like us? Maybe, we can help it get out. Without us, I think it will get out. Let's not talk about anything else. If we want to negotiate with it, we have to at least get rid of those puppets, right? Everyone whispered to each other and discussed spiritedly. In the process of Scab being tortured to death, the teleportation door disappeared. The lightning on the third floor was still striking disorderly. There were still a large number of artificial magical beasts on the second and first floors, killing each other. Everyone could only find another way out. ZDI began to seize the authority again. The process was very smooth and the progress was extremely fast. Without Scab's obstruction, and the tower spirit seems to have disappeared, I am unimpeded all the way. ZDI quickly obtained all the teleportation authority, all the authority to control the weather, and so on. She first stopped the lightning, then controlled the smell valve, and took control of the artificial magical beasts under the tower in her own hands. Under the gaze of the beasts, a part of the crowd left the central tower. The substitute and several others stayed on the fourth floor, protecting ZDI as she continued to seize the authority. The mana pool has been controlled by me, but there is not much mana left. I am obtaining the authority to control the alchemy puppets. There are many warehouses here, and it is very likely that there are elemental crystal stones hidden here. Good news came out from ZDI's mouth one by one. After leaving the central tower, Zhongji and the others split up and went to the warehouses that might contain elemental crystal stones. Along the way, they encountered alchemy puppets or magic traps, which were all controlled by ZDI using her authority. Everyone moved forward quickly, and it was like a flat plane. When everyone was in place, the metal door of the warehouse opened by itself with a roar. There are ores here. This is alchemy material that has been processed. There is arcanite. These seem to be part of the alchemy puppets. I understand, these are the components of the alchemy puppets. Good news, I found several boxes of magic scrolls. There were many healing scrolls among the magic scrolls, and they were immediately sent back to the central tower. On the 4th floor of the central tower, the wounded used the scrolls to heal themselves. Zhongji's broken arm was temporarily reattached and could not be used in a short time, but it was still bandaged. ZDI's corpse also received strong treatment. Kang Shu shook his head slightly. No, her heart has completely stopped beating, and she has been dead for a long time. Conventional treatment can only make the corpse intact. Her internal organs have begun to rot. We must freeze her to slow down the speed of decay. The magic scrolls had the power of frost, and as a necromancer, Kang Shu was also very good at handling corpses. Thus, ZDI's body was wrapped in ice, forming an ice coffin. Rumble. The earthquake happened again. Hurry up. If this continues, the Fire Dragon King may break free in the next moment. We should monitor the lava battlefield. The exploration team became more and more anxious, and they raced against time to continue their exploration. Finally, they found their target. This should be the warehouse where the elemental crystal stones were stored. However, to everyone's disappointment, this warehouse had been emptied. Along the way, there were some elemental crystal stones left on the ground. This passage leads directly to the mana pool. It seems that the act of moving elemental crystal stones to replenish the mana pool has already been carried out by the tower spirit. If we can't replenish our mana, how can we get out? Cert. Keep looking. Maybe, there's an alchemy airship in the warehouse of the war traffickers, who knows? Everyone suffered a blow, but they did not give up hope. Another door was opened by ZDI using her authority. This warehouse was almost filled with a kind of translucent white crystal pillar. Everyone could barely distinguish it, and found that this white crystal pillar was not an original ore, but a kind of alchemy product. ZDI was very happy with this discovery. It's the tower spirit. To be precise, it's the carrier of the tower spirit. It's like the relationship between the soul and the body. ZDI did not want to stay on the 4th floor of the central tower anymore. She had already obtained all the authority she could get, and she could use these authorities wherever she went. Soon, she personally came to the location of the white crystal pillar. There are a lot of data and memory banks in here, recording the secrets of the war traffickers and this alchemy factory. ZDI said and began to use her mind to invade. The substitute was also excited. He thought of the magic core in his heart. These crystal pillars in front of him must contain relevant information. I found the structural diagram of the alchemy factory. There are a total of 3 elemental crystal stone warehouses. Wait, this is the record table. The elemental crystal stones have been used to replenish the mana pool. ZDI kept reporting. The news made people happy for a while, and worried for a while. Sandow urged, quick, take a look. Is there a parking area for airships? ZDI shook her head. There is no such facility. Wait, what is this? I found the travel records of the war traffickers and their apprentices. An alchemy ship. There is an alchemy ship hidden on the island, and the war traffickers occasionally use it to go out. ZDI's discovery made everyone cheer. They had no way to replenish the mana pool, and they did not find an alchemy airship, but an alchemy ship was enough to carry their hope of escape. Warning, warning. The carrier of the tower spirit is being mentally invaded. Intruder has been found, authority has been lost. The voice of the tower spirit sounded again, making everyone very nervous. But the voice of the tower spirit immediately became intermittent, and it kept checking itself, and found that the authority was in the hands of ZDI. It seems that the tower spirit is really not going to make it. Everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief when they suddenly heard the voice of the tower spirit again. Unable to counterattack, the countdown to self-destruction has begun. and the countdown to destroying the database has begun. Everyone turned pale with fright. The towering crystal pillar in front of them also began to disintegrate. On its surface, countless cracks spread rapidly, and the originally solid crystal quickly disintegrated, turning into a powder that scattered on the ground. The countdown has begun. This is the last means of self-destruction. As long as it is not a war trafficker, no one can stop it. ZDI cried out. Chapter 213. Let's run. Someone held his head. Don't worry, we still have some time. Kang Shu remained calm. ZDI subconsciously took a deep breath, her eyes glittering with the light of gold coins. Time is limited. Not only do we have to leave here alive, but we also have to do our best to get the most out of this place. There's a backup vessel for the Tower Spirit in warehouse number 12. Move it over. Quick. Everyone immediately moved. The backup vessel for the Tower Spirit was a huge crystal ball, which was as tall as a person. The crystal ball was pushed to the crystal pillar, and under ZDI's control, the transfer of the Tower Spirit began. At this time, the crystal pillar had already collapsed to half of its original size. The Tower Spirit was in such a bad state that it couldn't resist at all and was transferred to the crystal ball. ZDI looked at the crystal pillar that was about to collapse and was as thin as a bamboo pole. The memory and data vault accompanied the Tower Spirit, but only a third of it was transferred, and a third of it collapsed. There's still a third of it here. It's a pity that this information is too valuable, and we can't keep it. Can you investigate the truth about this island? Kang Shu asked. Of course. ZDI immediately moved, probing the crystal pillar with her psychic power. The island was indeed the base camp of the war traffickers. The war traffickers were caught off guard by the sudden attack of the Scarlet Ray Sanctions team. They barely managed to seal the Flame Dragon King, and finally died under the legendary weapon. The Scarlet Ray Sanctions team's Saint Realm experts were all killed. Both sides had almost perished together. The mysterious treasure on the third floor is called the Bloodcore. The war traffickers used it together with the sapphire golden coffin on the first floor to mass-produce artificial demon beasts. ZDI's words made the teenager's heart skip a beat. The teenager was just about to ask ZDI about his real identity, but after hearing this, he immediately changed his mind and asked anxiously, "Is there any other information about the Bloodcore? How did the war traffickers create it? How do they control it?" "I'm still investigating." ZDI frowned, concentrating. But at this moment, with a bang, the crystal pillar completely shattered into a pile of white dust and fell to the ground. Everyone was speechless. A few seconds later, ZDI was the first to react. "Quick, gather everything you can. The raw materials still need to be refined. Abandon. The components of the puppet are too cumbersome, we don't need them. Do you still remember the shipping plaza? There's the ammunition we need there. The Bloodcore and the fairy tale of the mermaids must be brought along. Don't forget about the boxes of magic scrolls and this Tower Spirit carrier. Quick, 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 let's move." The ghost girl let out a high-pitched scream and directly took over the position of the substitute, commanding everyone in a domineering manner. Everyone quickly took action. A large number of treasures were gathered together. Zhong Ji frowned. "Wait, don't forget about the Flame Dragon King. After the explosion, the array would definitely be destroyed. If it escapes, it will be disadvantageous to us. Even if we have a ship, we won't be able to run far." ZDI said, "The explosion of the alchemy factory is very unusual. Not only can it completely destroy the factory and the Confusion Island, but it also causes spatial distortion, with spatial banishment and other effects. In other words, the ruins and debris after the explosion will be banished by the space, and nothing will be left at the original site." Zhong Ji asked again, "Can the explosion kill the Flame Dragon King?" ZDI frowned and hesitated. "I don't know. After all, I was only a black iron when I was alive." "Let me talk to it," the substitute said. The substitute said, "We killed the priest of the sacred church and captured a noble heir. If we can negotiate with it successfully, maybe it can let us get away with it. But the premise is that we have to share a lot of the spoils." Everyone's eyes lit up. "If we can be exonerated, that would be the best." Yeah, who wants to be wanted by the Empire? Sir, I'll go with you. The substitute shook his head. No, I can go and come back quickly by myself. Most of the alchemy puppets in the lava battlefield are direct subordinates of the war dealers. They can't be controlled with the factory's authority. It's very dangerous. ZDI, I need you to command these artificial magic beasts and buy me time and space to talk with the Flame Dragon King. No problem. ZDI immediately responded. The substitute entered the lava battlefield once again. Taking advantage of the fact that the artificial magic beasts and the alchemy puppets were entangled, the teenager hid in a remote corner and took out the second blood core from his chest under the cover of a huge rock. Such an important divine artifact-level treasure would naturally be personally safeguarded by him. The strong urge to devour in his heart made him instinctively activate the blood core in his heart without any warning. It emitted a red light. The red light spread to the second blood core. The latter quickly melted and turned into a ball of red light. The next moment, all the red light retracted. The two blood cores merged into one. The blood core in Jinjin's heart faintly swelled. The strong urge to devour that had been secretly torturing the teenager also completely disappeared. Blood core, there was no time for the substitute to check the new changes in the blood core, because the artificial magic beasts had already gained the upper hand. The teenager immediately appeared and ran to the edge of the lava pool. Flame Dragon King! He shouted loudly and began to negotiate with the Flame Dragon King. The negotiation didn't go well. Seeing the teenager return, the Flame Dragon King immediately understood that the war dealer was dead. As arrogant as it wasn't willing to give the credit to these cheap bugs. From its point of view, this was very reasonable. The war dealer's death was caused by the powerhouses of the Bloodlight Judgment Court. The Young Knights group just happened to be there at the right time. And if it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, the teenager wouldn't have returned to negotiate with it. You dregs, you have no choice. You want to negotiate with this king? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. On what basis? On the basis that you're free now? Without my help, you'll all die. Even if you don't help me escape, I can still break free from this alchemy array. At that time, you'll have to face my wrath. Now, I order you to open the alchemy array and allow you to kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare some of your lives. Ha ha ha. The negotiation with the Flame Dragon King had completely failed. The substitute was helpless and worried. If he didn't handle it well, if he didn't kill the Flame Dragon King with his self-destruction, the latter would definitely become the death god of the exploration team. What should he do? The blood core once again had an impulse of desire. But this time, the desire wasn't as strong as before. The teenager's heart skipped a beat. Maybe, the blood core can. Following the guidance of his intuition, he began to use the blood core. The red light emitted and penetrated the alchemy array, gradually covering the Flame Dragon King's huge dragon body. What are you doing? Ha ha ha, you want to harm me? Lowly bug, you can't imagine the greatness of a legend. More than a minute later. No, no. You can't do this to me, you damned bug. All right. I admit that you have the right to negotiate with me. We can have a good talk. The teenager's face was cold. No, there's no need for us to negotiate. The red light completely covered the Flame Dragon King's body and quickly melted it. The Flame Dragon King roared angrily and unleashed endless curses on the young knight. Then, it disappeared. It completely turned into a huge red ball of light and a large amount of carbon powder. The carbon powder was quickly swallowed by the large amount of magma, and the red ball of light shrank back and converged into the brand new blood core in the teenager's heart. I can actually use this blood core to kill a legendary existence. The teenager was shocked by this result. Leaving behind a small number of man-made magical beasts and alchemy puppets that were still fighting, the teenager rushed back to the others. The negotiation failed, he said. This result made everyone's heart skip a beat, but they weren't too surprised. Now, we can only hope that self-destruction can get rid of it. At the very least, we have to banish it to another dimension. Everyone didn't know that the Flame Dragon King was already dead. The substitute opened his mouth, but in the end, he sighed in his heart. In the end, he didn't reveal the secret of the Bloodcore. Everyone took the treasures and squeezed into the 3 underground rail cars. The rail cars sped forward, and soon, they stopped at an underwater pier. Here, they saw the alchemy ship. It looked like a big blue gold fish. It's called deep-sea monster fish. ZDI had full authority, so she easily led everyone through the boarding passage and entered deep-sea monster fish. Through the detection device of deep-sea monster fish, the teenager made a discovery. So this is the desert oasis. He remembered that he had once fought a fierce battle here, and used the green lizard's eyes to observe the existence of the fat ball-flying fish. At the same time, he also saw a terrifying heat source at the bottom of the lake. This heat source turns out to be deep-sea monster fish. Deep-sea monster fish dove all the way down, through the underground river, and quickly escaped from Confusion Island. 10 nautical miles away, Confusion Island self-destructed. The huge explosion shook heaven and earth, stirring up a monstrous column of water. Soon, the space shattered, and the seawater disappeared. The exploded corpses of countless man-made magical beasts and the ruins of the island were all dragged into the space black hole and banished to another dimension. In deep-sea monster fish, everyone watched anxiously. They waited until the space recovered and the sea calmed down, but they didn't see the Flame Dragon King appear. It seems that it's either dead or banished. Whoa! We survived. Awesome, we did it. For a moment, the entire deep-sea monster fish was filled with wild joy. Ghost ZDI, on the other hand, wobbled and floated down to the floor. ZDI, what's wrong? The teenager was very nervous. She needs to rest immediately. It's like she needs to sleep after being tired. In the end, she's just a newborn ghost. Fortunately, her body is still here, so she can rest for a while, Kang Shu said. Hearing Kang Shu's words, the teenager relaxed. ZDI, rest well. I have a lot to talk to you about. Me too. The girl ghost caressed the teenager's face, but they passed by each other. She returned to her body in the ice coffin and fell into a deep sleep. A few months later, on the calm surface of the sea, there was a sudden flash of intense light. A huge teleportation formation covering a radius of dozens of meters appeared out of thin air, and then disappeared. 3 human elites floated in the air, looking down at the sea. They were all wearing bright red robes, iron gloves, iron boots, and iron masks. On the front and back of their blood-red robes, there was a platinum 9-pointed star. They were from the Scarlet Light Sanctions Institution. This is the place. The leader's life aura had reached the legendary rank. I'm sure. The other elite had a long black braid and was emitting a gold rank life aura. His scent is here, he's definitely been here. The leader nodded. Then let me take a good look. The next moment, he used a divine technique to reverse time. This divine technique could replay sounds and images of the past, directly transmitting them to the depths of the leader's heart. The leader's body suddenly trembled. This tremor was noticed by the other 2, and they were shocked. They had never seen their leader lose his composure like this before. The next moment, the legendary elite said in a deep voice, "The divine technique is not very effective. Some kind of powerful force is preventing me from continuing my investigation. I can only barely hear a few sounds. I can hear the terrifying roars of the beast horde, the berating of a priest of the Shungming Emperor, the surrender of an aristocrat, the desperate roar of the Flame Dragon King before its death." The other 2 elites were shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. What? Sir, what do you mean? That's right, the missing 3rd squad of our institute was all lost here. There used to be an island here, Confusion Island. This used to be the base of the war traffickers. The 2 elites who received the information exclaimed again, Grandmaster Alchemist war traffickers? A battle broke out here, the Confusion Island sank, and everyone died. The leader wasn't sure about this. The divine technique's effect had already reached its final stage. He calmed himself down and continued to listen. Soon, he heard some people talking intermittently and vaguely. We should go. Speaking of the captain, I only acknowledge you know, to be precise, we all acknowledge you, sir, but I'm just a beast. No, no one thinks that. You're the one who led us, you're our recognized leader. You're a true knight. The conversation was like the wind in a dream, quickly dissipating. The leader sighed, Knowing that he wouldn't get anything else, the divine technique also stopped. There are still people who survived. They most likely obtained a large amount of spoils of war, the war trafficker's inheritance. The leader said. Who are they? The two of them hurriedly asked. The leader shook his head and regretfully replied, I can't confirm. I can only confirm that a leader has emerged among them, and this leader is very prestigious if even you can't confirm it, sir. I'm afraid no one else in the Empire would be able to find out more information. The other two were very dejected. The leader scoffed. The fog of darkness shrouded for a while, but it will eventually be illuminated by the light. These people can't hide, they'll be exposed one day. We'll continue with our mission. You go back and report this to the Institute first, issue a bounty on this group of people. Yes, sir. Then what's the code name of the bounty? If they don't know the name, then they'll use a code name. War traffickers are a code name. The leader thought for a bit. Beast Night, end of Volume 1. Chapter 214. In the sky above the dense forest, a group of colorful birds suddenly flew up. The sharp scimitar drew a bright light in the air and cut the vines blocking the way into two. The scimitar slashed continuously and finally opened up a narrow passage. Two humans were in charge of opening the way. One of them held a scimitar, and the other held a broad-bladed battle axe with both hands. Behind them was a long line. Most of the people in the line were humans, but there were also orcs, half-elves, half-orcs, and so on. Their equipment was not excellent. Many of them only had cotton armor, not leather armor. A small number of them held bows and long guns. Most of them had melee weapons, and scimitars were the most common. Their appearances were not neat. Many of them were very sloppy, with disheveled hair and yellow teeth. Some of them had a strong body odor that emitted a stench. They probably had not bathed for a long time. Many of them had incomplete bodies. Those who were missing arms or legs were replaced by prosthetics. This was a group of pirates. The leader of the pirates was a rat man. No one knew his specific name, but everyone called him Dusty. His body was like a human's, with 2 arms and 2 legs, but his head was a rat's head, and his entire body was covered in rat hair. His hands did not have 5 fingers like a human's, but 4 fingers like a rat's. However, unlike his subordinates, this rat man's clothes were straight and he wore a knight's uniform. His clothes were quite neat, and there was even an exquisite handkerchief in his chest pocket as a carving. Its rat hair was grey, and it was obvious that it had been carefully taken care of. It was smooth and supple. At the same time, there was no unpleasant body odor on its body, but a fragrance. He sprayed perfume. He wore long black leather boots of exquisite craftsmanship and a rapier at his waist. This damn weather. I hate this place. The pirate leader, who was dressed in grey, tugged at his collar. His collar was very stylish, but because of this, it tightly bound his neck. Walking in such a hot and humid rainforest, covered in dust and sweating all over, and the collar tightly wrapped around his neck, made him feel very tormented. After a fierce mental struggle, he finally decided to unbutton the first button near his neck. Immediately, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His breathing was smooth, and his entire body was much more relaxed. Captain, what should we do next? Not long after, the team stopped moving forward, and the vanguard ran back to ask. The vegetation in the rainforest was so dense that it covered the sky and the sun. It was easy to get lost. Therefore, every time they advanced a certain distance, the pirates would stop and ask about the dust. A man in grey carefully reached his hand to his collar. His collar was buttoned again. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing more of his neck and the thin black rope around it. He took out the thin black rope, and there was a bone hanging from it. This bone was deathly white. Judging from its size and shape, it should be a gnome's finger bone. His entire body was covered in dust. He grabbed the rope and let his finger bones dangle in the air. After a few breaths, the finger bone actually started to shake slowly. Then, like a compass, it slowly pointed in a certain direction in the forest. The reaction of the phalanx was quite strong, which filled his disheartened heart with joy and curiosity. What kind of treasure could be so tempting to the phalanx? It shouldn't be too far away. Let's go in this direction, the man in grey said with a hint of urgency. Hiss, hiss, A large number of snakes stuck out their tongues and blocked the pirates' path. At the same time, various birds swooped down from the sky. The pirates started to fight under the command of a man in grey. They came prepared. They prepared a large number of insect repellent, snake repellent, antidote, and so on. But these snakes and birds were in a frenzy. They were not afraid of death. They all had a fierce attitude of wanting to stop this group of islands even if they had to sacrifice themselves. Especially when the snake-type and bird-type magical beasts started to attack, the pirates immediately showed signs of defeat. "Captain, we can't hold on any longer. These beasts are too strange. Their bodies are at least twice the size of normal beasts." "Ah!" A pirate let out a scream. His eyeballs were pecked out by a bird-type magical beast. A man in grey snorted unhappily, "A bunch of trash. In the end, you still need me to take action." In the next moment, he activated his chi. The smooth surface of his grey hair suddenly became blurry. The ends of the fine grey hair started to dissipate, forming wisps of grey fog. And in the midst of the grey fog, there was a silver luster. He was actually a silver-ranked chi practitioner. Fighting technique, grey fog wave. In the next moment, the grey fog formed on the surface of his body and suddenly spread forward, forming a grey fog ripple. Wherever the grey fog ripple went, the snakes and birds fell to the ground one after another, motionless. They had all lost their lives. Because there were no silver-ranked magical beasts, and there were only 3 or 4 black iron-ranked snake-type and bird-type magical beasts, under the sweep of the grey fog, a man in grey easily won a great victory. The pirates immediately cheered. A man in grey snorted coldly again and touched his head with a smug expression. Because of the fighting technique just now, the mouse hair all over his body was a little shorter. This made a man in grey, who usually paid attention to his appearance, very concerned. From the aesthetic point of view of the rat orc, a smooth and soft mouse hair was the greatest symbol of handsomeness. "I've used my fighting technique very frequently this month, so I should use it as little as possible. There are still 15 days until the middle of next month." A man in grey sighed in frustration. A rat orc's blood would flow faster during the full moon, his wounds would heal faster at night, and his hair would grow faster. "But I believe that the treasure pointed to by the phalanx will definitely be able to make up for my losses." Crossing the corpses that covered the ground, a man in grey finally arrived at the center and saw the true appearance of the treasure. There were very few treasures, only one. It was a golden coffin, 3 meters long and 1.8 meters wide. The surface of the coffin was inlaid with reliefs made of green jade, and there were silver edges on the reliefs. The reliefs with silver edges of the green jade depicted an elegant winding snake body and broad and gorgeous wings. On the inner wall of the coffin, there were 12 murals drawn with black lines. The murals were simple and unadorned, depicting gods, creation, worship, heavenly light, and other mythical content. After the pirates were pleasantly surprised, disappointment appeared on their faces. "Captain, why is there only this one?" They imagined a small mountain of gold and jewelry. A man in grey carefully sized up the coffin and also felt strange. He took out the phalanx pendant again. This time, the phalanx reacted extremely violently. The entire bone trembled excitedly and pounced on the golden coffin, pulling the rope out in a diagonal straight line. "The phalanx is referring to this coffin? What the hell is this thing?" Although he was dressed in grey clothes, his knowledge was very limited and he could not see any clues. However, he trusted the phalanx very much and confirmed that this was the goal of his trip, and it must be priceless. "Little ones, search around and see if there's a coffin lid," a man in grey ordered. Not long after, the pirates returned, but they found nothing. Covered in dust nodded and assigned 6 more pirates to work together to lift the heavy coffin. The team returned the way they came. The return journey was quite smooth. More than half an hour later, they returned to the seaside. Their pirate ship was anchored beside the reef. "We're finally back. I'm drenched. The first thing I want to do when I get back to the ship is to take a hot bath." Just as a man in grey relaxed, a few figures appeared on the pirate ship. "There's an enemy." The pirates instantly became chaotic and pulled out their weapons. A man in grey narrowed his eyes into slits. "You've worked hard. The leader of the enemy was a young man. He had blonde hair and clear eyes that were as blue as the sky. At this moment, he was smiling, revealing his pure white teeth. He was so handsome that a man in grey could not help but praise in his heart, "This is a beautiful young man of the human race. We just need this coffin and put them down. You can leave." "I swear on." "Yes, my reputation, I won't do anything to you," the beautiful young man said loudly. The pirates burst into laughter. A man in grey also laughed. He reached out and stroked the soft and smooth mouse hair on his head. "Young human boy, where are you from? You actually dare to steal from me, you're really bold." He must be a newcomer, the kind that just went to sea. "Ha ha ha, there have been too many of these little fellows recently." "Yes, child, the position of the Pirate King is not something you can sit on." The pirates were noisy and gradually relaxed. This was because the life aura of the handsome young man and the others were very weak. Only one of them was black iron, and the rest were bronze. "All right, I'm in a good mood today. Surrender and work for us for 3 months, and we'll let you live." A man in grey waved his hand. He had obtained a mysterious treasure and had gained a lot. As for the enemies of the young man, he did not take them seriously. Especially because the young man was so good-looking, he could not kill him. The young leader was stunned. A half-beast man behind him snorted, "It seems that the pearl foam has its advantages and disadvantages. Don't waste any more time." "All right." The young leader nodded. Thus, in the next moment, the burly half-beast man directly jumped down from the towering side of the ship. He stirred up his chi, held a 2-handed sword in one hand, and bravely rushed into the crowd. When he made his move, he immediately exposed his true cultivation. Silver Peak. A man in grey's pupils shrank, and he quickly dodged. The pirates immediately fell into fear and panic. They were caught off guard and were not a match for the half-beast man. The half-beast man caused a reign of terror among the pirates. He was invincible, and no one could stop him. The pirates howled miserably. Some retreated in defeat, while others were provoked. Even though they knew that they were no match for him, they still rushed forward and died even faster. "Damn it." A man in grey clenched his teeth, and his body shook. Fighting technique, grey fog sky. After a few breaths, the battlefield was shrouded in grey fog. The fog did not have any killing power, but it was unusual. Vision and perception were greatly restricted. A man in grey blended perfectly into the grey fog. When he reappeared, he was already behind the young leader. Subdue him, and that half-beast man will have many misgivings. A man in grey held a rapier in his hand. The tip of the rapier was gently pressed against the back of the young leader. "Don't move. If you move, I'll kill you. Quickly tell your men to stop." The young leader seemed to be very arrogant. He was not wearing any armor, and this made a man in grey feel very lucky. But in the next moment, a man in grey felt incomparably terrified. The young leader chuckled, and suddenly retreated. He resisted the sharp tip of the rapier and turned around. The rapier did not pierce through his stomach. Instead, it bent violently, and then cut through the young leader's clothes, leaving a trail of sparks on his skin. Dragon scales. A man in grey was shocked. He saw a large piece of vermilion dragon scales from the torn clothes. "Ooh!" A man in grey's neck was suddenly grabbed by the young leader's hand. The young leader's hand was as hard as a rock, as hard as steel. It was no longer a human hand, but a dragon claw. The aura of a silver rank was everywhere. "You are a dragon man?" A man in grey was shocked. Chapter 215. Ah! Scab couldn't help but scream. He knelt on the ground, a piece of flesh on his arm cut off by the dagger. Lan Zhao was the instigator. He handed the dagger to the person behind him and left expressionlessly. Behind him was Bai Ya. Bai Ya took the dagger, gritted his teeth, and stood in front of Scab. He looked down at Scab. Normally, he would never have imagined such a scene. The high and mighty figure, the priest of the Shengming Emperor, Scab, was actually kneeling in front of him, a commoner. Sometimes, reality was more absurd than fantasy. Scab was already riddled with scars and covered in blood. His flesh had almost been cut off, revealing his pale white bones. Yet, he still couldn't die. The painful torture caused Scab to foam at his mouth, his expression twisted. Don't hesitate, kid. Do it. Lan Zhao didn't go far. He stood at the side and urged Bai Ya. Bai Ya only had to grit his teeth and raise the dagger above his head. However, his movements froze. He hesitated, his arms trembling, and the dagger in his hands trembled even more. Scab saw this scene and suddenly laughed. He had no hair, and his life force was almost exhausted. His entire person was extremely old. At this moment, his face was covered in blood, and the wounds on his face were torn open, revealing his pale cheekbones. He looked exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. His extremely weak voice hoarsely said, "Hey, our kid is afraid. You should be afraid because you know that if you kill me with this dagger, you will commit a capital crime. You will become a wanted criminal of the Empire, an enemy of the Shengming sect. Your sins are so grave that even if I kill you, it won't be enough. I have to kill your entire family to slightly quell the Empire's anger. Come on, do it. If you kill me, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Ha 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 ha." Bai Ya became more and more hesitant, his whole body almost swaying. "Shut up. You lunatic." Lan Zhao angrily shouted, "It is because of you that we are in such a desperate situation. Bai Ya, do it." Bai Ya's face was pale. He really couldn't do it. In the past 20 years of his life, he had been taught by everyone around him that he could not offend a noble person. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely severe. But now, he wanted to kill Scab. He could risk his life to rescue Kang Shu from the group of lizards, but he could not kill Scab in front of him. "I can't do it." Bai Ya trembled. His voice was weak, and he was about to cry. Almost everyone had laid their hands on Scab. Now, countless gazes were focused on Bai Ya. Lan Zhao was anxious and wanted to help, but Zhong Ji stopped him. "Let him do it himself. Only when he personally makes a move can he be considered one of us." "Attack!" Lan Zhao suddenly roared. Bai Ya felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body trembled, and he unconsciously thrust his arms down. The dagger pierced deeply into the right side of Scab's neck and into the latter's trachea. Fresh blood slowly gushed out. Scab's mouth was also foaming with blood. He laughed. "You're finished. Your whole family is finished. All of you sinners have to die. I'm just leaving first. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you." Ha ha ha. Bai Ya was in a daze. He unconsciously let go of the dagger's handle and shook his head continuously. He took a few steps back and then fell on his butt. Scab's breath gradually disappeared, but his laughter continued to spread. Bright red blood gushed out. More and more of it flowed out, gradually changing color from bright red to a deep blue. The blue blood immediately submerged the entire 4th level, emitting a sound similar to that of a tidal wave. Whistling, it instantly swept Bai Ya to the deepest part of the sea. In the next moment, Bai Ya suddenly woke up with a start. He gasped for breath, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He reacted. "I had a nightmare again." He covered his pale face. After a long while, his breathing gradually calmed down. However, his mood was still not calm. He glanced out the window. The huge round window was made of glass and was a meter thick. Outside the round window was a dark sea. Bai Ya got out of the hammock. The hammock was tightly tied to 2 sturdy metal poles. Under the hammock was a wooden box. Bai Ya's clothes were placed on the wooden box. Bai Ya took the clothes away, opened the wooden box, and carefully took out ink, a pen, and parchment. He half-squatted on the ground. Under the magical light of the blue strip on the ceiling above his head, he began to write a letter. "Dear Miss Sybil, I woke up in the strange fish again. It has been 5 days since we escaped from the strange fish island. We are still searching for the sapphire gold coffin. This artifact was thrown into the portal before, and only Scab knows its specific location. Scab is already dead. I killed him. I am very pained by this. I am very afraid. What Scab said to me in my dream, I knew it was true. I committed murder, and it was a priest, an important person in the Empire. I didn't want to do it, but I had no choice. I really had no choice. Everyone else did it, But I didn't. Then I would be abandoned by them. Of course, I have to admit that at the moment of stabbing, my heart was filled with excitement and pleasure. But after so many days, after I calmed down, my heart was full of regret and worry. I originally wanted to become a knight and serve the Empire. But now, I am a fugitive, wanted by the Empire. Fate played tricks on me. Sometimes, I even feel despair. The Empire is so powerful. One day, I will be caught, and I will bow my head and be executed. I will be hanged or beheaded. My family will also suffer because of me. Please believe me, Honorable Miss Sybil, I really didn't mean to kill Father Scab. Even if he abandoned us for the artifact. Lord Shenjin was not killed by us. He has been imprisoned on the strange fish. He is the hope of many of us. We hope to use him to negotiate with the Hundred Needles Patriarch. Through this former noble of the South and the influence of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, we can get through the Empire's upper echelons and exonerate ourselves. Everyone knows that going against the Empire is stupid and hopeless. We are all human, at least the blood of the human race flows in our bodies. If we leave the Empire, where can we go? All of this is really a trick of fate. I believe that even the leader doesn't really want to do anything to Father Scab. But there is really no other way. If we don't kill him, we can't escape. Thank you, Miss Sybil. When I write to you, my mood always quickly stabilizes. Please forgive me, I can't send these letters to you. I have to keep it a secret. At this point, YA stopped writing. She heard a huge commotion. First, it was the sound of metal opening and closing, then the sound of seawater rushing out. YA was not unfamiliar with this sound. He immediately realized, Sir is back. He quickly got up, picked up his sword, and walked out of the corner to a narrow passage made of metal. He passed through the passage and arrived in front of a metal door. The metal door quickly opened, revealing a spacious hall. There were still some water stains on the floor of the hall. In the center stood the young beast knight and Zhong Ji. Captain, Sir Zhong Ji, you finally retrieved the cyan gold coffin. Great, Lady ZDI can be saved. YA saw the gorgeous coffin carried by Zhong Ji and was immediately overjoyed. The two nodded to YA and left the entrance hall. They passed through the passage and went deeper into monster fish. After being deliberately delayed and squandered by Scab, the mana pool was almost completely dried up. It couldn't even transport everyone, let alone take away the artifact. But with the help of the Tower Genie, they found the alchemy ship. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange. Since Monster Island wasn't a demiplane and was hidden in the sea, it was normal for there to be ships ready to go in and out. Not long after, in the alchemy room, the alchemy array surrounding the cyan gold coffin was completed. The Tower Genie's voice sounded. Beginning inspection of the alchemy array. 10%, 20%, 100%. The alchemy array is accurate. Beginning transfer of mana. Countdown to activation of the alchemy array. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A slight buzzing sound was heard. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the alchemy room lit up with lines, some straight and some curved. These lines slowly extended, leaving the plane and condensing in the air, forming a hollow sphere. Finally, the lines converged on the cyan gold coffin in the center. The light of the array became somewhat dazzling, and the cyan gold coffin began to tremble slightly. As the monster fish's mana was greatly depleted, a green liquid brewed in the coffin. ZDI's body was placed in the coffin. Under the gaze of the youth, Zhong Ji, and the others, it was gradually submerged in the green liquid. Not long after, the alchemy array stopped and the cyan gold coffin calmed down. A part of the green liquid was absorbed by ZDI's body, but more than half remained. ZDI didn't wake up. Everyone was very disappointed by this result. The substitute's eyes dimmed. You killed our president. Fat Tongue was the most agitated. He couldn't accept this fact and grabbed Kang Shu's collar. Kang Shu coughed. Calm down. I said before that I wasn't 100% sure. Okay, let go. We all agreed to Kang Shu's suggestion. The youth sighed. Fat Tongue was still very agitated, But Lan Zhao pulled him over and saved Kang Shu. Fat Tongue began to cry. The youth reached out and stroked ZDI's cheek, feeling the smoothness and warmth. The green liquid is still effective. Her injuries should be completely healed. This green liquid is very thin. The alchemy array we hurriedly prepared can't fully display the effects of the cyan gold coffin. Maybe we should gather more magic materials and build a better alchemy array. But Kang Shu shook his head. According to the Tower Genie, even the War Dealer's alchemy array doesn't have the effect of rebirth. I think the problem should be with President ZDI's soul. Soul? Yes. President ZDI fought with Scab on the 4th floor before, and her spirit was greatly depleted. Boom boom boom. Before Kang Shu could finish his words, a series of loud noises interrupted him. The Tower Genie's voice became urgent. Warning. Warning. 3 enemy ships have appeared southeast of the sea. The number of enemies is unknown, and their strength is unknown. Meet the enemy, the youth ordered, and the surrounding people immediately responded. Chapter 216. The young knight, Zhong Ji, and the others swam out of the strange fish and quickly floated up. The closer they got to the surface, the more light there was, and the clearer their vision became. The roar of the cannons could also be heard more clearly. From time to time, there were iron balls and cannonballs mixed with broken pieces of wood and broken corpses falling into the sea with a large number of bubbles. The young knight and Zhong Ji could see the situation clearly from the bottom of the water. The 3 enemy ships were rushing towards the grey pirate ship, but there was still some distance between them. During the charge, the 3 enemy ships kept firing cannons. The grey substitute was no match for the dragonman and had long been captured. His subordinates were also imprisoned in the pirate ship's cabin. Therefore, the grey rat pirate ship was bathed in the rain of cannonballs and was completely passive. The young knight and Zhong Ji were the first to emerge from the water and boarded the pirate ship from the back. Because the ship's hull was blocking them, the enemy should not be able to see them. Zhong Ji, go and release those pirates. I'll go find Grey, the young knight said as he ran. Zhong Ji nodded and quickly parted with the young knight at the stairs. The young knight broke through a door and saw a body covered in dust. Grey was sitting on the bed with anti-magic shackles on his body. These shackles were made in the alchemy factory of the war traffickers and could easily imprison Grey of the silver level. It seems that your enemies are here. Don't you want to say anything? The young knight said. Grey sneered and quickly stood up, straightening his body. At this moment, he seemed to have broken away from his captive status. I heard the horn clearly. They're here to save me. The young knight was stunned. He did not expect Grey's answer to be this. Since when did pirates become so loyal? Grey raised his head and said with a touch of pride, of course, ordinary pirates would not be like this, but I'm a member of the Brothers pirate crew. I'm ranked 49th among all the brothers. The Brothers pirate crew. The young knight was shocked. This pirate crew was world famous and could be said to be the largest pirate crew in the world today. Their leader was nicknamed Firebeard and was a legendary warrior. He was generous and loyal, and his charisma was extremely strong. He attracted and recruited many pirate captains. Firebeard and them became sworn brothers and gradually formed a huge force on the sea. Take me to the deck. I only need to shout to make them stop, said the man in grey. He didn't want to start a war either. The young knight hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He grabbed Dusty and brought him to the deck. Zhong Ji arrived shortly after. He had already released all the imprisoned pirates. The pirates began to operate the ship. Standing at the side of the ship, he carefully identified the flags of the 3 enemy ships. At this moment, it was evening. There was a large expanse of fiery clouds in the sky. Under the gentle breeze, the seawater sparkled, appearing dazzling and magnificent. The view was very good. Covered in Grey chuckled and said to the young knight behind him, It's Gold Chin and Sea Snake Lady. They are both captains of the brother pirates and are ranked above me. Gold Chin is at the pinnacle of the silver rank, and the Sea Snake Woman is a silver rank magician. You may have the ability to fight, but what's the point? Do you want to become the sworn enemy of the brother pirates? I'm a respectable person. I'm not as good as you, so I'm convinced of my defeat. In the end, I was captured by you. I'm willing to exchange treasures for my freedom, my ship, and my crew. Dusty had said the same thing when he was captured. But at that time, the substitute was in a hurry to move the golden coffin back and didn't interrogate Dusty. Therefore, the substitute had only just learned that Dusty was a member of the Brother Pirates. The young knight thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed to Dusty's condition. If he was really a Templar knight, perhaps he wouldn't have let Dusty go. But the young knight already knew the truth and no longer held himself to the strict dogma of the Templar Knights. The most important thing now is to wake up ZDI and let the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce play a role. The second is to use the captive Jinjin to contact the leader of the 100 Needles. Combine the two and try to get rid of the crime. The young knight didn't want to become a wanted criminal of the Empire. Killing Scab was a last resort. Although it was a capital offense, there was still a chance. After all, Scab was not a bishop, but a priest. We've inherited the war trafficker's legacy. We can offer a large part of it in exchange for the Empire's forgiveness. Benefits could move people's hearts. If they couldn't, it was usually because the benefits weren't enough. No one wanted to be wanted by the Empire. In this world, the Shungming Empire was the most powerful. No one could compare to it. Once this is done, I'll go look for clues and find out my true identity. It wasn't just the young knight. ZDI also needed to revitalize her Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. Zhong Ji's original plan was to go to the Wasteland continent and make a name for himself. Kang Shu's wanted by the Sand Tower family could also be resolved. He could go back and reconcile with his son in a dignified manner. Everyone trusts me and elected me as their leader. I have to be responsible for myself and others. Now, it's better to avoid trouble. The young knight's mind was clear. Dusty was just an accident. The substitute's main goal had been achieved. He had taken back the golden coffin. Gold Chin and Sea Snake Woman were very strong. More importantly, they were strong and at their peak. They were backed by the Brothers Pirate Group. This was the largest pirate group in the world. Even in the face of the Empire's naval fleet, they had the ability to contend. After getting the young man's promise, Dusty shouted loudly, "Stop, captains. I'm Dusty, but I'm still alive. You appeared in time. I'll thank you later. Let's stop for now." However, the response was even more intense gunfire. Dusty was stunned and couldn't believe it. "This is the Brothers Pirate Group you were talking about?" Zhong Ji couldn't help but ridicule. Gold Chin's voice came, "Dusty, don't blame us for not being loyal. You know, this is a special time. As long as you hand over the treasure, we'll let you go." Damn it. Dusty was angry. "You two dare to attack a brother in the Alliance. Aren't you afraid of the boss punishment?" Ha ha ha. Sea Snake Woman's laughter came. "Now is the time for the 3 legendary pirates to fight for the throne. The boss can't even take care of himself. Even if he pursues the matter in the future, we'll just hand over this treasure. If the boss can really become the 7th generation pirate king and sit on the throne, we'll definitely contribute greatly." Fight for the throne of the 7th generation pirate king? The young knight and Zhong Ji looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. During the time they were struggling to survive on Confusion Island, such a big event had happened in the sea. The Pirate King wasn't a purely honorary title. It was the name of a god and also the throne. Ascending to the throne of the Pirate King, even if one was just a mortal, could have the power of a god. Of course, this was an exaggeration and only existed in theory. There had never been such an example in history. In history, pirate activities were rampant. When the pirates' faith in the Pirate King reached a certain level, they could condense the throne. It turns out that Dusty and Gold Chin were desperately collecting treasures to hold a ceremony. The Pirate King's divine domain and divine domain included navigation, treasure hunting, plundering, theft, naval warfare, and many other aspects. The ceremony had only just begun. At this stage, whoever collected more treasures would gain more divinity's favor. After a series of stages, whoever received more favor in the end would become the 7th generation Pirate King. Surrounding the fight for the pirate throne, huge waves were set off in the sea of the entire world. The young knight and his group had just escaped from Confusion Island when they were swept in by this wave. The 3 enemy warships were getting closer. Dusty gritted his teeth and shouted again, "Do the 2 of you also covet the pirate throne? We're only silver. This isn't something we can have extravagant hopes for." Among the generations of pirate kings, the 6th generation with the lowest cultivation base was at the gold level. But not long after the 6th generation sat on the throne, he was assassinated by a legend. It's obvious that the divine power bestowed by the throne isn't our true power. Gold Chin laughed loudly. "Of course we know. We only want the treasures you obtained. Don't try to play dumb. We won't let you get away with it. Do you know that on the pirate city's holy tablet, your Dusty name is now ranked first?" Dusty was shocked. He turned to look at the young man behind him. "What's in that coffin? It actually allowed me to jump to first place." The holy tablet displayed the rankings of the pirates who had received the favor of divinity. "Wait." Dusty's eyes suddenly flashed. He shouted, "I was robbed. I've already lost that coffin. Now my name must have fallen to a normal position." "Liar. You still want to lie to us." Gold Chin snorted coldly. The sea snake lady said sarcastically, "Dusty, I heard that you're a decent person. Since we've seen through your trick, you won't succeed no matter how many times you try. Before firing, I used magic to contact the pirate city to confirm the ranking again. We can understand that you're not willing to accept this. If we had really robbed you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so decent." "This is impossible," Dusty shouted. He felt extremely wronged. He had clearly been robbed and captured. His subordinates were all imprisoned. Even the grey rat had fallen into the hands of others. Why was his name still on the holy tablet? This was no joke. If things went wrong, he would really die. Now, he had become the target of all the pirates. He was the little white wave flower at the tip of the tide. If he didn't clear up this misunderstanding, he wouldn't be able to hand over the treasures. His fate was bleak. Dusty was a pirate captain. Of course, he wasn't afraid of death. But dying like this was too much of a grievance. "No, this is very likely." The young knight's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Zhong Ji. Zhong Ji also looked at him at the same time. A name appeared in their minds at the same time, Pearl Foam. Chapter 217. The central tower of the War Dealer's Alchemy Factory had 4 floors. The first floor had the sapphire gold coffin, the second floor had the fairy tale of the mermaid, and the third floor had the second Bloodcore. The first time Scab had opened a portal, he had sent the sapphire gold coffin to a deserted island near the Confusion Island. The fairy tale of the mermaid had never been given out. After killing the war dealer, the fairy tale of the mermaid fell into the hands of the young knight and his group. After using the deep-sea monster fish to escape, they followed the tower genie's instructions and set up an alchemy array to open the fairy tale of the mermaid. After the large shell opened, there were dozens of pearls. These pearls were multicolored and uniform in size. From the outside, they looked like soap bubbles. They were completely transparent inside, as if they were empty, and the outside was a layer of spherical bubbles. But in fact, these pearls could be pinched with one's hand, and they were very hard to the touch. This was the pearl foam. All this time, the reason why the war dealer's Confusion Island could hide in the Origin World's sea without being discovered was because of this divine artifact. To be more precise, they used the pearl foam to disguise themselves and confuse divinations, prophesies, and other methods. After the destruction of the Confusion Island, the substitute and his group immediately used several pearl foam to protect themselves. Because of this, when Dusty saw the youth and Zhong Ji, he mistakenly thought that they were all Black Iron rank. Now, the youth and Zhong Ji once again saw the power of the pearl foam. If not for the protection of the pearl foam, their names would have been on the pirate city's sacred tablet, completely exposing themselves. But now, Dusty had taken the blame for them. Quick, quick. Guys, start the ship for me. Cannonballs rained down, and Dusty shouted anxiously. Now was not the time to investigate. Ha ha ha. On the enemy ship, the sea snake lady laughed. She was wearing a revealing reddish-brown leather outfit, and her long wavy hair hung down to her waist. She held the skin of a sea snake in her left hand, and a glass bottle filled with blue liquid in her right hand. She had already started chanting, but at this moment, the chanting suddenly stopped. 1/10 of the blue liquid in the glass bottle gushed out, converging into the sea snake's skin. The snake's skin blossomed with a faint blue light. The sea snake lady raised her left hand and threw the snake's skin into the air. The snake's skin suddenly exploded, turning into a snake-shaped water stream that shot towards the grey mouse. Water spell, curved snake water arrow. The water arrow streaked across the sky at a very fast speed. In just a few breaths, it arrived above the grey rat. It was guided by the sea snake woman's spirit. It did not directly pounce on the grey knight, the young knight, and the Zhongji, nor did it attack the other pirates. Instead, it directly pounced on the sail of the grey rat. Wherever it went, holes would be drilled out of the sails, and the ropes would be broken in an instant. Damn it! Let me go! Seeing this, the man in ashes was furious. But the next moment, the young knight behind him took out an alchemy crossbow and shot 3 arrows in a row. 2 of the arrows were dodged by the crooked snake water arrow, but the 3rd arrow hit it right in the middle. With a boom, the water arrow exploded. The sea snake woman snorted. Her spirit attached to the water arrow was also destroyed by the young knight's alchemy arrow. Good archery. Dusty praised. Zhongji's expression was calm. He had seen this scene many times before. Dressed in grey immediately roared, urging the pirates to speed up and get the grey rat to move. The pirates also knew that the situation was serious. As they wrote with all their might, the grey rat began to move slowly. Dusty, your subordinate's archery is not bad. The sea snake woman giggled. Kill him later and feed him to my baby. It will definitely like it. In her opinion, the young knight and Zhongji only had the aura of black iron. Furthermore, they were standing behind Dusty, so she mistook them for the latter's subordinates. The sea snake woman was a little embarrassed. The other party was only black iron, but he had broken her spell. This made her, a silver mage, feel embarrassed. Most importantly, she had to admit that continuing to use the curved snake water arrow was a very foolish choice. Her casting materials were much more expensive than alchemy arrows. Furthermore, once the curved snake water arrow was damaged, she would also lose a part of her spirit. This exchange was undoubtedly a losing trade. However, the grey rat had already begun to move slowly. Don't think of leaving. The sea snake woman gritted her teeth and took out a magic scroll. The next moment, she opened the scroll and imbued it with magic power. Wind-type spell, Windless Domain. The spell immediately took effect. With the grey rat as the center, there was no wind at all within a few hundred meters. The grey rat's bulging sails all drooped down weakly. The slight speed that had just been reduced rapidly. The magic scroll turned into ashes and scattered down between the sea snake woman's slender fingers. The sea snake woman's heart ached. In order to buy this scroll, she had spent a lot of money. As long as we get the treasure, all this investment will be worth it. The sea snake woman's eyes lit up. She was even more determined to get the treasure that was covered in ashes. The Golden Chin stood proudly at the bow of the ship and laughed loudly. He had originally wanted to fire and destroy the mast and sails of the grey rat with chain bullets. However, the sea snake woman's actions had taken drastic measures, so the Golden Chin immediately gave up the idea of firing. After all, the cannon fire was too heavy. If it destroyed the treasure, the losses would be great. Extend the oars, charge forward. The Golden Chin roared. The Golden Chin's ship was very tall, and the shape of the bow was unique. The bow of a normal ship was like a sharp knife, with the blade facing the sea and riding the wind and waves. However, the bow of the Golden Chin's big chin was like a trapezoid. The square trapezoid slope was slanted towards the sky. Hearing their captain's orders, 36 long oars stretched out from both sides of the big chin's ship. After the long oars entered the water, they paddled together. Just like that, the big chin directly broke into the windless domain. Fire! Fire! The grey man roared angrily, looking very nervous. The sound of the grey rat's cannons immediately increased. Some of the cannons were aimed at the sea snake woman's 2 ships, but most of them missed. Some cannonballs landed on the big chin. Although they caused damage, it was not a big deal. At this moment, the enemy simply stopped firing. The big chin quickly shortened the distance between it and the grey rat. A hint of despair flashed through the grey man's eyes. The grey rat could not sail. It was like a passive target. Because the ship could not rotate, the grey rat's cannons could not reach their strongest offensive. The situation was too passive. The golden chin is best at boarding battles. The sea snake woman only has one ship, and the other is her magic pet. It's a silver-level magical beast, the sea snake. Combined with the sea snake woman's magic, it formed the illusion of another ship. This is her most common tactic. Let go of me. Boarding battle is our only chance of winning, the grey man said anxiously. Zhong Ji hesitated. If this was a show, they were cooperating and released the grey man, Zhong Ji, and the youth would be surrounded by 4 silver-level enemies. However, the young knight directly pulled out his thin sword, Silver Lightning, and directly cut open the anti-magic shackles between the grey man's hands and feet. I am a knight of the Empire. If you win this battle, you will win the chance to atone for your sins. Your sword is in the captain's room. Perform well, and perhaps you can get rid of your identity as a pirate, the young knight said to the grey man. The grey man looked at the young man in surprise, nodded at him, and turned to run to the captain's room. This is a little risky. Zhong Ji stared at the big chin that was getting closer and closer. I believe that he is a respectable person, the young knight replied. The big chin rushed closer and closer. Its tall body that was like a city wall brought about a huge sense of pressure. Boom. Finally, it slammed into the side of the grey rat's ship. Due to the special trapezoidal structure of the bow, the grey rat was temporarily lifted off the surface of the sea after being hit. When it fell into the sea, it almost capsized. Kill. Boys, charge. Kill them all and seize the treasure. The grey rat was still shaking violently on the surface of the sea when a large number of pirates surged out of the big chin. Some of them threw out hooks and latched onto the side of the grey rat, forcefully pulling the 2 ships together. Then, long planks were laid out to form a temporary wooden bridge. There were also many pirates who directly hung long ropes and swung onto the deck of the grey rat. There were already pirates on the deck of the grey rat waiting for them. Some of them used long-range crossbows to shoot, while others blocked the side of the ship and used cold weapons to slash. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with sword light and blood rain. Roars, strange cries, cries for help, and the explosion of cannons and muskets intertwined. It was incomparably chaotic. Come out and fight me. The golden chin stood proudly at the bow of the ship and roared to challenge him. He did not rush onto the grey rat. Hiss. At this moment, one of the sea snake woman's ships also pounced. The illusion was removed, and its original appearance was revealed. Just as the grey rat had said, it was a huge sea snake demon beast. The sea snake demon beast directly used its snake body that was dozens of meters long to wrap around the grey rat. Its thick and powerful snake body began to shrink fiercely. The grey rat sighed and deck creaked. It was obvious that it was unable to resist the snake's body. Sea snake woman, don't cause trouble. The golden chin was displeased and turned around to roar. The sea snake woman smiled but did not say anything. She stood on the real pirate ship and did not approach the battlefield. Instead, she commanded the sea snake demon pet to attack. Stop. The grey rat pounced out from a cannon on the side of the ship. He scuttled onto the sea snake's slippery body and stabbed down with the sharp sword in his hand. The sea snake demon pet immediately let out a low roar and turned its huge head around to look for the grey rat. The grey rat dodged left and right. His movements were very agile, and the sea snake was very clumsy. No matter how many times it pounced, the grey rat dodged it. While dodging, the grey rat continued to attack. His sword was imbued with fighting energy and was extremely sharp. The sea snake's scales could not protect it at all. Seeing that her demon pet was being bullied, the sea snake woman hurriedly urged the golden chin, "How long are you going to wait?" The golden chin laughed. He was happy to watch the show. The sea snake woman continued to shout, "Hurry up. If others know that we are fighting for this treasure, the consequences will be unpredictable." The golden chin immediately stopped smiling. The grey rat, I'm your opponent. At the moment when he jumped, he used his fighting energy. This caused the burly and heavy man to jump high into the sky. Then, he swooped down to attack the grey rat. The grey rat had just dodged the sea snake's attack. When he looked up, he saw a shadow looming over him. Oh no! It's too late to dodge. The grey rat's heart sank. He could only grit his teeth and prepare to take the heavy blow that the golden chin had been accumulating for a long time. But at this moment, the young knight and Zhong Ji suddenly appeared beside him. Now, the young knight and Zhong Ji attacked together. The large sword in their hands slashed up like lightning, while the thin sword Silver Lightning drew a storm. The golden chin was still grinning and felt that he was going to be seriously injured. In the next moment, his eyes almost popped out. Why are there two silver knights? Awkward. He was in midair and could not use the force to change his direction. Now, like an idiot, he directly crashed into the sword in the enemy's hand.